Didn't see it coming. Hey, take a seat. Welcome back to Case 2. Welcome back again to Case 2. This isn't a bonus stream, no. No, as opposed to last stream, if you post Barfield, you're instantly banned. Because it's not Monday. Welcome. I hope everyone's having a good one. We're gonna pick back up from where we left off in Case 2. We're almost done? Maybe? Who knows? Maybe this whole game is Case 2. Maybe the rest of the game. Banned. A lot of you. You animals. Well, okay, Barthcliff is fine. My controller stole and drank an entire glass of water. Is your controller a small dog? A true crime podcast I can relate to. You know what? I never thought I was into true crime, and I guess this isn't true. This is my equivalent of my true crime podcast phase. Mon Tuesdays. Yeah, I definitely when he not to be posted. Well, listen, don't think about it too much. Thank you. It is fun whenever I either take a stream off that even if I was planning for it, just whenever I take a stream off or when I add a stream, it's like my circadian rhythm breaks, because I don't know, I'm in such a routine for what days I stream, which days I have off, and it's like a pretty consistent cadence. So doing a bonus Monday stream, I woke up today, I'm like, wait, I stream. What the fuck's, where am I? But it's good. I'm excited to do more Ace Attorney. And in case you missed me yelling about it before, I'll be back on Thursday, and then no Friday, no Sunday. I'll be back on Tuesday. And then I did say previously we'll be set and no changes to schedule after that. I might have lied. Remains to be seen. There's a chance. It's not up to me. There's a chance next Thursday I might. We'll see. I'll yell about it later. Everything's fine. Yeah, well, I love to lie on the internet. It's kind of my pastime. So we'll see. Anyway, I don't know what the hell's happening in this case. I hope everyone's doing well. I hope everyone, if you joined yesterday, hope you had a good time. If you missed it, we did an early stream of Jackbox 11, which is out soon. And I had a hoot, and a hootenanny, and a hoot and toot, and by golly, it was a good time. Crunchy Case 3, right. Thank you for the reminder. Yeah, once we finish Case 2, I can go back to the main menu and swap out the graphics. It was a hoot and toot. Internet's 99% lies anyway. Yeah, and we're trying to bump it up to 100%. So, we're on our way. We get to do the BBQ animation from 114 now. The So Tasty lift up the state. Okay. Good. I'm happy for you. I hope you enjoy it. Yeah, I haven't messed with any of the new Monster Hunter stuff in Wilds. Yeah, I don't know. I enjoyed my time with Wilds. I don't want to get into a whole... I want to get back in Ace Attorney. I enjoyed my time with it, but like it just kind of... It didn't fully take root into my soul and sprout like some Monster Hunter has done previously. I think at this point there's just a very clear divide in my brain between the two teams at Capcom that make Monster Hunter, and they continue to extrapolate in different directions, and I'm more attuned to the team that did excuse me, Generations and Rise/Sunbreak than the World and Wilds team. And it's not like I don't enjoy those games, it's just Rise and Sunbreak took root in my soul, as I said, and I just couldn't get enough of everything about the game. It clicked with me so hard. And the World and Wilds, there's like little things about them, and it's not like they're bad. It's like I have my time with them and I'm good. And then they're like, we added new things, and I'm like, neat. And it's not enough to get me to hop back in. Whereas Rise would be like, we added a new guy, or Sunbreak. I'm like, I'm there the second it drops, so I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I could get into the reasons I think it didn't really have that much staying power in my brain. But suffice to say, it's still a good game, and I'm glad people are posting about the weird Final Fantasy thing they added into it. It sounds fun, but I'm good. Rise was wild, but I was about a small child. Well, yeah, weirdly, yeah. I honestly, it's a lot. I said I was gonna get into it. The two things in my brain is that one is that the Sacrets, the maps being real big with not really anything of note in them is a big bummer. And the Sacred means I didn't have to learn the map ever, so I don't really know my way around any of those maps, which is such a core part of Monster Hunter in my brain. Even Rise, which has an open, interconnected map, the way those levels were laid out, and because you were like Spider-Man zipline flying across the maps, you became intimately familiar with them and like the shortcuts and how places connected. And you had a dog you could drive around, but you were controlling the dog. But like, why would I not put the Sacred on autopilot? It's like the maps are kind of confusing, which was sort of my problem with World as well. That at its worst, the maps were really awkwardly laid out where there weren't really easy ways to connect. You had to kind of do these like awkward paths. So anyway, I feel like the map's not really connecting. Makes me like less excited to hop in and run around. Another thing is just that I just think the base game experience, including post-game cleanup, was just a little bit easy. And I know that's sort of the eternal Monster Hunter problem, is the more Monster Hunter games you play, the more that it's just kind of easy. But it wasn't that like monsters went down quick. That was part of it. It's also like, I love the quality of life, so it breaks my brain. But it's like, you can do a hunt with a guaranteed gem. And so you just do like the only hunts that drop rare shit, and then you fight 5 dudes and you can equip all your shit, and then you're done. And it's like, a big part of Monster Hunter is grinding to get better at the monsters, learn them stuff, but also being like, oh, I'm trying to get these specific drops, trying to go for these part breaks, trying to go for these cuts, and getting these specific things. So getting the rarest things dropped, guaranteed, just kind of sucked out the drive to like learn the fight more. It's like, well, I got my ass handed to me by Squid Dude, but I got the gem, so I don't have to do it again. So anyway, I just feel like all that kind of weirdly, even though Rise is the more arcadey experience from moment-to-moment gameplay, Wilds is the one that feels more like you put in the quarter, have your time, and then you're done. So, I don't know. Anyway, watch out, Tails! Remember Sonic Adventure? Anyway. Instead of yapping about Capcom games, let's yap about Capcom games. Ace Attorney, am I right? I need 2 zombie dragon gems in Worlds, please have mercy. Yeah. Well, then play Wilds, where you can just guarantee the drop and just not fight it until you have the little shiny icon, so. Why is the Knuckles rap? Are you talking about the Pumpkin Hill? Or something else? Or are you talking about my name is Knuckles? I don't chuckles. AA in Monster Hunter when? It's already happened. The better question is, when are they going to do it again? In Monster Hunter Tri on the Wii, they did a collaboration, which you reminded me of it, so it's my moral obligation to be like, here's what they did, here's what they took from you. And I mean, to be fair, one of my big complaints about World was it didn't have a lot of whimsy in it. They added like the Wiggler hat like months after the game came out, and that was like the first thing of whimsy that I felt in that game. Wilds has more whimsy from the get-go, and a lot of the things post-launch have had decent whimsy. But like, they used to do this shit constantly, alright? Constantly. This isn't even the dumbest part of it. I mean, there's this too. This is also good. Over here. Check it out from, I know, the Wiggler hat from Joe Cat, he really, is it the, it's the, I need to look up the lance specifically. Well, okay, there was a, I don't even know what weapon this is. Is it a great sword or is it like a switch axe? I don't know. It's a good image. The better one, there we go. The better one was the lance. The better one was the lance. Just the most, it has like the objection on the badge shield, big finger point. Like if I was playing, I mean, I started with Tri. I didn't really dabble in like the DLC. Also, I don't think this released in the West from the Japanese text on there. I don't remember. I didn't care about Ace Attorney back then. If I did though, this would have made me pick up Lance. I would have been like, wait, oops, I guess I'm a Lance main now. There's one specific image that I'm trying to find, where I think it might be Phoenix with it. One sec. Yeah, it's not showing up. Oh well, it's one where it's like front facing, where like it's pointing at you, and it's very good. So, anyway, always been Lance main. A lot of respect for Lance mains. As a hunting horn main, we're repping the single-digit percentage users that use certain weapons. Basically, if you don't use, I mean, there's no wrong weapon in Monster Hunter. But I feel like if you use one of the less popular ones, I'm just like, yeah, my man. Anyway, there was a Phoenix Palico DLC for 3DS. Hell yeah. Filthy hammer main. Boo, pick up hunting horn. Anyway, I'm not gonna shame anyone unless they pick hammer over hunting horn. Then I will name and shame. I'm not insecure about how few people use hunting horn. No. It only baffles me because it's such a fun weapon. It's not. I don't know. Again, there's no bad weapons, so I can't. Anyway, yeah, song's good. Let's get this party started. Let's with the Z from the Chow Race entrance. Anyway, we're gonna do this thing. Kind of got a hunting horn in 14 now, but they were turned tiny to become sage weapons. Huh. Unga Bunga Hammer. I mean, I do. Wait. I need to find. Okay. Last thing, and then I swear I'm done talking about Monster Hunter. I need to find it. Where's the meme? There it is. I made this in 2021 because I was arguing with Gam. As you do. And Gam's not even a hammer player. Yeah. Hunting horn mains why hunting horn's the best. Hammer defenders. Hammer go bop. So, it's hard to argue when the logic is so sound. You can tell I made this when Rise was big, because this is the UI from Rise. That was the only real problem with Rise, is that the hunting horn was simplified and dumbed down too much. It was fun. I enjoyed it. But then I picked up Charge Blade in Sunbreak a bit to kind of Well, I replayed the entire game on a fast track on PC to play with more of my friends that were added on Steam. They give you, like, armor and shit to just kind of blitz through the plot to get to Sunbreak. But I did that with Charge Blade, and so I can't really be that mad, because Charge Blade's very fun. But, the hunting horn in Wilds is the best it's ever been. It's so good. It's so good. I hope the Rise team steals everything that they changed with hunting horn and puts it in their next game where I can catapult myself across the map. Is there a game mode of this game that ends with you marrying Phoenix? I don't know. I'm scared to delve into the world of mods for Ace Attorney if it does exist. I feel like that would just you would sooner just find a fan game made in, like, you know, a visual novel engine than someone modding the actual game. I feel like it'd be easier to just do it yourself. But anyway, there's a Quercus Alba dating simulator. I don't. All right, teach their own. I don't want to yuck anyone's yum. That's fine. That's fine. No! I made it on time. You're just on time because I'm yapping about stuff. Higher frame rates and replacing voices. That's fair. That's neat and strange that the base game doesn't support that. Anyway, you won't, but I will. Mario Bird, thanks for 33 months. Heck yeah, Red Lawyer time. Is it like Red Luigi? Red Phoenix? I don't know. Jazz Fusion, thanks for 19 months. Hiya. Glad to be able to tune in. Excellent for Random Bullshit Go. Extended 10 hours edition. That's just every Ace Attorney case. Smash thanks for the handy. 1,000 bits from Paper Mario 1,000 Year Door, which was just dropped on Nintendo Music Original and Remake. Biggest update yet. Over 13 hours of music. Glad they added both versions. Love the remix soundtrack. Ultimately offers a different vibe and feel than the original. It can't be truly replaced in my opinion. I feel the same way. I really enjoyed the remake soundtrack. It's hard. I'm so nostalgic for the original, and I think a lot of the remake, it changed the tone, it changed the vibe, in a way that I wasn't always on board with, but usually just enjoyed just a different take. The exception is, I can't. I was gonna switch over to 1,000 Year Door, but now this is playing. Amy Rose walked onto the scene with a big hammer. Remake OST. Specifically the... Oh god, what's the name of the track? It's the X-Not Fortress. Sorry, Amy. The X-Not Fortress music in the remake just goes so fucking hard. And the original's good. The original's fine. Bring it back! And they made every floor have a slightly different variation on this theme. I just was like, I had never enjoyed being on the moon as much as I did in the remake. But anyway, yeah, that's cool I had it. Anyway, sorry, Amy's back. She's back. The mixing, sometimes the mixing is a bit weird, yeah. I mostly did enjoy the remake, and as I said at the time, I'm hopeful that that's just it being like the team after a couple, let's say, missteps with the franchise, being like, wait, we can just make an RPG. Let's just work on a game where you have an RPG that's likely to sell well. And maybe that'll be the team relearning that, so then they can make a new Paper Mario that's just an RPG that doesn't have all these weird asterisks to justify its existence. That'd be cool. They made it legal again. GameCube version audio quality is awful. Yeah, I mean, they could have remade it with the original kind of source sounds, but I think remaking the soundtrack was the right call, and taking different directions with it, it's just, yeah, it's tough. I don't know. Sure. We'll see. I'm allowed to believe. If remake ever gets to 60 FPS patch, I'm replaying it. Yeah, that was kind of the biggest bummer. Does that not work? Oh, it must be capped. If it's uncapped, then it would probably just get bumped up automatically on Switch 2. Yeah, it's a bummer. Hope they do. Oh, and the music app. Oh. I thought the music mixing in the remake on the Switch was kind of weird sometimes, but if I've heard things. That sounds so ominous. I've heard that the music app has some strange choices of like poor quality and mixing, and sometimes they've ripped soundtracks from like old NES and SNES games, and like, yeah, the mixing is just weird. It just sounds kind of flat, and like when they've launched their own app that they're like, this is music and only music, you think they would hire a couple people that would be passionate about it and do it right, instead of just like, what assets do we have lying around in storage? Slap them on the app. It's weird. The GameCube version is super compressed for some reason. Very lossy. That's a bummer. It was shelled due to memory storage issues with the GBA cartridge. Gosh, I'm going to do a second rewrite of it. Which game was that you're talking about? Luigi's Mansion is weird mixing too in the app. It's kind of garbage. That's a bummer. Not modern Nintendo. No way. Not my modern Nintendo. Ugh. You like this shit, right? There you go. Philly people after a Birds game are just Pikmin? Lord Malvern, thanks for 15 months. When does Edgeworth learn Summon Familiar? I think he did. He just didn't realize it, and he keeps summoning K. Blue Star Mako, thanks for gifting a sub to Sea Line Foe. Mr. Tensei, thanks for 60 months. What case are we on? Should I bring over the JPEG? We're on case 2. Almost done. I probably could have finished it last stream. I was just getting very tired, and it depends on, like, I don't know. Sometimes I'll be like 3 hours into an Ace Attorney stream and my throat's just dying already. I'm like, but I like to do the voices. It's fun for me. So I gotta sometimes pace myself. I'd rather call the stream slightly earlier and save my throat and my enthusiasm for the case. Because marathoning some of these cases just makes it just like I don't remember a single thing. I'm just like, when the fuck will it end? So I'd rather just enjoy it. So, how do streamers do voices for hours without losing your voice? I don't have an answer. Just that I've been doing it long enough. I think you build up a tolerance over time. Also, I don't care about ruining my throat. So I know there's some people who are like, you know, a lot of people are very careful. Like, especially the musicians and singers that I've known. A lot of them are very careful with their voices and try not to, like, really go ham. And I'm like, I don't give a fuck. If I sound like a chain smoker in 10 years, I'm okay with that. It's worth it for the bit. So, yeah, I don't know. Chords of steel. I'm fine. Your chords get strong if you do it a lot. It is genuinely true. If you do it a lot, you will do. I've heard people say that Case 3 in this game is solid, and I'm very excited to see it. And we're gonna see it today. Yeah, Toad voice. I mean, also, yeah, there's some voices. Like, if there was a Gumshoe case where it's all Gumshoe talking all the time, I'll be an hour in being like, Chad, I gotta tap out. Because his voice, I don't make it that gruff, but just like the hey pal is just like a little bit kind of more texture in the throat. And I can only do that for so many hours. So that's why I've also made the Miles speaking voice much more just kind of my own voice, more or less. Because it's easier for me to do. Also, thanks for 50 bits. At least the ridiculously long part of this game was kind of to come early on rather than right at the end. Well, you say that. I mean, for all I know, this game's final case is going to be 18 hours long, so I don't know. But there's a case between 2 and 3? That's not how numbers work. Tina, thanks for 64 bits. Thanks for soup. I love how giddy you are about mind chess. Meanwhile, in Danganronpa, you got mind manga, mind snowboarding, mind hitting hookers with your car, this is not a joke, and playing pop-up pirate with a sexy death goddess and a labyrinth created via unsolved mysteries. God bless Spike Chunsoft. Yeah, the more I learn about Danganronpa, the part of me that wants to experience a Danganronpa and the part of me that wants to stay the fuck away grow in equal number. in tandem. So thank you for that. Dang it, Grandpa. Every other game. I'm gonna run out of games to play. No, I every time I play one game, 8 other games come out that I like want to play. Man Dog, thanks for 59 months. Thanks for the Prime. Toasted Bozy, thanks for 100 bits. What do you think? Who do you think did it? My money's on Lada. Probably Lada. That's the safe bet. Smash, thanks for the 100 bits. Yeah, Nintendo released a weird baby video today. According to the mobile game Pikmin Bloom, Pikmin are invisible to the human eye. That would explain the Pikmin music and Easter eggs. Here's like a weird detail to preserve. Cute baby, who may or may not be Rosalina. Yeah, maybe. I didn't watch the whole thing. I saw it pop up and I kind of scrubbed through it, so I missed that there's like invisible Pikmin references. I just went, when's the Nintendo part of the video? And scrubbed through, just saw a baby doing baby things and went, alright. So I didn't even watch the whole thing. I saw one person with the theory that it's just Nintendo working on their internal animation teams and just posting a test and just making it very lightly, you know, maybe Pikmin themed, but not actually having Pikmin running around, so it's weird. It's very weird. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't worry about it. I think it's within our nature to take anything that a company does and be like, what does it mean? And it might just not mean anything, and that's fine. If it's a tease for a big thing, then they did a terrible job making it a tease. Just posting a weird long short video with a baby walking around is just like an extremely strange place. So I'm more inclined to believe they're just like, here's the thing we made. Might as well release it than, you know. Imagine they didn't release it and then in 10 years there's some big data breach and hackers find this weird baby CG video and they're like, what is this? What is this weird artifact? So I'd rather they just post it and just be like, here's this thing we made. It's weird they're not talking about what it is. I'm assuming that if they posted about, here's this thing we made, there wouldn't be any doubt about what it is. So I think that's the weirdest part. What's a baby? Like a person that's small. Nasty Crime Boy, thanks for 42 months, Jerry Doki. I can't be sour dough, about 3.5 years. Appreciate it. Thank you. And Oswald, thanks for 50 bits. Danganronpa has some great parts, also some parts that are like, why would a merciful god allow us to exist? Yeah, that's real. Figment, thanks for 10 bits. About suggestion to go crunchy when we get to case 3, I say don't turn on immediately, but obvious when you should turn it on. Copy that. I can only assume, just because crunchy is the pixel art, my assumption is that it's like in Investigations 1, that it's a flashback case. I don't know. What other reason would people in chat want me to make it crunchy? So if it's a flashback case would be better with crunchy pixels, then makes sense to me. So yeah, I don't know. Find out. Time to Google. You can do whatever you want. I know nothing about this game. Fair. And also, thank you, Smash Man. Thanks to playing Undertale and Deltarune with my best friend and now playing Undertale for my mom, I'm getting better at voice acting, like to think so. When Sans and Asgore in the same scene, gave them similarly deep voices, try to differentiate them. Like Sans more laid back. Gotcha. Yeah, it can be. It can be, but it's fun to do. All right. Let's get back into the thing. We are in case 2, am I right? It's there's a dog, there's a guy, there's another guy, there's running around. That about sums it up, right? We're in prison. Weirdly, Maya isn't here, but I think she probably escaped. I remember what happened last time. I just don't remember where exactly we left things off. Like, what was the break? That they were like, okay, there's your checkpoint. Because we talked to the guy, the fixer guy, and then the guy, the boxer guy escaped, and we found out that he was on the tape, and we got him back. They dug a tunnel. The warden kicked us out. Right, she got real weird all of a sudden. Which is probably nothing. Yeah, their security here is garbage. Like, not just the fact that the bracelets can break if they're just knocked against something. Kinda hard. An extremely obvious tunnel. The fact that they don't put bags through the metal detectors when they're brought in is insane. like that's probably the biggest plot hole in any Ace Attorney case, and that's not an exaggeration. That's like genuinely, that is the most contrived bullshit for this case to work. That's bonkers. Not scanning the animals feels plausible to me, even though realistically you would want to make sure like there's nothing hidden in the fluffy coat or something. But yeah. Have you got a chance to check out Yotai yet? No, I do want to play Yotai. I really enjoyed Tsushima, but I don't have room in my brain right now. I have to finish Hades 2 at the very least. If I finish Hades 2 and I have room in my brain for another game to work on in the background while I'm not streaming, then Yotai is high on the list. Excuse me. What if the animal has an antenna? Then, you know, it's done. Too many games. Too many games. I mean, people mentioned that Mina the Holloware was announced to have a delay. They didn't say how long because, at least in the Kickstarter update, I don't know what they said publicly, but in the Kickstarter update, they were like, we're waiting for, like, certification on consoles and stuff again. Because you have to apply for a bunch of shit from the platform holders to publish the game. So they want to lock all that down before they announce a new release date, which is fair. Because sometimes there's weird delays in that process. So it doesn't seem like it's a huge delay, but I'm like, thank fuck. I have slightly more time to chip into some of my backlog. So, and if it gives them time to cook, if they thought they needed the time, I say give them the time. I'd much rather that than playing it at launch and then, like, they're hot fixing it every 2 seconds because they keep finding stuff that they, you know, it's fine. Very dub prison for very dub game world. Warden saying Carstar go back to your cell, but he still has a full time. I know. That's why I was saying it's the, here, for anyone that doesn't know, this was the meme I was referencing last time. I need to find a version without text on it. God damn it, internet. There we go. I love when I search a meme and then the internet gives me examples of that meme with text. It's this. It's the warden saying, Carcerado, go back to your cell. Throws him out, and then he's back. Because he has a tunnel in his jail cell. So, there you go. If someone wants to slap their face on top of that, thank you. But yeah, just go back to your cell that has a giant tunnel that's extremely obvious. That leads you to a different part inside the building? If you're that good, I know it probably would took them like years to build that tunnel. But it feels like, why not just keep going a bit further and wind up outside? The Pigment is on the Philly Instagram page. If you have a link to it, I can copy paste it, send it over. But I'm not hopping on Instagram right now. I got cases to go. Gotta follow. Love a Shawshank Redemption. Shoots was inspired to do the Gordy air tank trick after seeing a story where an air tank fully shot out of the sky and crashed into someone's house. I love that someone like Shutakumi exists in the world, where they see one of those crazy news stories of here, there's this freak accident, and like, thankfully no one was hurt, or whatever it is. I'd be like, wait, that's good. Write that down. Insane, unlikely bullshit. How could that be used? I don't want to know about it. Through the roof. Anyway, welcome back. We're back in case 2. We're still in case 2. We're in the yard? Question mark? It looked like we were outside. Here we are again. Let's hope we can find something this time that'll finally reveal the truth about it all. Yeah, what we're doing? I'm gonna prove the saint's innocent. Tomorrow's another day. Yeah, why was she like, get the hell out of here? Gavel was like, keep your bat. Even though she's like, it's... I understand they have to build up stakes for the game to work. Because you're out, not in court, so it's not like you're gonna lose the case. It's just like, you're off the investigation. Isn't as devastating as losing a case, losing in trial. So to have this judge just, like, extrajudicially be like, you're gonna no longer be a prosecutor if you waste my time is insane. And for her to be like, okay, here's the thing. You have this chance, don't waste my time, or you're losing your badge. And then we don't resolve the issue, and she goes, okay, you can keep your badge for now. It's like, the stakes are made up. All the tension is gone. It's all contrivances all the way down. It doesn't really work for me, but... well, I mean, they're making it work, and I appreciate the box they've written themselves into. It's okay because she's hot, you know? It's a real... Oh, God. Oh, God. Well, I gotta delete all the question mark bullshit in the URL. There we go. There we go. All right. It's all good. Anyway, investigations 2. We're back. And we're late in case 2. He doesn't play by the rules. Like, that's also, like, he's a prosecutor and he's pretending to be whatever. Anyway, so yeah, we gotta figure it out. She could tamper with the yard to make the crime scene happen there. Yeah. Well, yeah, and there was the stuff with the well, which clearly has a giant padlock on it. I see. We're in the yard and now the stage has been broken down. I was like, where the hell am I? Okay. Why 3 streams in a row? Because yesterday was the best day for a bunch of my friends to be free for Jackbox 11. So we did a Monday stream. It was either that or wait till like November. But the whole point is we got early access to the game. I want to try to show it off early and get that hot scoop. And then I'm not going to take today off because I'm already going to be out of town this weekend. So So anyway, here we are again. Let's hope we can find something this time that will finally reveal the truth. That might be easier said than done. There's nothing left to investigate. Oh. Then we'll have to invent things to investigate. Gavel's deduction yesterday. Just a late early access. Here's an early build after the game's come out with more bug fixes. For no reason. There's another possibility, one you seem to have overlooked. The well in the yard. Could a body not have entered the tunnel from there? That was her supposition. Was that Carterado snuck through the tunnel into the detention center and then left, and then the body was dropped down the well, and then the dog grabbed the body and dragged it, and Carcerado never saw it and brought it into the other workshop? I don't remember exactly. It's probably fine. Yeah, you know, sometimes the flashbacks are fine. How fast can you break this pre-release build? Probably not that hard to do. The body must have been thrown down the well and moved to the workshop at some point during the show. Tell me who else could have done that but Mr. Saint? Had Knight's body really been thrown down the well? The answer to that question will surely show us the way forward. But before we begin, I should tidy up my organizer a little. Why? I love having all this evidence. What happened to my evidence? He removed like one thing. Cool. Hey, small truth. I feel like this game does a better job than the first in giving the case of stakes. This game does a lot of things, type things to Edgeworth. Emotionally, like Simeon and Eddie in this case, for example. Yeah, that's what I was saying. But the way that they build the stakes is Gavel showing up as a Deus Ex Judgina to be like, here are arbitrary stakes that you have to abide by. Like, him getting removed from the investigation and forced to cooperate with a defense attorney to get back onto the investigation is already compelling enough for me. I don't need this arbitrary, you're gonna lose your badge if you waste my time. Because again, the moment the game goes, well, there's more plot, she goes, okay, you can keep it for now. That's where they kind of start to lose me a little bit. It's not like a deal breaker. It's not like, oh my God, I'm taken out of the case. It's just like, it's flimsy when the game itself can just snap it and throw it away and be like, it's fine, don't worry about it. So you told me to care about this. Let's see here. Her hair confuses me? Good. There's a cover on it. A dried up well slap bang in the middle of a prison. Figures it'd be locked. Luckily, I'm a master lockpicker. Want me to do my stuff? Who are you and how did you get in here? I think not. We'll do this investigation by the book. Come on, don't be such a stick in the mud. Whoa! What is it, Kay? The lock's broken, and from the looks of it, it's been broken for a long time. If that's the case, then anyone could have thrown Knight's body down the well. Oh. Judge Gavel's theory was that Mr. Saints carried out the murder here in the yard, and then during the performance, he threw the body down the well. What are you thinking, Miles Zorino? Plausible or no? Oh, why don't we see if Missile can help us out again? He'll be able to tell us if Mr. Knight's body was here and which way it went. Good idea. Yes! I'll call Gumshoe. Yes! Let's go. Gumshoe speaking. Detective, I need your assistance. Come to the prison yard and bring Missile with you. You bet, sir. Gumshoe's 7 secret weapons to the rescue again, huh? I'm fairly sure Missile belongs to the precinct. I'd also like you to bring one of our witnesses. Call the Barry Big Circus and ask Miss Regina Barry to come down here with you. Yes, sir. I'll be there before you know it. Endless case investigation 1. No! That was like the low point of the game for me. What shall we do while we're waiting for Gummy? How about a quick game of hide and go seek? Fun idea, kiddo, but where exactly would we hide? He's not seriously considering it. Your game can wait, Kay. We need to call on one of your more practical skills. I think you know the one. Your skills at beatboxing. You bet I do. One crime scene recreation coming right up. I was wondering why this hadn't come up yet. Say what now? It seemed like a very strange thing to never bring back for the sequel without a justification. So I'm fine that it's back. It just felt like it was weird it didn't show up before. Thanks for the hydrate. Let me show you. Introducing the Great Thief's great secret weapon, Little Thief. Beep boop beep. Whoa, screens appearing from thin air. This is some next level tech, little sis. Wanna talk me through the deets? What are you doing now? Is it like 2008 in the game? Somewhere, I don't know. I'm inputting everything we need for the simulation. Allow me to explain. This is Mr. Thief. It's 2019? Holy shit. The future. Is Papa Barry the killer? Is there a mod to grab that pull? If not, I'll grab it in a moment. The first game was 2016? Why does it always feel... I guess because they have flip phones. It always feels like it's like takes place when the games came out. That's wild. Yes, guilty. It's a device that can recreate crime scenes at specific most of the time based on the data you feed it. How about I start us off with a recreation of what the yard looked like yesterday? 2018 was 6 years ago. Don't lie to me on the internet. That's when they were in the middle of tearing down the stage. We didn't pay much attention to the well then. Who knows? We may have overlooked something. Leave it to me. I'll use the photo I took. Beepity beep boop beep. That's not the computer. That's Kay saying that. That's all the data. Just gotta pump the projection power to max. And dark skies of evening, when no other bird dares take wing, one alone remains all-seeing. Now witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood. Ha! I have the power. Yipes! What is this? I'm with Kay on this. Hey, it's only 2022 right now. God, I had the weirdest stream. It's a recreation of how things were yesterday, modeled on the data I gave Little Thief. This gadget was a tool used by the original Yatagarasu, but they used it to plan robberies. Well, there's no harm in using it for something on the right side of the law now. Keep in mind, it can only recreate what you tell it to. It can't simulate things it doesn't have data for, and if the data itself contains mistakes, then you wind up with those same mistakes in the recreation too. But this particular recreation is based on Kay's photo, so we shouldn't run into any problems. That's enough preamble. Shall we get started? Begin investigation. Don't forget, you can examine stuff in the recreation just like in real life. You can also present evidence to try to clear up any inconsistencies you find. Of course, thank you for the reminder. Let's take a look at that well. When am I gonna stream Omori? Any minute now. Yes, this is where the circus show stage stood. Do you think people would be interested in a great thieving show? I'm sure the police would be very eager to attend. Hey, Shino do good. Welcome back. Enjoy your ice cream, Key. Thanks for 6.5 years. A wicker basket, or rather a cart given the wheels. Wouldn't it be fun to hop in and race it down a hill? Holophant. Oh, you know what else would be fun? Racing down a hill on office chairs. This is just the same dialogue. What was the name of our trunk-happy friend again? Azia the Asian elephant has been added into evidence? The elephant did it. Looking at those eyes. The eyes of a killer. How could I forget? Not exactly inspired, though, is it? Was Miss Barry having an off day when she came up with it? Oh my gosh, Mr. Edgeworth. Not in front of the poor elephant herself. Wow. It's pronounced Asia? That makes way more sense. But I don't want to. This pond is home to Warden Lagarde's beloved alligator. And look, those bones must be from her latest meal. I somewhat doubt an alligator could pick a carcass clean like that. Elephant? Am I saying that right? It's always the elephant. I got the feeling she was rather ladylike in her own way, actually. If you say so. Well, I do. I kind of have a sixth sense for these things. Interesting talent, though not one I'm particularly envious of. Now that's one impressive fence. I'm sure I could climb it if I... Please don't. It's electrified. I wonder what's on the other side. The warden's office, I believe. I guess she likes to keep a close eye on her pets. This facility would probably function better as a zoo than a prison. She's gonna grab the fence and it'll be like that scene from Jurassic Park. This door appears to be locked. Want me to open it? It's the same. You're free to shine somewhere else. The Shining. These chairs must have been for the audience. Yeah, okay. The game did tell me to go to the well, but I thought they would have different dialogue. Enhance. We should examine this area carefully. The well was behind the stage, which means there aren't many people who could have thrown Knight's body down it during the show. This is looking worse and worse for Mr. Saint. What about the fact that this isn't covered up from view by the audience? From the audience's perspective, they could see. Surely, even with a tiger jumping through a hoop, they'd be like, wait, is that a dead body being dropped down a well? Within my field of view. What are a bunch of pulleys doing here? They don't seem to be pulleys for lifting buckets. Gyakuten Saiban Library? translations, dev blogs, tweets, articles. Hell yeah. They know not to snitch. Was it clear the time? I mean, I think there's a sturdy-looking hemp rope lying on the ground. Hemp? Kind of reminds me of the ropes we used for playing tug-of-war in school. The answer is no, Kay. I didn't say anything yet. I see it also has a metal stake attached to one end. Oh yeah, it looks like something you'd use to put up a tent. But there was no tent, was there? In which case, what was it used for? I'm gonna smonk this rope. I'll be back. It's a metal weight of some kind. It looks like it weighs... The projection makes it a little tricky to read. Do you remember how heavy it was, Kay? Sure, it was 30 pounds. Research during development of my series? Nice. What does anyone need such a heavy weight for anyway? Doesn't seem related to the circus show at any rate. So what do you think all the stuff around the well was used for? What's there what were they used for? Well stuff? I can't see any animals needing them for their part of the performance. Indeed, nothing immediately strikes me as a likely purpose. We'll have to ask Miss Barry later. I suspect that's about all there is to find for now. Detective Gumshoe should be here soon. Okay, you can power down Mr. Thief now. Sure thing. Prepare to return to normality. Don't. No! The harsh light of day. Sorry, sir. I came as quick as I could. Oh, missile. Speak of the devil. Ah, detective, that was indeed impressively quick. You know me, sir. Never did like to keep you waiting. Thanks for coming all this way too, Regina. No problem. This seemed way more fun than rehearsal, so I ditched them for the day. Okay. It's very much appreciated. All right, detective, let's get started with Missile. Yes, sir. Hey, Missile, over here, boy. The 3-pixel pan over to get more of Missile in the shot. What's the matter? Come on, boy, come on. What's wrong with him? Looks like he's scared of something, sir. Oh, that's understandable. That's an understandable thing for a dog to be afraid of. Alligator! Guess he's not a fan, sir. Well, I doubt he'll be of much help to us like this. Any other bright ideas, Miles Orino? Yes, actually. Miss Barry, would you mind lending us a hand? I'd love to. Just tell me what you need. Do you want me to teach Allie some tricks? I don't doubt she could do it, but nothing quite like that. I'd simply like an account of what the yard looked like during the show. I like where this is going. You're thinking of using Little Thief again, am I right? If you'd be so kind. Miles Orino. Gummy, wrestle that alligator. I've plugged in all the data. Firing up the simulation. Why is it all static back there? This is what the yard was like during the show. The time in which the body was purported to have been thrown down the well. Oh wow, it's so amazing. It's like magic. No magic here. Just sweet, sweet data. Which is why... The area behind the stage is missing. Yeah, Regina said she wasn't involved in getting the stage set up, so we don't have any data on what it was like back there. No data, no simulation, huh? Brutal. I'm so sorry, you guys. It's all because they let Simeon do everything by himself. It's all my frilly associate's fault. Objection, Fender? Anyway, we got a fresh simulation, but we still have the other data too. I can switch back whenever you want to do the recreation of them taking down stage. So examine the scene during and after the show, and switch between the two at will. I can switch by using Y to talk with K. Now then, let's continue our investigation, shall we? This is neat. It's also neat that it's a reintroduction of her recreation technology, but adds a new thing on top. So if you are familiar with Investigations 1, it's not just, here's the tutorial level. They just kind of immediately get into cool stuff. You are very near the alligator enclosure, my dude. A story of forbidden love between tiger and elephant. Wish I could have seen it. Wish I could have seen Simeon up there on that stage, too. Oh, he was wonderful, the way he flew off that stage. We love expanding on mechanics. Yes, that scene. This victory is depicted in a very unique manner, whereby the villain is sent flying from the stage. Having been ejected from the stage in this manner, the villain no longer appears in the performance. You're saying the crime took place during that time. Roughly how long would you say Mr. Saint was off stage for, Miss Barry? I guess it was around 15 minutes. just as Gavel said. Isn't it pretty hairy, health and safety-wise, having an elephant fling a guy off the stage? Not at all. Asia's very gentle. I'm not sure it changes much if she flings him gently or roughly. Too gentle, in fact. When we first rehearsed it, she barely nudged him. But by the end, he was flying off that stage. Not because of Asia, though. Simeon had figured out some kind of trick, apparently. Isn't that amazing? A trick? Do you have any idea what kind of trick? Who, me? Oh no, it was Simeon's big thing. I wouldn't know where to start. Seems like you should know, being part of the show, how the trick is done, but that's fine. Maybe involves some sort of rope and pulley and weight system. It would appear that we're missing some data. That's about the size of it. Well, you gotta steal some data. I don't steal data. I use logic and deduction to get what I need. I don't steal data, Kay. I'm not building a large language model. I'm more of an act first, think later gal. Please don't add to my workload with your recklessness. I would hate to have to order your arrest. No. Miss All! Can I talk to the dog? I can talk to the dog. It's as bad as it looks, sir. Poor little guy's scared out of his skin. I'd hoped to have him track that scent again, but that clearly isn't in the cards now. Aw. Give him some snacks. The chairs are lined up neatly for the show, though we know there were a few empty seats during the performance. Something about this space, the way the seats are arranged, reminds me of a karaoke contest I entered as a kid. You entered a karaoke contest? I sure did, and I came in second. Even in the depths of nights when no other bird dares to take flight, one alone soars to shine the light of righteousness on the world's blight. Tell me you didn't actually sing that. I sure did. She did well to take second place, or perhaps stole is more apt. Or is it more she failed to steal first place? I'm overthinking this. Do you come to visit this prison often, Regina? Yeah. A bonus follow, let's go. Welcome. I have so many friends here, it's wonderful. Little friends here. And they're all such sweeties, the old faces and the new. I made a new friend only yesterday. Allie's just the cutest. That fully grown alligator lurking in the depths of the pond. Are you sure about that? Can't help wondering you could just walk up and then jump, you know? Oh, don't be silly. She'd never do anything like that. Especially since she's not doing great. I heard she hasn't been herself since yesterday. I'm so worried about her. You guys are worried too, right? Right? Yeah, totally. Super worried, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, super. Don't rope me into this. Do I have any puzzle pieces I can put together in my brain? His big moment and the items around the well. Put them together. Thank God. Like, what else? Or am I thinking too far ahead? The trick Mr. Saint performed for his big scene. Could it have something to do with all the items we found by the well? Okay, I'd like to have another look at the equipment around the well from yesterday. Can you have Mr. Thief bring up the recreation from when they were tearing down the stage? You got it. Take another look at those items. Could they not have been used for this trick of Mr. Saint's? Sounds plausible. Hey, I can maybe add it to the simulation. Good idea. Go and ask Mr. Saint for the details. Roger that, I'll be right back. Yeah, why didn't we just, from the get-go, be like, well, how did you do your trick? I had to figure it out first and then ask him how he did it. I'm back. He told me exactly how he did it. Excellent. How does it work? I guess he's not a magician, so it's cool. He said he used the pulley at the top of the well to suspend a heavy weight from a rope. Seems like a terrible idea for a traveling show to use bespoke equipment at the site for the trick to work. Feels like it would be difficult to test, and then you couldn't use it anywhere. Anyway, and lower that down into the well. There are regulars. True, every month, so I guess. The other end of the rope went through 2 more pulleys. But that's implying they don't do the show anywhere else? Even at their own circus? Whatever. I'm overthinking it. Yeah, the other end of the rope went through 2 more pulleys and was tied around his body. I see, so he used the downward pull of the weight to help him launch himself into the air. How'd he make sure the weight only dropped when he wanted it to? He used a stake to stop it, that's how. Miss Barry didn't seem to know anything about the trick, or the contraption he built for it. How does the stake stop it, and then how does it move when he wants it to? In which case, I suppose it must have been Mr. Saint himself who pulled out the stake. While he was on stage? That's trying to do that. He used the second length of rope. There it is. Okay. He tied to the stake, and then when he gave it a sharp tug... Gotcha. Yoink, there he goes. The stake was released, and the weight dropped down the well. With only the 30-pound weight? It's a great trick. I'd have to steal it. This one has to go in the Great Thief's repertoire. It may not be quite that easy. These kinds of circus tricks can require years of practice to master. The same pulley that Max uses. It's surprising he's not mentioned at all. Simply stealing the idea won't be enough. I guess they referenced the case already. Let alone having the characters here. Alright, practice it is then. Well, before you run away to do so, would you mind updating the simulation? 30 pounds would be enough to drag someone back and allow them to fall back to the ground again. To get yanked up through a gap up above, whatever. Alright, then we can see how it all worked for ourselves. I'm switching back to the recreation of the performance. I don't have to keep poking holes in it. It's the problem with a game like this where you're meant to find inconsistencies in logic and plausibility. Be like, wait, there's an inconsistency there? So that when the game's like, don't worry about it. Or just doesn't give me the information that I'm like, wait, does that make sense? Fine. Now to add in the data. He did a big jump. Little Thief should be able to reproduce the trick now. Where's the rope that he's holding? Yeah. Yeah. So this is how Mr. Saint performed his trick. Simeon's full of surprises, huh? I mean, dropping a weight down a well to help him fly off the stage like that. I mean, granted, the spare weight is 30 pounds. There probably are other weights tied to it. That are more. Dropping weight down the well to help him fly, that's genius. Indeed. I imagine he would have needed quite a lot of weight, more than him at the very least. There we go. It would have taken some serious pull to lift him into the air like that. Yeah, and probably a ton of practice. Okay. What can I do inside of my brain now? Something heavier than Saint himself would be needed for the trick to work. A single weight was found by the well. Is this... This doesn't seem... Okay. Sure. Doesn't this seem odd to you? No. You haven't noticed, Detective? There's something strange about the weight we found. How heavy it is? The one weight on its own wouldn't be heavy enough. Yeah, a single 30-pound weight couldn't have lifted Mr. Saint off the ground. I'm glad I'm in tune with how these games operate, because this seems like a very roundabout way of being like, of course, these things don't make sense. But that's, you connect it, anyway. Oh yeah! In which case, could there perhaps be some weights missing? Sounds like a job for my 7 secret weapons, sir. Should the need to use them arise, I suppose I should speak with him then. Yeah, let's... Oh, something else? Ah. Mr. Saint used the well to construct a contraption that would send him flying from the stage. He made clever use of 2 ropes. Let's see if this rope was pulling that down into the grate. Wouldn't that require... Well, I guess it depends on how that knot is tied. I feel like that would require a lot of force to pull that out with a secondary rope, but it's chill. This tarp, it's just like the one we saw in the workshop. This tarp is just like the one we saw in the workshop. Yes, but why is it here? But why is it here? Are you okay, Mr. Edgeworth? You've gone kind of blank. I intend to stay blank until you stop stealing my thoughts. That's one heavy weight. Kind of makes you think how much this must all be weighing on Simeon. It does. I'm not sure I quite see it myself. Oh, too bad we don't have the real thing here. Otherwise, I'd hang it around your neck like a big ol' albatross. Then we'll see how you like it. You'd face some stiff resistance if you tried, I can promise you that. Is there anything up here? A pulley and a rope. I suppose the two do tend to go together. They sure do, like a great thief and her treasure. Can't have one without the other. The proper pairing in this case is a great thief and a set of handcuffs. Get her! Yeah. This is the rope that was hanging down the well. But there's no piñata at the end of it, and definitely no bucket. Do try to be serious. Oh, come on, Edgeworth. I'm just trying to lighten the mood. Cut it out with that stare of yours. She may be onto something. We might want to consider what could have really been attached to the ends of the rope. A piñata? It really was a piñata. Hey, bud. No, I'm not... you. Don't say a word, sir. I just know what you're looking for. It's written all over your face. It is. Missile may be temporarily out of action, but my fishing rod is good to go whenever you need it. And if you want to give the metal detector a shot, I have that too. I've never seen him so excited. I'll be sure to let you know if I need either of them, Detective. How do I... Are these metallic? They don't look like they're metal. But okay. Detective, I have need of one of your secret weapons. Roger that. The metal detector, if you would be so kind. Ah, geez, I'm never gonna get to use my fishing rod. I'm gonna go fishing. Before we get started, let me run you through how the metal detector works, sir. You're the one holding it. Yeah, but I need you to know how cool I am while I'm doing it. It's simple enough. It uses this sound. Chat, you could pair Bar Pal with Bar Fishing. He's going fishing. It's simple enough. It uses this sound and this gauge. Mario, go fish. It's still fishing on BTTV, right? I don't remember. To tell you how close you are to something made of metal. The closer you get... Nope. I removed it? Damn. The more strongly it'll react. I think it's still on Discord. Well, it starts going wild like this. Just give me the order to examine the spot where I'm standing. What do we got here? Oh, the fence. Anyway, that's how it all works. You tell me where you want me to look, sir, and I'll get you right on it. Oh my god, we get to play as Gumshoe! Detective, there will be time to chat later. We have an investigation to conduct. Yes, sir. Detective, there will be time to chat later. Yes, sir. Where's Missile? Oh, Missile. No metal here. Okay. Gumshoe investigations. Oh, something here. Let me explain. Wait, no, that's not what I... I'm not trying to chat. I'm trying to investigate. We're getting warmer. It's still weak, sir. There it goes. No, that's not wild enough? Oh, right. That's wild. I found something. There's something here, sir. I don't see anything metallic. What did the detector pick up? I guess it must have just picked up some iron sand. Iron sand is insane. You can pick up with a magnet. That's the stuff. You can find it at the beach sometimes. And I got just the thing we need right here. Introducing secret weapon number 6 or 7. Are you making this up as you go along? A seemingly ordinary magnet that I found at the hardware store. What do you mean found? I just bring it close to the ground and ta-da, it's picking out the iron. Woo, yeah. Come on, little guys, come to Papa. It must be nice to be so easily entertained. Regardless, the investigation must continue. It's what Wooly Willy's made of, sir. Wooly Willy? Oh, whoa, huh? Over, huh? Somewhere? Oh. Oh! I got something. There's something here, sir. Pair of shavings are fun, though, aren't they? It's a gold coin. What a find. It'll go down in history. I don't imagine a gold coin would stay hidden long in a prison yard. Oh, you found it. Never would have guessed it was hiding there this whole time. That's one of the coins from the big coin hunt we hold once every 2 weeks. That sounds kind of interesting. Must be fun for the whole family. Sure is. The prisoners have to hunt for the coins the warden buried around the yard. And if they find 3 silver coins or 1 gold coin, they can swap them for a jelly donut. First the show, now a treasure hunt. Is this a prison or a playground? A jelly donut. Back to it. Maybe the alligator. Oh. Wait. We're close. I'm picking up something over here. Huh? Found these little guys in the grass. They're the same as the weight we found by the well. They must be from Mr. Saint's trick. Did someone hide these here on purpose? I count 4 altogether, sir. They would be more than heavy enough to send him flying. Somebody had several of the same weights as the one by the well. But why? And why over here? Yes, nice work, me. Eek! Alligator! That thing nearly gave me a heart attack. Huh? What's the matter, detective? It's the metal detector, sir. It's reacting to the alligator. Let's go. Alligator's a robot. Maybe everyone in the prison, prisoners and animals alike, are all robots. It's not responding to the weights we just found. No, sir, I'm sure this is something different. And I'm sure it's coming from the alligator. Oh, it's actually the gator detector. And she's gone. Ha 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 ha. We scared that big snapper good. I don't think that's it, Kay. Then what is it? Allie hasn't been herself lately. That's the name. Allie, the warden's favorite pet. She wouldn't even look at the food Warden Lagarde brought her yesterday. She was acting as if, I don't know, as if maybe she'd eaten something that didn't agree with her. Maybe the metal detector was responding to whatever she ate, sir. Maybe she ate a clock. What if she ate one of the weights? I highly doubt that even an alligator could swallow a 30-pound lump of iron. So what did the metal detector actually pick up? And why would someone hide those weights? Perhaps I missed something when I looked at the equipment by the well. Okay, could you recreate the scene again? Coming right up. Activate. Remember you're joking about eating evidence? I never joke about eating the evidence. Because it happens more often than you think. I must scour the scene. What? I must deduce? What am I to deduce with? What am I deducing about? With one of these? Scar tied of a nice body was the victim was tied up. Colorful tarp. Yeah. Yeah. Popper's made by a bear. Prison roll call. Cause of death was stabbed into the neck, afflicted with a sharp blade. Had a small bell attached to it. Bell. Chef used the well. 3 pulleys and 2 lengths of rope since I don't show. I don't know what they want. I mean, it has to do something with the weights we just found, right? Because related to the evidence somehow. Oh, well, I was like, well, it was locked, but the lock is broken. There's not really an inconsistency in my mind. Because they would have been able to unlock it, lift this grate up, pull the weights out, take them out. Something about this bass line sounds... Not this part, not that melody line, but the bass line is like Mother 3-esque. There's a couple tracks in Mother 3 that are kind of... Got that kind of driving bass like it. What the hell do they want? There's something up here. Looks like this was designed for raising and lowering a bucket. No sign of the bucket, though. Bucket! I mean, will I explode my brain if I'm wrong? One was behind the stage, which means there are many people who could have thrown nice body down during the shows. One was missing. Okay, fine. What if I just... Let me just try presenting something. Oh, I will take damage in my brain if I'm wrong. Yeah, no. If you look over here, you'll see that the evidence, it's missing something. The contraption is missing something. The well, very heavy weight, 3 pulleys, 2 lengths of rope. So it's missing a pulley and a length of rope. So we're missing a pulley? Eureka! No, we're not. Cool. We're missing a length of rope? Am I remotely on the right track here? Eureka! Think about the 2 recreations, the one during the performance and the one we're looking at right now. There is a pulley up on top, you're right. Attached to the thing. There's a major difference between the 2. Namely that one of the ropes is missing. Okay. Oh, yeah. took me long enough. Mr. Saint's trick wouldn't work with only the items we see before us. So what happened? Where did the missing rope go? I think one of the pieces of evidence we've collected might tell us exactly that. What shows us where the missing rope went? The rope. Take that! This rope was found beside Knight's body. You mean? Yes, it must have been the other rope used in Saint's trick. So you're saying that this rope did indeed have a weight attached to it. But it wasn't any of the iron weights we found. Those were hidden in the bushes and replaced with something else. What was it, Mr. Edgeworth? Come on, I'm dying here. Think about what the rope we found in the workshop was related to. Do that, you'll soon figure out the answer. The weight dropped down the well in place of the iron weights was... the body? Take that! It could only have been Knight's body that was dropped down the well. Knight's body was the weight? Somebody swapped out the weights used for Saint's trick? But if Regina herself didn't know how the trick worked, who the hell else would? Mr. Saint used the contraption to make his exit from the stage. This is getting absurd. I mean, it's like Ace Attorney, so like, granted, yes, but... what the fuck? He's gonna make his exit from the stage, yeah. When he let the rope around his body loose, both the rope and Knight's body fell to the bottom of the well. That rope was never used to restrain Knight. It was used to suspend his body halfway down the well. It's turning into Rube Goldberg. I really need to figure out the timeline of events here, because this is bizarre. From this, we can easily see why most of the weights were hidden, so that no one realized they've been replaced with the body. Precisely. We can then further why not drop them down the well? We can further deduce that they were hidden by the killer. Unless the person knew that there was a tunnel there, and the weights might block the tunnel, but they were dropping a whoa there, gang. Wasn't poor old Bronco stabbed in the neck? Wouldn't there be blood everywhere, including down the well? Oh, the killer thought of that, which is why they used this. At least to stop Knight's blood from going everywhere. The tarp. This tarp was found with the body. I think it's likely that Knight's corpse was wrapped in it. Another piece of the puzzle falls into place. It's all coming together now. Love it. But all we're doing is proving that the body did go down the well, which means we're helping to prove that Simeon was the killer. No, not quite. What about what Judge Gavelle said yesterday? But if Mr. Saint truly is the killer, why would he need to go to such lengths to commit his crime? That's true. Knight's body fell down the well when Mr. Saint used this contraption during the show. Therefore, it reveals nothing about where the real killer actually was or what they were doing at the time. It's only designed to throw suspicion onto those who were not at the show. I guess we did suspect Mr. Canis right away, huh? That was the killer's goal, to make us think the crime took place during the show. If that's true, then that has to be someone who knew that the circus would be here and that it's every month and they would know who was and was not around for it. Which seems to only point towards the warden herself. But what the fuck would her motive be? Okay. In other words, they used the well contraption to construct an alibi. Miss Barry, when exactly did Mr. Saint put his contraption together? It would have been the day before the show. The night before, actually. Yes, we started getting ready for the show at around 9 p.m. And I think we finished around midnight. In which case, the alligator did it. The killer must have switched the weights out for the body after that point. Maybe she thought it was funny. It was meant to be a goof. Did Canis know about this contraption? Even if he did, he wouldn't have been able to do much with it. And I highly doubt that he taught his dog to suspend bodies halfway down wells. Which means Canis isn't the killer. Okay. Do I have other stuff to do? Can I connect that to the elephant somehow? I don't think so, but I'm gonna try. Yeah, okay, good, thank God. Either the elephant's a red herring or it's used for something I don't have yet. Supposed to talk to someone? What's up? There's a good meme I have to see. A relevant meme? Mr. Edgeworth, I think I've cracked the case, sir. What if the killer was an invisible man? Go on. Wait. Well, the weapon came out of nowhere, and nobody knows how the body was moved. None of that makes sense until you put an invisible man in the picture. Detective? Don't tell me you think invisible people really exist. Who knows, sir? But it'd be fun to see one, though, huh? What a winning idea. Perhaps we should make your assignment to Mr. Winter permanent from tomorrow. You gotta be kidding me. That kid probably still believes in Santa Claus. People in glass houses. Invisible men and Santa Clauses are different things. A wicker basket, or rather a cart. Okay, great. Cool. Why is that still... It doesn't get the check mark that I interacted with it. Check meme parlor. I will check it exactly once. I did post the Instagram reel as requested, and Katie posted all caps bold yes. So, message received about the Phillies fans being like Pikmin. Memes. I made this for everybody who made the same joke during the first Investigation 2 stream when Bronco Knight started spinning his gun. Posted by Frauke. This isn't a meme. This is a work of goddamn art. Holy fuck. I don't have words. This is just the best thing I've ever seen, is all it is. What do you mean? What do you mean? That's pretty good. that's pretty good. You're pretty good. Beautiful. This belongs in the Louvre. I need Knight spinning a glizzy now. Calm down. Oh my god, that's amazing. Bravo. Can we have that for us, not on Discord? What do you mean, have it for us? Like a URL to post it somewhere? I can give you an extremely nightmarish Discord URL that will expire because Discord links expire. But that is a link to the GIF if you are watching right now. There you go. Or you could join the Discord and hop in the meme parlor. Okay. Stay on the ceiling of the Sis Meme Chapel? I'm pinning it. That's the equivalent of the cis meme. Cis meme just sounds like memes about cis people. Anyway, and we know that. I don't know. The cis meme chapel. Good. Put it in there. Good. Great. A cis teen painted this chapel? Damn. Who else? What else must I do? What do they want? I mean, tree, not by the book stuff. Using Great Thieves Doodads in an official investigation. Enough with the death stare, Chief. It's cool, I can keep a secret. Anything for the truth. It's possible vital evidence has already been destroyed. Without Kay's reproduction of the scene, we have no hope of finding it. The cis bus and its chapel? This cis teen chapel is bussin'? Well, like I said, I'll just zip it and nod politely while you cats do your thing. That'd be helpful. I'm confused about what else they want me... Unless they want me to move to the other time frame? For creations? What do they want? Here you go. That's all good. That's fine. That's fine. Dog's good. What am I missing? Oh, that's why it was still not a check. It's the pen that held Asia, the Asian elephant. Yeah, I get it. Now empty as the lady herself is on stage. Wonder how they got her in here in the first place. What do you mean? Well, the entrance to the art is people-sized, and there's like a gazillion megawatts pumping through that fence. Kind of risky, no? Not if one turned off the electricity. Yeah, but then all the prisoners would escape. Through an entrance blocked by an elephant? I think not. This is a real puzzler, all right. I'll need to give it some more thought. She's enjoying the challenge. I'll leave her to it. This reminds me of the puzzle of the elephant in the prison. The basket was empty in the other recreation. Oh yeah, but it was definitely empty in the photo I took too. Oops, sorry, I made a mistake when I was filling you in earlier. Oh? That basket's for holding Asia's food, but on the morning of the show, all the apples that were in it had vanished. Poof. Apple cart. I totally forgot to mention it, sorry. Disappearing apples? Who stole all of these apples? Did she eat all of the apples? The apples in the basket were likely eaten by Asia. What do you mean? That's for holding her food, but on the morning of the show, all the apples were gone. She ate all the apples. It's just like... That's Edgeworth's logic at play. He's a genius. That's strange. I made sure to put the cart where her trunk couldn't reach him. Are you sure about that? Brain blast! It was still full of apples the night before the show. Then we must consider the possibility the cart was moved somewhere within her reach. A large basket full of apples couldn't have been moved by the wind, which likely means somebody moved it for a reason. So before the show had even started, the cart had been moved and its apples eaten. Yes, that seems to be the most probable timeline. Let's update the recreation, okay? This is the most... I don't want to say contrived, that's not the right word, but just like... The apple cart was blocking access to the power room. So the fact that the apples were eaten is proof that someone accessed the power room last night. It's like... It's crazy. I'll add it to the simulation. Okay. Alright. Okay. I'm holding on by a fucking thread. I need this case to get its shit together. They're all done. Okay, good. This door appears to be locked. Want me to open it? No. Spoil sport. Yeah. Okay. Little wonder its smell of animals is being used for the elephant. To hold Asia's apples, right? Yeah, but it was full of them the day before the show. So they vanished overnight? Did you figure something out, Mr. Edgeworth? Quite possibly. Perhaps, perchance, dare I say, perpants. Now I'm over here. How'd you teleport me across the room? Pardon me, Kay. I simply have to inspect the apple cart again. Okay. Alright. Good. That's really good. I didn't know you could just... Oh, you have to be like pixel perfect to do that. That's amazing. Yeah, normally you just push her out of the way. Alright, oh, you can make her spin! Rotates the K in your mind. Microwave. Okay, do I have things inside my brain now? By the way, basket of apples. I need 2 apples for my magic show. The basket was moved the night before the circus performance, and we've deduced that the weights were switched out for the body at around the same time. Hard to chalk that up to coincidence, huh? Then the next question we should be asking is, why was the cart moved? I think I can hazard a guess, the cart would have been blocking that door, which can only mean that somebody needed to open it. Now, let's see what's... Oh, great. It's locked. Let me ask a guard for help. Hey, Mr. Guard. Yes, miss, what can I do for you? That was fast. Guard, where is the key for this door? Oh, the warden keeps hold of that. In bold, shaking text, I'll go ask her for it. I like that. I'm like, the only way this makes sense is if the warden was at least complicit in the crime. Now they're like, only the warden could go in there. I'm like, okay, cool. Neat. Warden Lagarde's the only one with a key, meaning if somebody did open the door, they would have had to get it from her somehow. And the game itself is like, don't pay attention. Thanks for the help. Ace Attorney brain. I mean, sometimes it boxes me into a corner, though. Because sometimes I get obsessed with a piece of evidence not lining up. And I'm like, then everything points to this, and it's wrong. And then I get stuck thinking inside that box. And I get really confused. Look at all these breakers. They must control the electricity for the whole prison. We're thinking somebody got in here the night before the show, right? But why? What were they trying to do? I doubt they came here by mistake thinking it was a break room. They must have come to tamper with the switches. Can we get some fingerprints in here? They turn off power to something? Come to think of it, wasn't there something that lost power? What might have lost power had a breaker been flipped? There was something about power going out. Wasn't there a thing? The roll call. This wasn't working. Couldn't find anything. There's a 3-hour gap in the footage. There was. Took me a sec. There was a 3-hour gap in the security camera footage. Oh yeah, there was. So somebody flipped the breaker it was connected to. Seems very likely. Do you think it was the killer? It's true that shutting off the cameras would have made things easier for them. It would. Which means the killer would have to be someone who had access to the breakers. And it seems only one person has the key. It couldn't be, could it? Could it? No, but maybe? All right, little thief, your work here is done. All right. We learned some things. Some terrifying, horrifying things. Oh, you two. The people I don't... The two least likely... When you two show up. First on the scene, the early bird wins the worm. Good morning, Mr. Winner. What? How'd you get here before me? When you oven the hot evidence about the testimony. Good morning, Mr. Edgeworth. I see you've made an early start. And I see you've made a late one, Judge Gavel. Boom, bam, bam. This is not my only case. I'm a very busy woman. Not all of us enjoy the freedom of a prosecutor relieved of his only current responsibility. Ugh. Oh, I do apologize. I meant, of course, an associate attorney. Associate, more like asinine. We'll see about that. Eustace, let us begin the investigation of the yard. Okay, I'll go get some officers to help. Hold it! That won't be necessary. Why not? We've already finished investigating the yard and won quite the prize in the process. Won? But I'm supposed to be the winner. Your Honor. I'm the best. I'd like to revisit your theory from yesterday in order to thoroughly disprove it. I would caution you to choose your words carefully, Mr. Edgeworth. As I'm sure you remember, your badge is in my hands. Ha ha, ho ho. How could I forget? You've told me several dozen times already. Real. Perhaps you'd care to try a different threat. Holy shit. Man has no fear. You have been warned repeatedly, yes, and each time my words seem to have fallen on deaf ears. Allow me to make this crystal clear. The committee cannot and will not tolerate insubordination. Objection! Insubordinate these nuts, Your Honor. The fate of my badge and the whims of the committee are of no concern to me now. The only thing that concerns me is proving Simeon Saint's innocence. Interesting. And spoken like a true defense attorney. In that case, I shall be equally uncompromising. In the name of the goddess of justice. I smash your pee-pee with a hammer. And when I'm done, your career as a prosecutor will be over as well. I hope you do not come to regret this. You wouldn't be the first to smash my... Judge Gavel's theory. My theory remains the same as when I related it to you yesterday. Mr. Carcerado did not see Mr. Knight's body when he passed through the tunnel. As such, the body could only have been dropped down the well during the show. We both know the only one who could have dropped the body down there during the show is Mr. Saint. Yeah, right. That's still your assertion, and you can prove it, of course. Of course you can. Who do you think you're up against? What Eustace means to say is that we received the final autopsy report just ahead of our arrival. Shirley is a very busy woman, busy looking after baby Winner. The victim appears to have died the night before the body was discovered. Wouldn't that be extremely obvious from, like, a single glance? If he'd been dead that long? Anyway, in other words, the night before the show. The cause of death is as stated. It seems the wound is 4 inches deep. Okay. How big is the little stabby guy we found? The Phoenix Wright experience. Somebody say it was off stage for a period of 15 minutes. That was plenty of time for him to throw the victim's body down the well. Judge Cavell hasn't investigated the yard yet, which means... I fear there may be something of a flaw with your theory, Your Honor. You seem very confident of that. But do you have any evidence to prove it? Yes, I think I just might. Rebut all. Theory remains the same as when I related it to you yesterday. Same as it ever was. That theory being that Mr. Saint was the killer. You're certainly clinging to it rather stubbornly. And you are certainly clinging rather stubbornly to the idea that Saint wasn't the killer. Do you have any conclusive evidence that he wasn't? Any idea who the real killer might be? I'd like to see what evidence you yourself have first. I am an emissary of the goddess of justice. My words are her words. But her words are wasted on you, I see. You would challenge me if I said the sky was blue. If I'm defending the sky, is this a court or a cult? Asking that way too late. If you truly mean to refute the word of the divine, then come, show me your evidence. This is what I believe to be true. I disagree. Show me your evidence. You would go against a god? That's a bit of a leap. Mr. Carceral did not see Mr. Knight's body when he passed through the tunnel.
Hold it!
Isn't it possible Mr. Carcerado simply failed to notice the body? Assistant to the Associate Attorney, you have been through the secret passage, have you not? Whoa, how'd you know? I noticed mud on you yesterday, on that charming key in your hair, to be precise. That's incredible. You could be a great thief with eyes like that. Answer me truthfully, in the name of the goddess. Would you or would you not have noticed the body had one been present? I guess I would've. There you have it. Mr. Carcerado did not see a body, which means there was no body there to see. As such, the body could only have been dropped down the well during the show.
Hold it!
And the days go by. No. Murder, hold me down. Could you talk us through your reasoning a little more? The day before the performance, Mr. Knight borrowed the keys from Mr. Carcerado. Or more specifically, the key to his cell. Knight then used the key to leave his cell and enter Saint's cage. Saint took Mr. Knight to the yard in that cage, and that's where he killed him. The following day, Mr. Carcerado crawled his way through the tunnel, but there was no body there yet. Wait, that doesn't add up. Mr. Carcerado smelled that sweet smell. Knight must have been in the tunnel already. No, his body did not pass through the tunnel until sometime after Carcerado had crawled through it. Carcerado used the tunnel right around the time the show was starting. The body was discovered just after the performance ended, from which you deduced the body could only have been thrown down the well during the show. Yes, and who the culprit must be. Both know the only one who could have dropped the body down there is Mr. Saint.
Hold it!
The fishing minigame? Are you sure about that? Nobody else could have done it? I understand Miss Barry was on stage for the entire performance. Most of the prisoners were watching the show, and those who are not have plausible alibis. What about the guards? They too were watching the show, as was the warden. How can you be so sure? A guard could have easily approached the well unnoticed. None of the guards left their post during the show. I have checked this for myself, you know. I took statements from each and every one of them. She's thorough, I'll give her that. Are you finally ready to accept the truth that the killer could only have been Simeon Saint? Judge Gavelle hasn't carried out a full investigation of the yard yet, which means we got the advantage for a change. I should review the evidence we gathered during our investigation. Yeah. Did not see the body. Only been dropped on the well during the show. Yeah, but it was dangling up above. Time was between 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. on the 27th. They said a 4-inch blade. That seems much smaller than 4 inches, but I can't really tell. And then there's that. There's a bear's been here. The roll call is at 7, noon, and 9. So that doesn't really change anything. Suicide we detected. What was updated? He was tied up. Because I was using this, but then it didn't update the text, so I guess I can't use it. Okay. Well, I only dropped on the well during the show. I mean, it was dropped during the show, but it was suspended in the well. How do I prove that? Only gonna drop the body down there during the show, as Mr. Saint. He did drop it down, but he didn't. But he maybe didn't know. I don't know what to present and where. Like, I know what the issue is, but the way this is laid out is strange. And or poo brain. Is it that he didn't see the body? The body could only be dropped down the well during the show? Because that's true, and Saint did drop the body. So I feel like the line has to be that he didn't see the body, but I'm proving that it was in the well. This is weird. I'm like hung up on this. It was replaced with the victim's body by someone. I mean, it says it was replaced by the body. I'll try it. Would you mind taking a look at this? No. There's no connection. I mean, it does. Maybe the last line? Maybe. Oops. I'm gonna drop the body down there during the show as Mr. Saint. Oh, because first I have to establish they didn't drop it down like open, well, drop the body. Objection! That makes sense. That does make sense. Ha 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 ha. Sorry, Your Honor, but there's something else you're going to have to take into account. The well in the yard was rigged up to create a certain unique contraption. A contraption? Go on. You will recall that Saint was sent flying from the stage by the elephant. I do. Just before he was to be absent for some time. He was only able to fly through the air thanks to a weighted rope he tied around himself. Dropping the weighted end down the well allowed him to complete the trick. Objection! Wait, wouldn't that send him flying as soon as he set foot on the stage? It's simple, really. He kept the weight from falling by using a stake to keep the rope in place. With a second rope, he was able to pull the stake free, thereby controlling when the weight was dropped. We have found evidence to suggest that the original weight was replaced with Knight's body. This was done by the real killer in order to create an alibi. The estimated time of death tells us that the murder took place early in the morning. The killer could have tampered with the contraption in the time between the murder and the show. Objection! It's been a year. Yeah, no worries. I don't mind help from chat. I'm really just a stickler about spoilers or just like stuff before I even get to that point. You're saying Mr. Saint himself set this contraption up, right? Well then, who do you think is the #1 most likely person to have used it to dispose of a body? Even you must see how this looks. If Mr. Saint was the killer, he could have simply done as Judge Gavel theorized without these extra steps. Miss Barry? Yes? Does anyone else know how Mr. Saint's trick works? Let's see. We had to get the prison's approval on what we were going to perform, so I don't think Simeon's the only one who knows. And there you have it. Interesting. You have certainly been diligent in your investigation, and yet I failed to comprehend your actions still. You what? Why do you not work to do what is right? Is what I am doing wrong? If so, who is it that deems it so? How can you not grasp even that? How can you not see that you are doing wrong at this very moment? You are a prosecutor, and yet you aid the defense. Why are you... That doesn't matter. This flies in the face of common sense. You are breaking every rule in the book. I think only of what is right and just, and act as I see fit in each situation I'm confronted with. This is the path I have chosen, and whether you can comprehend that choice is immaterial. But if you mean to stand in my way, I will fight back with all I can bring to bear. And polar bear. I just noticed the birds on the scaffolding behind her. Perhaps the goddess of justice is testing me. Very well. If it is her will that we must fight, then I shall end this once and for all. Listen well, Mr. Edgeworth. Jailbirds! Oh, for there is another reason why only Mr. Saint can be the killer. Fuck. Did we do the poll earlier? Hey, Viz, do you mind knocking out a poll? I don't know if we did it. I just looked over and saw the poll redeemed. Why Saint is the suspect? If the body was moved from the yard to the workshop. Yeah, no worries. It was a poll for is Puppet Barry the killer in this case. Yeah, no problem. Thank you. I don't understand your motivations. Mind chess, checkmate. I eat the pieces. Then Mr. Knight must have first been brought here. If the body was moved from the yard to the workshop, Knight must have first been brought here to the yard from his cell. The only person who had the opportunity to do that is Simeon Saint, and thus he remains the only plausible suspect. Saint took a cage with him to Mr. Knight's cell, but why would he do that? Why take such an unwieldy object all the way to the holding cells? It is pretty sus. Oh my god. She actually just said the word sus. But we've all met Mr. Saint. That's exactly the kind of thing he would do. It's entirely plausible that he took the cage with him out of absent-mindedness and nothing else. It may be plausible, but is it no more or less plausible than him having helped Mr. Knight to escape? I need some real solid evidence. I'm gonna get her to budge. Like, I say sus all the time in these games, but I'm shortening the word suspicious. The games never actually say sus. Yeah, you can tell this was a more recent localization. If the body was moved from the yard to the workshop... Hold it! The murderer did vent. Well, Carcerado vented. We don't know if the killer actually went into the tunnel himself. You seem to think that Mr. Knight was killed here in the yard. When do you think he was brought here? Sometime between midnight and 8 a.m. the day of the show. It could only have been during that time. In other words, between the end of rehearsal and the start of the performance. As I was saying, if the body was moved from the yard to the workshop, then Mr. Knight must have been first brought here to the yard from his cell.
Hold it.
Was sus an investigation as one? God. There's the poll. Is Papa Barry the killer? Chat, only you can decide. You're the jury in this case. Was there really no other way he could have come here? Mr. Knight was awaiting trial. If he, a random non-inmate, had openly entered the prison proper, he surely would have been noticed. And presumably none of your witnesses have testified to having seen such a thing. Precisely. Praise be the goddess of justice for granting you this insight. So as you will agree, it can only be that Mr. Knight was brought over here in secret. There was no world before Among Us. It's like thinking of time before the Big Bang. It's not how it works. The only person who had the opportunity to do that is Simeon Saint.
Hold it!
You're certain nobody else had the opportunity? Need I remind you that we are in a prison? The entire facility is monitored at all times. Anything out of the ordinary would have been spotted.
Hold it!
No, really. But Saint was under the same scrutiny, was he not? The warden had granted the members of the circus troupe special access. As a member of that troupe, under the supervision of Miss Barry, he is the only person who is free to wander where he will.
Objection!
It seems you've forgotten something, Your Honor. Forget is not a word in my vocabulary, Mr. Edgeworth. Very well, then recall this fact, if you will. You've forgotten something. I don't know the meaning of the word. Then remember this thing that you forgot. You claim that Mr. Saint is the only person who is free to walk around the prison, but there was a brief period of time on the day of the crime in this prison, a time when it would have been possible for anyone to move through the prison unmonitored. What do I have that shows there was a period on the day of the crime where oversight was limited? Yeah. Just that.
Take that!
Just use that again. Mr. Saint is far from the only one who had the opportunity. Which opportunity are we talking about again? We had previously established that the time code on the security footage was off by 3 hours, and from this we can deduce that there must have been a power outage lasting for that length of time. 76% of chat said Papa Barry is the killer. Alright, let's skip ahead to case 3 then. We locked it down, during which anyone could have moved around the prison undetected. Just yes, Yendinger. Do you mean to say that our killer intentionally created this 3-hour gap? That it was no simple camera malfunction? Is that even possible? It was completely possible to create the 3-hour gap using this.
Take that!
Our investigation of the yard turned up something rather interesting. The elephants ate a lot of apples. And that's important. A panel of breakers, one which can be used to cut the power to the security cameras. We also learned that the door to the power room may have been opened at around that time of the murder. Such a shame to see one so capable fall so short of the mark. Mr. Edgeworth knows what he's doing. Ha ha ha. Then how does he explain the lock on the power room door? Oh yeah, it was kind of locked up tight. And the warden's the only one with the key. Those breakers are vital to the prison's infrastructure, so I very much doubt that anyone could have gained access to the power room's key so easily.
Objection!
Unless... No. But... one person could have. I beg your pardon? That person, the killer, had easy access to it, in fact. And what's more, their position here is such that nobody would dare question them.
Objection!
What? There's no one like that. The breaker to the electric fence is in there. They would be questioned in an instant. There's only one person who meets these criteria. I can hardly believe it myself, but I have to follow where the logic leads. The person who had access to the power room key was... Gumshoe! Bum, 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 bum. Regina Fifi Lagarde.
Take that!
Lagarde. Hopefully the stoat or whatever around her neck wasn't culpable in the crime. My heart couldn't take it. The real culprit is... you. Yeah, you. I'm pointing. Warden Lagarde. He's the mastermind. The fox. Just look at you, aren't you the cutest little poochie-woo? He's not just a pretty face. Missile also has quite the nose for sweet things. It seems he's smelling something very sweet indeed, and it's coming from you. Oh, darling, you're making me blush. I'm not even wearing perfume. Then perhaps it is the sweet stench of death. You're a regular poet, aren't you? I had no idea. But if I didn't know better, I'd almost think you were calling moi the killer. That is precisely what I'm calling you. What? Warden Lagarde is the killer? Mr. Edgeworth, do you realize what you're saying? Such a naughty boy. How could he suspect me? I'm the one in charge around here. It's like we're in a murder mystery, aren't we? And equally far-fetched, this is preposterous. Hold it! Fear and hunger guy? Sadly it is not, although I can hardly believe it myself. On the lips, but this is where the evidence points, and we must trust in the evidence. This proves that Warden Lagarde is the killer. Just the door? Is there something else? Surely they don't mean for me to just present the same evidence again. Right? 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 Wouldn't they, right? Take that! I mean, I guess she wasn't in the room for it. Darling, please, that's your damning evidence. It has nothing to do with me. Okay. That wasn't it. Missile smelled something. Oh. Okay. You're a hoot. Can we dispense with the jokes? No. Random bullshit go. Take that! Your scent betrays you, Warden. And here is your accuser. The police dog. I trusted Missile with my life. We had him track a sweet scent that was lingering around Knight's body back when it was first found. He now appears to be smelling the same scent. How do we know that that's what... whatever. And it's coming from you. Jacques. Darling, you're priceless. Your evidence is a whiff of suspicion. Verity, dear, do put him in his place. It seems Judge Gavel may have reached a similar conclusion to myself. You believe this to be no mere coincidence, Mr. Edgeworth? I do. After all, she had the key, and the scent found lingering on the body is hers as well. Were it just one or the other, we might be able to brush it off as coincidence. However... Indeed, then it seems a conclusion approaches. Perhaps we should hear what the warden has to say for herself. We should, and when we have, this case will finally be at an end. You're all being simply awful. Stop looking at me like that. Me, the killer? Stop kissing it. How could I possibly do such a thing? I didn't do it. Verity told me everything she knows about the case, sweetie. The victim died in his cell, so by your logic, I would have had to have killed him there. But how am I supposed to have moved the body, especially as I never went into the prison? I was too busy with work, you see. I was cooped up in my office until right before the show began. Check it if you like. You won't find a record anywhere of my having entered or left the prison proper. I haven't the first idea what harebrained theories you little scamps have cooked up, but I'm innocent. There's simply no way I could be the killer. Give me a break. Missile doesn't lie. Don't make it hard on everyone and just come clean. Oh dear, I'm afraid you are the one making things difficult. As I just said, I never went into the prison. If you think I'm lying, go and check the records. She clearly wants us to check those records, which means they won't help us. We'll just have to find another way of getting the truth out of her. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, stop being a big silly. You've made a boo-boo and you know it. And his little hands are really good. Barry told me everything she knows about the case. Hold it! Judge Gavel told you everything. Are you close? Thick as thieves, darling. Why do you ask? Are you jealous? Jealous of what? I had to ask Warden Lagarde for a lot of information on the first day of our investigation. It seemed only right that I share some information in return. Oh, Verity, do you have to make it sound so awfully dry? I thought we had a lovely chat. Ha ha ha. I simply shared the truth in our conversation. It was the least I could do. I'm not sure what's going on, but these two, they're terrifyingly formidable together. The victim died in his cell, so by your logic, I would have had to have killed him there.
Hold it!
They were roommates. The murder took place in his cell. You seem very happy to accept that. And why shouldn't I be? It seems the most likely place for it to have happened without drawing attention. And besides, they found Knight's blood in his cell. Yes, but that was from being struck by Mr. Carcerado. Though I needn't tell her that, I suppose. Take it there's also been no testimony to the contrary. What does it matter? Knight being killed in his cell doesn't go against any of the facts anyway. How am I supposed to have moved the body? I never went into the prison.
Hold it!
Do you have any evidence you didn't enter the prison? Please, darling, let me finish. I was too busy with work. I was cooped up in my office.
Hold it!
It's hard to prove a thing that didn't happen. You were in your office the whole time, and you didn't notice anything unusual. No, I can't say that I did. And you didn't notice anything missing. I must confess, I'm a rather messy girl, and a forgetful one at that. I put something down and it's lost forever. It's a curse. I haven't lost some important evidence recently. It was gone, just like that. What? And she still has a job? Honestly, if somebody came into my office and took something, it might be years before I noticed. It seems like I'll need more than the power room key to expose her. On the day of the murder, I was working in my office and looking for something I'd misplaced. Even if I'd had a reason to go into the prison, I simply wouldn't have had the time. Okay. Me too. You won't find a record anywhere of me having entered the prison.
Hold it!
Sure, maybe you didn't go through the main entrance to the prison, but what if you took another route? Come now, surely you don't mean that awful filthy tunnel they discovered? Until yesterday, I had no idea it even existed. No, you had another way, and I'm certain of it. A route that didn't require going through the main entrance or the tunnel. The route you took went through this location. The yard, obviously. There's clearly a way to... right there. Through the fence? Warden, you took Knight from his cell and brought him to your office, which just happens to be connected to the yard. Since the first time this map was shown, where they're like, the only way through is the connecting corridor. Ignore the top half of the screen. It's just been sitting there for hours. If you had a way through the fence, then you would have been able to circumvent both the entrance and the tunnel. Hee hee, a gold star for creativity, darling. And how would I have gotten through the fence? The extremely high fence topped with razor wire, with thousands of volts of electricity going through it. Yeah, how's she supposed to have gotten through that? The fence's electricity supply can be cut off from the power room, which is on the other side of the fence, Miles. And only you had the key, Warden. No one but you could have done it.
Overruled.
Utterly ridiculous. The power room is on the prison side of the yard. Warden Lagarde was on the detention center side. How would she even have reached the power room? Exactly, Verity, darling. Well, clever puss. You've dug yourself a real hole now. Aye. If there's no record of Lagarde having entered the prison proper, then the idea that she could have shut off the fence by using the breaker is out of the question. But there must be some way she could have done it. Take a deep breath, big guy. Lose your cool and you've lost everything. But if I don't find a solution, she might still wriggle out of this. I said take a deep breath, not freak out and completely lose your cool. There's nothing to be gained by banging your head against the same wall, yeah? No matter how you look at it, Warren Lagarde couldn't have done it alone. Mr. Edgeworth, if you cannot find... She sent the stoat. Wait. Hold on. You aren't doing yourself any favors by obstructing justice with your silence. That was a reflexive objection. But now that I've yelled it, if I don't come up with an answer, it's all over. I have one more thing to add, if you'll permit me. Stalling for time, stalling for time. Come on, brain. Think of something. Something that explains how the warden could have shut off the breaker from the wrong side of the fence? Yes, because it's not as impossible as it seems. Second tunnel, second tunnel. What enabled her to shut off the breaker? An accomplice. She couldn't have done it alone, but what if she wasn't alone? Now we're talking. Way to flex the old gray matter, kiddo. I believe that Warden Lagarde had an accomplice. A second alligator. You disappoint me, Edgeworth. What do you mean? Edgeworth has said nothing wrong. The inmates of this prison are all issued with security bracelets. The ones that raise the alarm when people go where they're not supposed to. Oh, I see that you have realized your error, and we are, of course, within the prison grounds. where not only are the bracelets worn, but even the guards surveil each other for signs of wrongdoing. Despite all that, no one noticed Mr. Carcerato's escape. The only ones who are free to roam are the animals, and they most certainly could not have operated the breaker. No, so our accomplice must be human. Then who did it, given that it cannot have been a prisoner or a guard? I wouldn't be so quick to rule out either, Your Honor. The fact is, there is one person, someone whose movements weren't restricted. And I have just the evidence to show that free roaming person was...
Take that!
She knew his bracelet was broken. This is one of the prisoner's bracelets. Indeed, a broken bracelet belonging to a certain self-proclaimed model prisoner. What do you mean? And who is this prisoner? It all comes back to the clock. Frank saw it. Warden Lagarde's favorite inmate. Did it again. It's strange, isn't it, Warden? That he was able to keep his broken bracelet hidden and wander freely around the prison all the while. That is pretty funky, and I don't mean in a good way. It couldn't be the case that he was permitted some sort of special leeway, could it? Although you are in the habit of giving such leeway to certain others, Bodhidharma Canis, for example. Mr. Edgeworth, that is pure speculation. In that case, why don't we ask Mr. Sawit himself? I'm confident he will confirm for us that he and Warden Lagarde were accomplices in this crime. If the two of them had worked together, a certain route into the prison becomes viable. The real route by which Knight was moved from his cell to the prison proper. Recall that there were two big obstacles in her path. First, the security camera outside Knight's cell. Second, the electrified fence in the yard. But she was able to remove both obstacles in one fell swoop by having Sawit shut off the corresponding breakers. All right, Mr. Edgeworth, you've had your fun. And? Do you still deny it's Warden Lagarde? No, darling, you've got me. I admit it. Warden? Tell me this isn't true. Sorry, Verity, honey. I'm afraid it is. Frankie helped me do it. No way! You did it, Mr. Edgeworth. You got her. Nice shooting, cowboy. She won't be wriggling out of this now. As Mr. Edgeworth said, I had Frankie switch off the breaker. But we didn't kill Knight, did we? No, sweetums, no, we didn't. What? Warden, explain yourself. Oh, Verity, dear. I doubt your precious goddess will want to hear my excuses now. She is all merciful. You have but to confess and you shall be saved. That's how the judicial system works. Gosh, all right, I was being threatened. I had no choice but to do as he said. Who's he? Bodhidharma Canis, that awful assassin. Canis, how long has it been since that awful man came here to my beautiful prison? I'll never forget the day he arrived. I'm sorry. Oh. No, the fox! The moment we were alone, he said this to me. You should know that I have other dogs. Dogs not confined to this fine institution. Others? Yes, very loyal dogs. Dogs who will do anything I ask of them. Of course, he wasn't talking about real dogs. He was talking about his very human cronies. And then he said one last thing. I would recommend that you take care in how you treat me during my stay here. I wouldn't want to have to set my dogs on you or your precious family. Oh no. Why are you alone? Good question. I had no choice. I gave him that cell. I gave him everything he asked for. Everything? Wait, is that I became the fixer? Yes, darling, I obeyed his every command and smuggled in for him all that he wanted. Eventually, I brought dear, sweet Frankie into our little conspiracy. He agreed right away, of course, because I made things easier for him too. So you were smuggling in contraband. How exactly? Another tunnel. Once a week, late at night, Frankie would shut off the breakers. That allowed me to go from my office into the yard without being seen by the cameras. Then I simply dropped the packages down the well on the prison side and went back through the fence. Each one of them spritzed with a little of my perfume. Why? So that's what the sweet smell was. Yes, it was a signal for Canis's dog. That's why. When he picked up the scent, he would fetch the packages and bring them back to his master. But then this time around there was a body. But then he did the... Okay. But then why would he bring the body to the workshop and not to Canis? No, because he did go back to Canis and he was like, get the fuck out of here. We had to make sure Rocco wasn't in his cell at the time, of course. Can't have been easy keeping him from finding out. Oh, we're all very much creatures of habit here at the prison, darling. Everything runs to a schedule, meals, exercise hours, that sort of thing. We knew when he wasn't there. And that adorable little bear of his freezes with fright at the sight of Canis's dog, poor thing. So there was no risk of him raising the alarm either. She's oversight over everything here at the prison, which made her the perfect mule. With her on his side, Canis couldn't fail. Frankie would sneak out again early in the morning to switch the breakers back on, and our work was done. Apart from fixing the time codes on the cameras, which I would do later when I got the chance. Why not just have the cameras know that there was a power outage and then shift it, whatever. You have shared a great deal, Warden. The goddess of justice will surely take your honesty into account. I've been the most dreadful fool, I know I have. I'm supposed to be the one in charge. The day of Knight's murder was also one of our delivery days. And so Frankie, bless his heart, did his usual work with the breakers. Budget cuts. The tiny bear, we love the tiny bear. There was no package for me to deliver that day, so I didn't go out into the yard. That's the secret behind the fixer system, and why she was. The police have been trying to track down his accomplices for the longest time. Even I've had to lend them a hand myself, you know. Heaven knows how many times I've hauled the secretive scoundrel into my office to talk to me, but no matter what I say or how much evidence I present him with, he simply won't say a word. That's why you were interrogating Mr. Canis over and over. Exactly, I was trying to track down those horrible hench people of his. I borrowed everything the police had on that rotten scoundrel. I watched his every move, intercepted every letter he wrote. His letters? Then I suppose she must know about his correspondence chess. But no matter what I did, I couldn't turn up any clues as to who his underlings were. What the fox doing? Sweat. Living in fear like this, it's... Oh, you just can't comprehend it. As you've just heard for yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The words of Warden Lagarde's confessions have cleansed her of all suspicion. Have they? Surely there's no need to hound her any longer. Has she really been cleared of all suspicion, though, or is there more about her to uncover? She's clearly innocent. There's always more. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but this conversation isn't over yet. And I think the Goddess of Justice would agree. Ooh, Edgeworth's learning to play the game. So you mean to make her suffer even more than she already has? Unfortunately, her suffering under Mr. Canis does nothing to prove her innocence in Knight's murder. She admitted herself that she knew of and even facilitated the so-called Fixer's delivery route. I believe she used that same route to move Knight's body. Where's your evidence, Mr. Edgeworth? It's in the fact that the sweet smell of Knight's body is the exact same scent Warren Lagarde uses to signal a delivery. What do you make of that? That's because we've done it so many times by now that the whole well probably smells of it. Then it doesn't work as a signal. Oh, I guess anything in the well. Okay. Alright. Some of it must have rubbed off on his body. That does match the statement the Carcerado provided. A smell. Yeah, always smelled kind of nice down there. Nice? Gee, I don't know. Smelled sort of like dessert, I guess. Wouldn't he associate the smell with the warden before dessert? Anyway, his words would seem... That would have been too on the nose. His words seem to suggest that the smell had permeated the well. You've been rendered speechless, I see. Then I hereby move to adjourn this session of the court. No, what do we do, Mr. Edgeworth? What can I do? Is this as far as we go? Finally, so we're actually done? Yes, Eustace, it seems we are. By the power vested in me, this court is adjourned. Hold it. Hold it. Who was that? You! Come on, Judge G. Things were just getting good. Fender? Are you objecting to my adjourning this session? Heh. No. Would have shouted objection if I wanted to do that. You do you, G. Adjourn, don't adjourn. Whatever floats your boat. What are you doing, Mr. Fender? Don't worry about what I'm doing. Let's all just take a chill pill, shall we? By which I mean a square of chocolatey goodness. Anyone? Are you trying to get yourself charged with contempt of court? No, my bad. I just had a quick request to make is all. As Simeon Saint's lawyer, that is. Ah, yes. I'd forgotten that you were his real attorney, Mr. Fender. How could you? You're killing me here. Can you blame us? You've been making Edgeworth do everything this whole time. Right you are, which is why I figured it's time to put in some work. Work, you say? Somehow I don't believe you've worked a day in your life. Then let's say this is me doing some prep work for the upcoming trial. Mind if I question the witness? Now, amusing, but what is there left to ask? I've got a feeling in my funny bone that Thief's here has something more to tell us about the killer. Do I? Yes, indeed. See, as a major player on Team Simeon, I can spot a sympathizer when I see one. And you don't think he did it, do you? So tell us, who did? Come on, spill the beans, we're all ears. Mr. Edgeworth, what's he doing? He's trying to coax Warden Lagarde into giving something away. Ask yourself, why would she go to all the trouble of sending Knight's body on such an odd journey? It's because she wanted to frame Mr. Canis. She did? No way. If he was convicted of committing murder here, that could have been grounds for a transfer to another prison. Most likely a more secure facility. And where he'd be out of her hair forever. Precisely. She saw an opportunity and seized it. No, Saint can't not be the killer. That's not fair. I was all ready to prosecute him. I know, right? But maybe we should find out what she thinks first. Don't want to get the wrong guy, yeah? Nice. Now, Mr. Winter has to go along with it, too. Well, Warden, are you happy to testify further? Of course. How could I refuse this silver-tongued devil? Eddykins, you have such a way with words. Just doing my job, thief. Besides, one can't tell the truth without telling the whole truth, can one? I'm simply dying to tell all verity, darling. Do say you'll let me. As you wish. Court is unadjourned. We're not in court. I can't believe you pulled that off, Mr. Fender. Phew, me neither. Thank you for the timely intervention. Hey, it's the least I could do. Kay's not wrong. I've been leaning on you hard. And besides, the defense never rests, am I right? Simeon's depending on us. Sadly, I think I just about exhausted my reserves of cool lawyer chat there, and we can't foul this up now. Which means you're up to bat, Miles McSmiles. Miles McSmiles is very good. Show him that never rest spirit. I shall. Fabulous, then let's get started. Of all his nicknames for Miles, that's the best. I really don't think anyone could have done it but that dreadful man Canis. There's no telling what went on between him and the victim. Perhaps he simply took a disliking to him. He's certainly the type. Whatever the sordid details, it was him. He stabbed that poor man to death. And then he had his dog dispose of the body. That simply has to be what happened. The victim, Mr. Knight, yes. I did him the most terrible disservice. Yes, you killed him. God. I suppose you could put it that way. If I weren't such a sorry excuse for a warden, this would never have happened. And that's why I have to clean up this terrible mess. Warden Lagarde, as ever, your honesty is truly to your credit. She's not being honest even now. I'm certain Mr. Knight is looking down in weeping tears of gratitude. You've clearly never met Mr. Knight. I suppose... Hey! I really don't think anyone could have done it but that dreadful man.
Hold it!
It's the most bloody he's ever been, I know. You seem very confident in your assertion. Why is that? Because all the other children in my little home are absolute sweethearts. They have faith in themselves and in one another. They have faith in the guards and me. And they work hard every day to better themselves. None of them would dare commit murder. That's a very touching reason indeed, and I don't believe a word of it. But Canis, don't grab him! You squeeze them too tight. But Canis, ooh, he's rotten to the core. He's the only one who would do something like that. There's no telling what went on between him and the victim.
Hold it!
Knight was being kept in a holding cell, while Canis was in the prison proper. What could possibly have happened between them when they were at opposite ends of the facility? Prisons aren't as big as they seem, you know. All kinds of awful things can happen. But Knight only arrived 2 days before he was murdered. I can't imagine anything significant happening in that short space of time. Then you don't know Canis, my dear. He'd find a way, I'm sure of it. He simply took a dislike to him. He's the type.
Hold it!
How could he take a dislike to somebody all the way over in the holding cells? I'm just plucking possibilities out of the air, darling. As I said, there's no telling what really went on between them. You're so awfully serious, aren't you? Not that I mind, of course. Why is she looking at me like that? So noble, so dashing in the marvelous suit, so clever. I can feel myself becoming your biggest fan, darling. I really can. Gugh. Stay with me, Edgeworth. I wasn't prepared for that mental onslaught. Whatever the sordid details, it was him. He stabbed that man to death.
Hold it!
Girl, he's gay. That's not gonna work. Gace. Gace. What more can you tell us about these sordid details? Well, we all know what Canis once did for a living. I doubt the killing part gave him much trouble. Especially as the victim was already injured. His neck, I think. Couldn't turn his head to the right, poor dear. That's what they told me when they brought him in anyway. He had Zoolanderitis. They must make some sort of reports for the warden when new prisoners are admitted. You seem keen for us to think you didn't know much about Knight. That's because I didn't, and the victim was simply a fun target to that monster, nothing more. I expect Canis used the chisel that was hidden in that chess set, don't you? Awful grisly business. Just imagine, the man probably didn't even have time to cry out. Thank you for your thoughts. They were very helpful. Actually, I'd like to hear about them in a little more detail if you don't mind. Oh, Edgeworth, you're making me blush. I could chat with you all day. Oh, don't look so nervous, darling. I'm only teasing. Of course, we can talk about them some more. She's also gay, Your Honor. You saw what was going on between her and Verity. I expect Canis used the chisel that was hidden in that chess set, don't you?
Hold it!
And which chess set would that be, precisely? Why, the one the victim brought in, sweetie. Do try to keep up. The victim was a certified chess fanatic, or so I'm led to believe. But the naughty boy snuck a chisel inside it. Can you imagine? How does she know about the chisel in the chess set? Only a few people were supposed to know about that. After all, we only learned about it thanks to a certain deductions we made. The prosecutioner's committee does not tolerate insubordination. How did she find out? Of course, in the hands of a killer like Canis, even a chisel could serve as a deadly weapon. It would have been easy work for that vile assassin. You seem to have very strong feelings about Mr. Canis. Well, of course I do. I told you what he said to me and what an absolute menace he was to interrogate. He could slither out of anything, the snake. He sounds as tough as a rock. And that infuriating self-satisfied look on his face when they took him back to his cell. My blood boils just thinking about it. I certainly don't blame her on that count. And then he had his dog dispose of the body. That has to be what happened.
Hold it!
Surely you're not suggesting that the dog threw the body down the well? I told you already, darling. Canis has more dogs than that beastly creature. Remember, he has pets on the outside, too. He brought someone in from outside the prison to help commit the crime? Of course not. How would they have made it through security? Then what are you saying? But he's the fixer. Exercise that brain of yours. How hard would it be for him to recruit a dog on the inside? You were just talking about how no one inside would have done it other than him. Or even plant one. Interesting. Does this dog have a name? If I knew that, my life would be so much easier now, wouldn't it? Anyway, it was just a little thought. You can ponder it in your own sweet time. She's a slippery one. I'm not going to be able to catch her with this line of questioning, it seems. Warden Lagarde's testimony is a little more than a house of cards. I need to push her on the right statement to bring it all tumbling down. The autopsy report doesn't say... Oh, it does. One was 4 inches deep. Is that inconsistent with this? Do I know how long this is? This bell is the same as the one on Helmut's collar. Yeah, but that was something of a trademark. I think you want to stay anonymous. Isn't that true of great thieves, too? Oh, Edgeworth, you don't know anything about great thieving, do you? They're only great because they stand out from the crowd. And what's in it for a thief to stand out like that other than to attract the police's attention? You get her. Mr. Canis hid this chisel in his dog's mouth. You think it's our murder weapon, Mr. Edgeworth? Too early to tell, but the fact that blood was found on it is certainly incriminating. At the very least, it's not something we can discount as unrelated to the case. Yeah. Nah. Nah. Huh. Huh. Did he? That means he worked for the vile assassin and then he has his dog exposed to the body. What do they want? She has so many lines, so it makes it, you know, harder. I don't think it's any of the early lines. No good done but Canis. There's nothing what went on between him and his victim. It's going to this line of a certain type. Stabbed him to death. Mew? I'll just try the chisel. I don't think there's anything to go off of. No. Hum. Hum 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 hum. Hum 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 hum. Can you read the autopsy report again? Was there something else in there that I glossed over? Stab wound to the throat, instant death, wound was 4 inches deep, a sharp blade of some sort, between 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. on the 27th. That seems consistent? Because between 3 and 6 a.m. would have matched the gap? Yeah, because it said 6. Which then was 3 hours after. Yeah, that's fine. And then roll call. The last roll call of the day is at 9 and is until 7, so no one would have noticed anything amiss. I don't know. It's not supposed to the body. Something has to be what happened. I guess we should be like, but the body was being suspended by shenanigans? Okay, no? Why not? The poop brain? Maybe. Is there something obvious I'm overlooking? There usually is. It's so crazy the details in register. Is there something that's supposed to jump out at me, but I'm just juggling 12 other plates spinning in my brain? I'm juggling plate spinning. I mean, I have a lot of questions of like, how would he get out of his cell? How did none of the guards see him? Like, there's plenty of questions that I have. But I don't have like evidence to exploring those lines of questioning, so I have to find an inconsistency and knock it out, but nothing's like... Yeah, I don't know. There was an added statement? Was it this one? I don't remember which one was added. The chisel head in the chest set? Is it, how did she know that it was hidden? Objection! Man. Warden Lagarde, you strike me as being more careful than the image you project suggests. Edgeworth, please, call me Fifi or Sweetie Pie if you prefer. Huh? Because he was like, how did she know about that? And then I guess they moved on, and I thought that was connected to when they were talking about how Gavel and Lagarde were talking and she shared all the information. So I just assumed that was covered there. They didn't say it explicitly, but that's what I get for assuming, I guess. However, I think you may have been a little less careful than you realize in this instance. They say they did not search it? Did they say that? Aren't you just the most adorable little creature? Don't be embarrassed. We're all family here. Gahoo. Come on, Edgeworth. Don't let her get inside your head. You said earlier you didn't know much about Night. In which case, I find it rather strange you know about the chisel. Of course I do, darling. Do you think we don't check prisoners when they come in? I mean, not really, no. Missed the metal detector. But then, I guess I just don't remember. You're not talking your way out of this, Warden. That's entirely irrelevant, and you know it. It's hard to keep track of who should know what at what time when there's a bunch of details floating around, but... And I've broken up the case over a couple days. Knight didn't bring the chess set into the prison himself. I mean, Miles being like, how did she know about that should have been an obvious clue. I made an answer that made sense for the game, which I should not have done. It was brought by Mr. Saint when he came to visit. Knight wouldn't have had it with him when he arrived. That too. That's also a good point. What? Well, I mean, of course that when Mr. Saint came in, we... You checked him? I find that hard to believe. Because if you did, that makes your story all the stranger. If you found the chisel, why'd you not confiscate it there and then? Oh, she's bristling. Did you tell anyone about the hidden compartment in the chess set? Judge Gavel? I did not. Well, okay. I assume she did when she was like, we shared everything. She was like, we talked about all the details of the case. And boy, we had a great chat. Like, whatever. I guess accept that. It's fine. If no one leaked our findings, then how exactly did you learn about the Chisel Warden Lagarde? Because it certainly couldn't have been when you checked Knight or Saint on their arrival. Indeed, such a thing would imply an intentional oversight if it had been found, yet let through. Precisely. So, Warden Lagarde, and answer truthfully this time. Where and when did you learn about the chess set? If you won't answer, then allow me. I submit that you... Alright, darling, there's no need to rub it in. You got me, alright? I question Knight. That was when I learned about the chess set. But please, you have to believe me, I did not kill him. I did not. One moment, Warden. This is a significant development. The court requests you make a detailed statement on the record. Any objections, Mr. Edgeworth? None, Your Honor. Thank you, darlings. I'll clear up this awful misunderstanding, I promise. Stop doing that, please. Please stop doing... Very well, go ahead, Warden Lagarde, and please tell the truth this time. Your lies are starting to wear thin. This is my chance. Oh, hi, Miles. Oh, hi, Doggy. Oh, hi, Missile. I said I questioned Knight, but it wasn't anything serious. Okay. I make a point of talking to every newcomer in our little home. Knight was no different. We just had a little chat, you might call it. And after we talked, I had him taken back to his cell straight away. The more she lies, the more thoroughly she seals her fate. It was simply a conversation with a new detainee. That seems entirely above board. Exactly, Verity, darling. I knew you'd understand. Objection! Well, I don't. What proof do you have to back up your statement? I suppose we shall see, won't we, Mr. Edgeworth? You may begin your cross-examination. My Truth, Part 2, Final, Version 2. I questioned him, but it wasn't anything serious.
Hold it!
Uh-huh. Am I right in assuming you talked to Knight the night before the show? Exactly. It would have been, around 3 a.m. on the 27th. Okay. That falls squarely within the window of time laid out in the autopsy report. That seems rather late for a friendly chat. Wouldn't he have been asleep? Normally, yes, but if you remember, a guard was attacked in his cell. We had to examine the scene of the crime, gather information. These things take time, sweetie. Then put him in a different cell and let him go to bed? I assure you he was wide awake. We all were. I find it somewhat odd that you would choose to question him at such a late hour. You're such a tease, aren't you? Anyway, no matter how odd you think it is, I had him brought to me and that's what happened. Must you really insist on questioning every last thing I say? With the arranged soundtrack? If that's a toggle. People have a lot of requests for the next case. We'll see. I'll see how chat's feeling when we get there. Sorry, Fiefs, he's like a dog with a bone sometimes. I'll be sure to scold him once we're done. Though, would you mind giving us a little more info, like where you had him brought to? My office, of course. Where else? Her office, which is where we believe the body was moved from. Would you mind appending what you just said to your testimony? Anything for you, darling. It's around 3 a.m. the night before the show. I had them bring him to my office.
Hold it!
Remind me where your office is. You've seen the sign in the detention center corridor, I imagine? The one that says no entry? That's it, sweetie. My office is just up in there. A short walk from the holding cells. I understand that you also have access to the yard. Why, of course. That's where my gorgeous little garden is. Oh, I see where you're going with this. You were saying that's how I moved the body. You had the means and the opportunity. It's hardly impossible. I do buy the arranged music. If it's a separate purchase, I did not buy it. We can talk about this when we get to it, chat. DLC. Arranged versions of 5 in-game music tracks. I have not bought it, no. So that means I don't have it. Hardly impossible proves nothing. You have no evidence for this assertion. It's only a couple bucks, yes, but whatever. There's no other way that the body could have been moved. Surely you haven't forgotten that it was Mr. Saint who dropped Mr. Knight's body down the well? Yeah, what she said. You're miles off, Edgeworth. Okay, Eustace just had a banger there. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I probably shouldn't push this any further now. I make a point of talking to every newcomer to our little home.
Hold it!
Alright, he gets a begrudgingly +2. What did you and Knight speak about? Oh, nothing much. Just some small talk, really. I asked him about what animals he liked, what his hobbies were. His hobbies? Then I imagine you talked about chess. Oh, yes, I couldn't stop him talking about it, in fact. He even had a piece of paper covered with little notes about it in his cell. At least, I think that's what they were about. She seen Knight's correspondence chess diagram. That was no difference. We just had a little chat, you might call it.
Hold it.
Best I can offer is a +1. Take it or leave it. How was he when you spoke with him? Oh, he was so open and honest, darling. What? That guy? Honest? He was talking about one croissant and promoting a prawn? I suppose he must have been hungry. One croissant. This is stupid. Localizers deserve a raise. En passant and promoting a pawn. It seems he spared no one from his obsession with chess. And after we talked, I had him taken back to his cell.
Hold it.
If he really had gone back into his cell, he would still be alive today. You really think I murdered the poor man right there in my office, don't you? Well, what would my motive have been, darling? I told you I barely knew him. I'm no angel, I have my grudges against Canis, but Knight had nothing to do with that animal. Truly does hate Canis. Warden Lagarde, I must insist you append that statement to your testimony. 2 of them? I have my grudges, Knight had nothing to do with that animal.
Hold it.
Oh, did you know? You say that you bear a grudge against only Mr. Canis, is that correct? No, I despise him, coming into my prison, think he can do whatever he wants. But he won't get away with it. I'll clip his wicked wings if it's the last thing I do. Spinning! Spinning! Oh my god! Look at him go! And that awful dog of his, it's a menace, completely upended the peace and quiet of my home. She even hates his dog. It does seem at first glance she didn't have much of a motive to kill Knight. But she hates Canis so much that she probably hates anyone who has anything to do with him. Thinking about it from that angle, the key to breaking her testimony will surely reveal itself. She likes to get to know all the peeps, huh? Pretty chummy prison warden, if you ask me. Chummy? She killed the man, detective. Poor guy would have been in cuffs, not to mention the neck brace. He was defenseless. Warden Lagarde was the murderer. The evidence points to that conclusion and no other. Easy. Easy. Easy.
Objection.
I mean, we can't prove that she knew what this meant, but, you know. Judge Gavel, I'd like you to take a look at this. Notes about a game of chess. What is the significance of this, Mr. Edgeworth? It was found in Knight's cell, which is exactly where you said you saw it too, Warden Lagarde. But you didn't just see this game in Knight's cell, did you? You've seen it in Mr. Canis' cell too. What do you mean?
Objection.
Oh, come now, don't tell me you haven't taken a look at the chessboard in maximum security. I imagine you watch his every move like a hawk. Or rather, I imagine you feel that doing so is your only option. If she wants to find out who his cronies are, right? Personally interrogating your own prisoners is highly irregular, to say the least. But as you said, Mr. Canis had threatened you. He put your precious home at risk. That's why you took it upon yourself to question him. You wanted to find out who his dogs were. And so what if I did? You also told us you read his letters, which means you must have known about one key fact. You knew he was playing correspondence chess. And then who should appear but Knight carrying with him a diagram of a very particular game. We ourselves used that diagram to infer a connection between the two men, and it seems you came to the same conclusion. But in your fear, you took your reasoning one step further. You surmised that Knight was Mr. Canis' henchman sent to kill you. Which is the real reason she had that chat with the Bronxster. If his boss wouldn't crack, maybe he would. And when you questioned Knight, you made another discovery. For there inside his chess set, you found a hidden chisel. The murder weapon itself. As far as you were concerned, that chisel meant one thing, Canis. Thus, you convinced yourself that Knight was working for Canis, and that is why you killed him. I see you have no more excuses. Judge Gavel, your verdict, please. Much as it grieves me, there would appear to be little room for doubt. I hereby give my verdict. Bronco Knight was murdered by... her. In the name of the goddess of justice, who is it this time? He. Warden? He. It's a joke. It's all a big, stupid joke. I'm not Lagarde, it's me, the Joker, baby. You people just don't get it, do you? I think we've proven that it's you who didn't understand things correctly. Me? Please, darling, I understand it all perfectly well, thank you very much. And I understand that there's a glaring contradiction in your theory, Mr. Edgeworth. Look at him go. Look at him zoom. You're just grasping at straws now. I have no time for this. Your Honor, the verdict.
Overruled.
I'm curious to hear what the Joker has to say. What? You're a doll, Verity. I have just one last thing to say, then Mr. Edgeworth can declare himself the winner. You rang? Does anyone remember a certain autopsy report? Of course, we received the finalized version only this morning. That's right, and I was listening to what you told us about it, Verity, even if nobody else was. You said the wound was 4 inches deep. 4 inches? Wait. Riddle me this? You can't be the Joker and the Riddler. How does a tiny chisel make a 4-inch wound? Jamming in real deep. Forgive me, oh goddess, I came perilously close to making a terrible mistake. Looks like your theory's the one that doesn't hold water, Edgeworth. What now? The Jiddler is awful. Awful. Terrible. I mean, it's probably better than the Roker? The Al Roker. What do we do? It'll be fine, Mr. Edgeworth always comes through, right, sir? Riddle me piss. Riddle my jiddles. Sounds so bad. Looks to me like the Miles-atrons out of commission. You're an attorney too, aren't you? Why don't you do something? Can remove Jiddler from existence? I would like to undo the last 8 years of my life. Turn things on their head with a desperate bluff. Blurt out the first mind-blowing thing that comes to you. Random bullshit go. When the Joker was a weatherman, he got caught in a freak weather storm, struck by lightning, became the Roker. Look, detective, I'm as much of a man of action as the next guy. But without evidence, we're up a creek without a paddle here. This might be the end of the road. That's why this guy's a 2-bit hack. Phoenix has never let a lack of evidence stop him. Riddle me jiddles. Ugh. Blech. I refuse. You can't refuse. Someone redeemed it with channel points. That's contractual. God, it's awful. We can't give up now. We have to do something. Do something, Miles. I'm certain that Warden Lagarde is the killer. It's the only explanation that fits the facts of the case. But if the chisel wasn't the murder weapon, what other bladed weapon is there here in this facility? It seems we still do not have all the answers, nor the evidence to provide those answers. How the fuck did that Twitch account already exist? Christ. Well, it's time to go. We must wait until the trial to see this matter resolved, I'm afraid.
Objection!
This case is so long. I thought case 1 was long, and case 2 was like, hold my case. Come on, G, you're just giving the killer a chance to destroy the evidence. Are you calling the judicial process into question, Mr. Fender? Is every case in this game just like twice as long as any other case from another game? Except for is every case as long as case 5 for Investigations 1? Nope, not me, nuh-uh. I tried, Miles. Any bright ideas? Time me out. You got it. Wait, it's scrolling. Wait, I gotta catch you. There you are. Enjoy your timeout. There you go. There's 2 redeems? A Figment. I'm breaking my contract. Boom, bam. Get in timeout. In timeout. Alright, what is the real murder weapon since it's clearly not the chisel? Confound it! This question throws everything we've deduced out the window. He put confound it and deduced in the same 2 sentences. Which is, that counts as better, as good as 1 ergo. Bonk me too, boss man. Alright. You got it? No one asked for anything. My brain is in overdrive figuring out what this case is about. Nothing to add, Mr. Edgeworth. Allow me to remind you that claims not supported by sufficient evidence are subject to the harshest penalties. Okay. It's hopeless. I can't think of anything. I need more time. Loath as I am to admit it. You can't give up now. Remember what Mr. Fender said. Simeon's counting on us. Without us, he's... Remember how upset he was? He was devastated. Boo-hoo. Nobody's in more pain than him over Mr. Knight's death. Live or die in your way. Okay, last time out. Stop redeeming them. I gotta focus on the video game. Thanks for the resub, or the gifted sub, to Broker Al. Stop it. So basically, yeah, no, it's a lot. But there's no way he did it. But if we can't save him, who will? And what's more, he believes in us. He's sitting in that cell waiting for us to bring him some good news. And I, for one, won't walk away until we have some. The iguana's been activated. Thank you. Okay. G-Miles, your little buddy here is quite the motivational speaker. And she's right, too. When you find yourself on the ropes, think of your client. Picture them pleading with you to help them. Doesn't that make you want to fight back as hard as you can until the very end? Think of your old man, good old Gregory. No matter how bad things looked, he'd always find a way to turn it around and save his client. And you're just like him, right? If there's any way to force a turnabout here, you're the one who'll find it. Simeon's counting on you. Cause I'm out of ideas. I'll go lean against the fence. And then he died. Judge Cavell, you seem to have recovered your composure, Mr. Edgeworth. But if you mean to attempt a defense, I would advise you consider the ramifications. Are you gonna... How many times? You have repeatedly proposed misguided theories and have made numerous false accusations. We're getting to the part where the judge is like, you've wasted this court's time, even though every step has led us closer to the truth. It's fine. If you do so again, I have no choice but to bang your pee-pee with this gavel and relieve you of your badge for good. She's right. I have put forward a number of theories that prove to be flawed in one way or another. Have I made some sort of fundamental oversight? Wait. She said my theories were misguided. Nothing to say, then the courts will tolerate no more of your time wasting. I hereby whack your... Sir! Mr. Edgeworth! Give my verdict. That's it. I've been thinking about it the wrong way all this time. My theories weren't misguided. I was being misled. The defendant, Simeon Saint... I'm glad he gets to yell objection, because we're not in court, but they made fake court a thing, so we can yell objection. I think it's a little soon for that, Your Honor. I'd say it's well past due, darling. Wouldn't you agree, Verity? Mr. Edgeworth, you may proceed. Wah. I'd like to remind you of a few things. The sighting of this dog helmet, the fact that he wasn't at the show. These and other factors made Mr. Canis the obvious suspect at first. This again, Mr. Edgeworth, you seem most proud of your blunder. But what if the real killer wanted us to suspect Mr. Canis? What if it was all carefully arranged? And what if the same was true of the chisel, our purported murder weapon? Didn't we establish that she had cause to frame Canis for the murder? Like 3 hours ago? Knight had been stabbed multiple times in the same place with a bladed instrument. What if he was stabbed with the chisel after the real murder weapon had been removed? Just to leave traces of blood on it for us to find. That was how the killer misled us into thinking the chisel is the murder weapon. Get that, you bouquet. How you doing? But why mislead us in this way? Why indeed? Why make us think the chisel is the murder weapon rather than whatever was really used? Because it is the murder weapon. To get Canis out of here. Warden, you took advantage of what the chisel seemed to suggest. What it suggested? What are you talking about, darling? Mr. Winner, if I were to tell you the murder weapon was a chisel, what would you think? Huh? Oh, that Mr. Canis is the killer. And there you have it. That was the trap the warden set for us. Didn't we say that Canis was innocent? Like legit hours ago? Canis has a bunch of chisels, so she wanted us to think it was one of his, right? Indeed, that was their plan right from the start. To frame Bodhidharma Canis. Your reasoning would appear to be sound. Warden Lagarde certainly seems to harbor a deep and abiding hatred for Mr. Canis. However, I think you know what I'm going to say next. That alone is not sufficient proof that Warden Lagarde is the killer. I knew that wouldn't be enough. There's only one thing that will prove it. The real murder weapon that we now know must exist. If you cannot prove your theory, then this conversation ends here.
Objection.
If we could just find the real murder weapon... How many times do we have to go over this? We searched the prison from top to bottom. Eustace is quite correct. No other possible murder weapon has been found, so I'm afraid you're at a bit of an impasse.
Objection.
And past these nuts, Your Honor, I can still prove my case, because it's still here, inside this prison. Hey, Santa, welcome. This would have made sure of that. The security gate. I'm glad you at least remember what it is. And do you remember what it does? Of course I do, I'm not an idiot. The gate detects metal, which means you can't bring anything metal into the prison. Unless it's, like, inside of a chessboard and they don't scan it, which is pretty common. So... Oh! Precisely. If there is another murder weapon, it cannot have been taken off the premises. But nor can it have been brought into the prison in the first place. And so we find ourselves right back where we began. Judge Cavell, what am I trying to tell you, Mr. Edgeworth? Is that if you wish me to believe that there is another murder weapon here in the prison, you will also have to explain to me how it got here. Alright, we know the chisel was smuggled into the prison inside a pocket chess set, but our contention is that the chisel is not the real murder weapon. If the weapon came from outside the facility, then there must have been a way to bring it in. The question of the hour is this: can you show me this alternate route? What about the warden's smuggling route she already admitted to running? How did the weapon get into the prison? You borrowed evidence from the police to help with your investigation. Why, yes, sweetie. Everything related to Canis is with me now. Heaven knows how many times I've hauled the secretive scoundrel into my office to talk to me. Of course, that's how. The fact that this is here with us shows us how a bladed object could have been brought into the facility as well. But the chess set or what? Something else that was brought in from outside? What else was brought in from outside? The chisel? The chisel was smuggled, therefore something else could have been smuggled? That's a great way to get something made of metal into the prison. Indeed, even a metal item would have been... Before you congratulate yourselves any further, would you care to explain your thinking? You mean you can't use that? I believed in you. Well, it's still worth believing in. There isn't a way something made of metal could have gotten in here undetected after all. It involves things coming to the prison that weren't brought by a visitor. Piece of evidence to show some metal object to have been brought in without raising the alarm. What? Is it just the chess set, or is it something else?
Take that!
Am I overthinking it? Am I underthinking it? What do you want? What do you want from me? What do you want from me, video game? My brain is slowly exploding. In real time and in the video game. What is this? So what's the flavor text for the metal detector? It's to be able to detect items being metal. I'm thinking it. I'm really thinking it. What? But, what? The fact that this is here with us is not the chess set that smuggled the weapon in or the weapon the chess set smuggled in. So what else do you want, video game? What do you want from me? They searched and we couldn't find anything. Yeah. Yeah. There's such bells exist. Yeah. The bell? Seized by the police during his arrest? Is it the bell?
Take that!
Okay, why would that not also work for... Allow me to remind you of our conversation with Mr. Canis yesterday. Yes, it was but one of my bells. Only two in existence. Just two. Two and only two. One for my knife and one for my beloved helmet. Exquisitely crafted, utterly unique. My ears are my guide after all. I must be able to use my tools precisely. The knife has long since been taken from me. Chisel should have worked. I mean, made sense to me. So you see, there's a way for objects to be brought into the prison unscrutinized. Like the fucking chisel. Anyway. The chisel that has this bell attached to it? Come on. As part of the evidence Warden Lagarde borrowed from the police. Oh, specifically because it's tied to the police. Okay. Alright. Then you should have said that. Whatever. Mr. Canis' knife was part of the evidence in the case against him, and that evidence was here in the prison. Not only that, but the knife had a certain bell attached to it. It was smuggled in already. But they're asking, how do we prove something got smuggled in? What about the things that already got proven to be smuggled in? How's that not enough? It's a different line of thinking, but it was right for it not to work. Like, I get that the point is to connect it to police evidence. Anyway, it makes sense in retrospect. That bell was attached to the chisel. Correct. The killer took the bell from the knife and attached it to the chisel. That can't be right. The chisel only had Knight's fingerprints on it. Easy enough to explain if the killer wore gloves. She made it look as if the chisel was the murder weapon and then attached the bell to it. In so doing, she made sure all the evidence pointed to Mr. Canis. And who had access to the evidence from which the bell was taken? Why, only the person to whom it had been entrusted. Who was it, sir? Who's it messing with the evidence? I believe that would be you. Isn't that correct, Warden Lagarde? Bells aren't exactly rare, you know. Anybody could have set that up. Unluckily for you, that isn't quite true. These particular bells are unique. There's only 2 of them in existence. What? By attaching that bell to the chisel, you as good as declared yourself the killer. But you don't have any proof that the knife was ever even here to begin with. Spin, my scarab.
Hold it!
I don't. Not yet, anyway. Mr. Winner, I'd like you to order another search of the prison right away. Huh? But if you do find something, that's gonna make things awkward for me. This isn't about what's convenient for you. We have to find the truth. You're a prosecutor, aren't you? I'm a what? Yeah, well, yeah, but you know. Damn, he's good. This worthless excuse for a prosecutor. If I had investigative authority, I wouldn't be sitting on it. Anyhow, it's not my decision to make. The warden would have to authorize it. You know full well that she will do no such thing. You have the power to insist on a search. Use it. Sorry, darling, but not without that evidence. The goddess of justice cannot bestow her blessings onto those who lack the proof to support their claims. Our work here is done. The rest of this matter will have to be settled in the courtroom. No. If we give Lagarde the opportunity, she'll destroy whatever evidence is left. We have to object. I have to stop them. But what do I say? I don't have anything concrete to offer. What am I thinking? I'm never this reckless? No, I can't back down now. I've got to put everything on the line. I'm not a prosecutor right now. I'm an associate attorney with a client to defend. Only I can save Mr. Saint, and that means... even if my chances are 1,000,000 to 1, it's still worth a shot. It's now or never. Should I object? Yeah. I suppose this must be how a certain serial bluffer always feels. Regardless, I cannot walk away. He smiles when he thinks of Phoenix. Wait, Your Honor. This had better be good, Mr. Edgeworth. I've got it. Got what exactly? The real murder weapon, of course. I know where Mr. Canis's knife is. Do you really, Mr. Edgeworth? I do. Not at all. If I did not know better, I would say that you were bluffing. Huh. You wound me, Your Honor. I don't know the meaning of the word. Meanwhile, inside, panic, panic, panic. This is terrible for my heart. There's no way you could. It's not here, I tell you. Well, would you be so kind as to enlighten us? Where is the real murder weapon? Think, Miles, think. Somewhere not even the police would search. A blind spot in this zoo. A hiding place that the warden could be absolutely sure of. A hiding place? No. If you insist, come on, Helmut, open up. Did she use the same trick? That's ridiculous, isn't it? But the more I think about it, how many foolproof ways to evade detection could there be? Mr. Edgeworth, how long do you intend to keep us waiting? There's the faintest possibility I'm right, but if I'm wrong, we stand to lose everything. Your Honor, this is where the real murder weapon is hidden. Right there.
Take that!
Here in the yard? Indeed. I don't believe I understand. Would you care to explain a little more? Where exactly is the real murder weapon hidden? It's the basketball. Ah!
Take that!
Wah. Wah. Of course, that's what it must have been. Take Allie away from her. What's the matter, detective? Which got the metal detector? The alligator detector's going wild. The metal detector was reacting to something inside her, after all. Your Honor, I'd like to remind you of this piece of evidence. The chisel. Didn't we just figure out that isn't the murder weapon? You might recall that Mr. Canis hid this chisel in his dog's mouth. Would you believe that the real murder weapon was hidden in much the same way? That's right, the murder weapon's hidden inside the alligator in that pond over there. We detected the presence of a metallic object during our earlier investigation. Judge Cabell, We need to know what's inside that alligator. Eustace, you're on the case. We will need to summon a vet. I'm sure I can get the little sweetie to open up for us. I'd be happy to give it a try. Why is there a knife in the alligator? By all means. Let me at him. Brr. Warden Lagarde, the real murder weapon is about to be revealed. Why not do the right thing and confess? I have nothing to confess. As you wish, then you can simply wait and watch as your lies are exposed. Yeah. Sir, we got it. This has to be it. It's over, Fifi Lagarde. The real murder weapon was Bodhidharma Canis' knife, making you the only person who could have killed Bronco Knight. I'm not the criminal here. This is all Canis' doing. I did the right thing. Knight was a threat. He was his lapdog. Curse that despicable man, Canis. Why'd he have to come and ruin my perfect little home? We could have been happy forever if it wasn't for him. He ruined my paradise on Earth. He ruined everything. Curse him. Curse that butcher, that despicable man. Curse him. Good. Very good bit. Very good bit. 10 out of 10 execution. I was wondering. It's fun that she was already wearing a prison shirt underneath there. Good God. Prosecutor Thwinner, sir. The test results have just come back. Thwinner? I guess we've all been under a lot of stress. Traces of Bronco Knight's blood were found on Mr. Canis' knife. It's just like you said, sir. Congratulations on a stunning victory. Thank you, officer. Excellent work. You can continue complimenting me if you like. Yes, sir. Thwinner wins again. I think I'm welling up a little. With rage? Excellent work, Eustace. Just a few loose ends to tie up and we're done. Huh? What are you talking about? I just solved the case, didn't I? We have yet to confirm whether or not Knight really was working for Mr. Canis. It will be vital to know if Warden Lagarde was simply jumping to conclusions on that front. Huh? Uh-huh? There's Clueless, and then there's you. Then I guess we better get back to our investigation. 2. Officer, you're with me. You're about to see the winner win a whole lot more. Prepare to witness first-rate investigative talent in action. Yes, sir, I'm right with you, sir. Can't wait to watch you at work. It's winning time! There's no way that's his catchphrase. And they ran away. I expect this case will cause quite a stir. The attempted murder of a president is news enough, and now his would-be assassin has been murdered. Knight never sought to kill a president in the first place. The truth is not always as important as it might seem, Mr. Edgeworth. You're a judge? You're a judge and representative of the Wiseman's Council? What do you mean? Why would you say that? In the eyes of both society and the law. How can you even say that? You do not have to believe me. However, as a prosecutor, Edgeworth is obliged to accept that this is the reality of the world he operates in. Huh? Being a prosecutor is about more than proving people guilty. That's what I believe. We are all free to believe as we choose, but the law is not to be toyed with for our own personal goals. If you refuse to accept this, then you must prepare to suffer the consequences. What does that even mean? Wait, you're not gonna take his... You're not gonna whack his... I'm afraid I must be going now. Farewell, Mr. Edgeworth. But you didn't do anything. My work here is done. You just stood in our way and made things difficult. Judge Cavell is right. There must be only one set of laws for everyone. But if following the law means sacrificing the truth, can I really do that in good conscience? Oh, hey. Simeon, you're out! Monkey! Hi, Regina. Another timeout redeemed. Yeah, you got it. Is everything alright? They did let you out, right? Yeah, but I'm so confused about what's going on. Some guy just came and said I was free to go, and that I have Mr. Edgeworth to thank. The monkey's sad. You sure do. Mr. Edgeworth found out who the real killer is. Wow, really? You did that for me, Mr. Edgeworth? No. I didn't do it for you. I did it for me. No, 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 stop staring at me like that. I'm innocent, I swear. Don't pull the rug out from under me now. Stop it, silly. It's true. He saved you. Say thanks already. Howdy, howdy. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Thank you. And a great big Regina Barry thank you from me, too. Mr. Saint talking directly to me. Small victories, I suppose. Can I just ask one question, Mr. Attorney? Sure. I'm not actually an attorney, though. I thought Bronco was my friend. My best friend. I trusted him. But now... Well, it's just, I never knew. I never would have believed that he could hate somebody enough to want to kill them. If he kept something like that from me, then he never really trusted me, did he? That's not true, Simeon. Of course he trusted you. No, he didn't. If he just told me, I could have stopped him. I could have told him that hate never helps, that he had to let go of all that stuff. Mr. Saint, I think you're forgetting something. I should show him the thing that proves Knight trusted him. Is it the chess set? It's gotta be the chess set. It's gotta be, right? Chess set? What else could it be? Is it my badge? My badge. He trusted you to blithely smuggle contraband. Right? Right? It's gotta be, yeah.
Take that!
Check out this dead body. It's the chess set I brought for him. Knight had hidden a chisel inside. I imagine he meant to use it to escape. What? You mean he was using me? Using you as a friend. Goodbye. No, he believed in you. He knew he could count on you to bring it, and that you would never be so untrusting as to look inside. Miles is really bad at this. I imagine that by not telling you, he was hoping he could keep you from getting caught up in his mess. But instead, he just implicated you in the crime that happened. Oh. Bronco, why didn't you tell me? At least you understand now, right, Simeon? I'm sure he does. He may not show it, but Simeon's no dummy. A good night's sleep, he'll be completely over this whole thing by tomorrow. That's not as complimentary as you think it is. Oh, boo, I'll try. I have to, for Bronco. I have to show him I can become the best animal trainer out there. That's the spirit. Monkey. Monkey. I didn't do it, the monkey made me do it. Oh, I almost forgot. We're doing a new show soon. I'd love it if you could come, Mr. Edgeworth. The one, the only, the very big circus is back. Oh my god, it's Max Galactica on the poster. Christ. Jump scare warning. That elephant's on a unicycle. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Great. I'll be joining Regina on stage for this one. That's right, the Very Big Circus is the biggest, most fabulous event in town. You'll have oodles of fun. Sounds great, doesn't it, Mr. Edgeworth? Come on, we have to go. I'll think about it. All right, Simeon, we've got some training to do. I think it's time you and Regent got acquainted. Regent the tiger? No way, I can't. No, no, no. Oh, you'll be fine, silly. You'll never meet a nicer kitty cat. I can't. Please, Regina, anything but that, please. Another satisfied customer. Mauled to death by tigers, like the best of them. Well, that was really something, Smiles. Talk about pulling it out of the bag. I couldn't have done it without you, Fender. Without your timely intervention, she would have gotten away. Besides, I have you to thank for even being able to investigate the case in the first place. Ah, stop it. Pat me on the back any harder, you're gonna make me blush. Or topple over. I suppose it would be asking too much for you to take this seriously. Seriously? Miles, my friend, I'm always serious. Anyway, how does it feel to save an innocent client? That's what it means to be an attorney, after all. To be an attorney. Gotta say, I had a blast. Reminded me of the good old days. Like Gregory was standing there right beside me. It's been a zillion years since I felt this warm and fuzzy on the job. That's good? Bittersweet? I'm not sure. Say, Miles, you ever thought about going into the defense game full-time? Excuse me? You know, pick up where Gregory left off. Get out there and actually help people. Hey, pal, don't get any big ideas. Edgeworth ain't about to switch sides. Why not? Coming over to the light side's all the rage. Everybody's doing it these days. Come on, Mr. Fender, you know it's not about that. Chill, team, chill. Don't get it twisted. I was just asking a perfectly innocent question. No, you weren't. The heck you were. Yeah, looks like you got a mean defense team there yourself, Miles. Fender. I am a prosecutor. Yep, and I'm an attorney. You could be one too. I'm serious. Well, I've said my piece. You change your mind, you know who to call. I'll be waiting. Bye. Ciao, baby. No goodbye hugs? Okay. Following my father's footsteps? Father? Could I really do such a thing? Wow! I'm going to become a defense attorney like my dad. No son of mine will be a prosecutor, an attorney like my father. Me? He has a huge hand, assigned Yowie at birth. The end. Wow, what a game. I can't believe that was the final case in the game. But, you know, they really ramped it up to being this big, explosive case that just went on for hours and hours and hours. Holy shit. Turnabout Legacy. Is that Gregory? Is that a behind him in the background? In the courtroom? I can't even say the word. A pirate ship? Thanks for the hydrate. Start episode. Okay.
We be pirates, we love to sail the seven seas. Just a bunch of scallywags who are as free can be. We swim through storms and waves, all because you see.
You go to Pirates Times? Hell yeah.
Adventures waiting just for me.
Two questions. Do people want me to switch to crunchy graphics for this case? And if so, am I doing it now? Someone also said they want me to start the case and then switch to crunchy graphics after a bit. So I don't care. Fair enough. You'll know when, so just keep going for now. I like that there's new graphics. It's not that important. You'll see very... Oh, I'll just keep going. I might toggle them on a little bit later. There's a point. Oh, thanks for the hydrate. Turnabout Legacy. Your 3 p.m. cake extravaganza. What shall we make today, kids?
And Judy's Bake and Bob.
Bacon Bob. Whoa! Macarons, waffles with cream, chiffon cakes that are light as a dream. Laugh and sing, smile, it's true. All that sweetness waiting for you. What, where? Over there. The oven's got something special to share. Ping. Now let's see what we've got for you. Oh, they fucking, right? Like 100%? Like on set? It's cooking time. Are you ready to make something special together? Is this Team Rocket? No? No then? Oh no. No? She's underage? Well, I take it back. Wow, talk about a blast from the past. Hey, Gregory. I'm going back there tomorrow with your boy. I didn't know. Leave me alone. I'm finally going to find out what happened 18 years ago. She looked so very 25. Katie's in my corner. That's all I need. Young Fender. He's not in Barry Big Circus. I had no reason to be concerned. April 2nd, 10:05. Zodiac Hall? What are all these statues? What are with the lines on... Okay. Well, Fender, you finally going to tell me what we're doing here? Why have you brought me to an arts gallery of all places? An anime 16, so middle-aged. Hey, you had nothing going on. Seemed like the perfect chance to come and enjoy the magic of star sign stuff together. I'm leaving. Chill, big guy, I'm just joking. You know about the IS-7 incident, you know? The old man's last case. Something deal 6. Of course, Von Karma took great pleasure in showing me the files as soon as I became a prosecutor. And I reviewed them again last night after your invite, see? I was also present at the trial all those years ago, although my memories of it are somewhat hazy. Take your kid to work day? As a child, I was completely in awe of my father. The sight of him in court was inspirational. He could point like the best of them and go, "Arr!" Gregory Edgeworth, attorney at law, and opposite him, the man who would become my mentor, Manfred von Karma. It was quite a case. However, it ended with the conviction of the accused. TL6. So you were there too. You were in the courtroom for Gregory's final outing. Well, that'll make explaining things easier. I wanted you to know something, see? That something being what really went down. Not the truth in those files, but the capital T truth. It was 18 years ago, smack dab in the middle of a real doozy of a winter. The buildings were covered with a blanket of snow. It looked like the streets were lined with popsicles. But things weren't so innocent behind those frozen doors. In fact, some pretty sordid stuff went down. Diddle-doo, diddle-doo, diddle-doo. This was back before yours truly was the fine figure of an attorney you see before you today. I was really big on Tumblr, as you can tell by my attire. 18 years ago. December 24th. Christmassy! It wasn't Christmas! Whoo! Whoo! Poof! Hey, Mr. E, this one really came out of the blue, huh? It did. We were called in before the ink on the arrest papers were even dry. My name is Gregory Edgeworth. I'm a defense attorney. I'm here visiting a client with my assistant, Eddie Fender. A murder on Christmas Eve? What's the world coming to? Is nothing sacred? In the dark of the night, at the end of the day, I saw two timely saviors a-coming my way. Oh. Welcome, my friends, to the visitor's room. And if we're not friends yet, I'm sure we will be soon. What to talk about an entrance. I was not expecting that. Neither was I. Sorry if I surprised you. I'm just so happy to see you both. Thanks so much for coming out. Seriously, can't thank you enough. You're the accused, I take it. Dude looks like a goddamn what's-his-face from JoJo's Part 2? Part 3? He looks like a Pillar Man? One of those fucks? Did you not see the guard? What about the guard? No, you're right. One of the guys, I don't remember, the AC/DC? One of those guys. I missed it. Yeah, I was distracted by this man walking in. What was the guard doing? You missed his fucking jazz hands? Good. You're the accused, I take it. I am. Gregory Edgeworth, attorney at law. At your service. I look forward to representing you. Senior partner. This is my assistant, Eddie Fender. Pleased to meet you, sir. I'll do everything I can to help. Come now, Edward. Calm down, please. You'll have to forgive him. He's still new to this. Chat's asking for crunch? I don't think I can just toggle it. If it's like game 1, I have to go back to the title screen. Did I miss it? Yeah. Next chance I get. He's been helping me out part-time, but he's far from fully fledged lawyer material yet. Nonetheless, I'm hoping he'll be of some assistance in investigating the particulars of this case. Gregory and Eddie, it's an honor to meet you both. My job as a defense attorney is to save my clients from wrongful convictions. So the first thing to do is establish whether or not he truly is innocent. Perhaps we could begin by having you tell us a little about yourself. What am I thinking? I haven't even told you my name. I'm Samson Tangaroa. It really is you, Samson Tangaroa, the world's greatest confectioner? You flatter me, my young friend. And call me Samson, all my pals do. Wow, thanks, Samson, I will. I can't believe I'm meeting you in person. Is he even writing any notes, or is he just scribbling circles? It seems that he knows something of our client. Mystery, it's the Samson Tangaroa, the singing, dancing, confectionery making sensation. Yeah. What shall we make today, kids? Macarons, waffles with cream. Chiffon cakes that are light as a dream. Laugh and sing. Smile, it's true. Oh, that sweetness waiting for you. God, look at his fucking claps. Over there, the oven's got something special to share. Now let's see what we've got. for you. Oop. Oh, there's the jazz hands. Okay. I started dancing along. Okay, what if I saved the game exactly here? And then yeah, sure. Save the game. Because now I want to see pixel art jazz hands. Art style. Crunch it up. Oh, I have the arranged. Should I go original? Original? I don't know. Chat just wouldn't stop talking about how they wanted the crunch, so I'm inclined to at least see for a minute. I can always switch it back if I'm like, I don't care. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That is really something. Anyway. No way, I got to sing with Samson Tangaroa. This is a dream come true. Thanks, little pal. It means a lot to hear you say that. My apologies, but I think we need to discuss the matter at hand. What if Gregory Edgeworth's just really into cheese? Of course, I'm sure you're both very busy. Alright, where would you like me to start? My badge. Whoa. Oh, someone else's badge. 20XD6. This is your badge number here on the back? That's right. The number itself doesn't mean much, of course. Well, if it doesn't really matter, then I want mine to be a string of repeating digits. I'd actually pay to see that. Apollo just cheese. Apollo cheese. Your badge is in the shape of a sunflower, right, Mr. E? Does that have some kind of special meaning? It does. Sunflowers follow the sun, correct? In other words, they always face the light. Just as we attorneys do, we should always aim to be on the side of liberty and justice. Then I'm gonna work hard and be just like a sunflower when I'm an attorney. I have no doubt that you will. Nah, he's 18. He's 39! The greatest confectioner of his generation. He's 18. Alright. Tell me about yourself. You're not just a confectioner, but also a singer and a dancer? I sure am. What is... It's a very floppy... It's well animated. It's just very like, come on, what do you got? What do you got? Just flop his hand around. When I'm having fun, my body just starts moving. You must really enjoy making desserts. Haha, wouldn't be much of a confectioner if I didn't. I live to make sweets that will bring joy to others. Hey, they're not just things, they're works of art. Sparkling, dazzling, mouth-watering creations, the stuff that dreams are made of. He aims to create joyous and inspirational pieces, does he? I forgot to present my badge. Thank you for agreeing to represent me. The scales on my badge mean something, Mr. Tangaroa. They represent justice and fairness. We'll see to it that you get a fair trial. If you're innocent, you will walk free. But until then, I'm going to need you to sit tight and trust me. I will, I do. Thank you. That wasn't funny at all. Presenting my badge should be silly. I understand that the incident in question happened at your mansion. It did. We were holding an international confectionery contest there when a body was discovered. Inside one of my creations? Oh, God! Bust through the wall! Okay. Inside one of your... No way! The detective in charge placed me under arrest because of it, and now here I am. But I could never take a life, never. I'm sure the police will see that too in time. They'll realize their mistake. I sure hope so. And what can you tell us about the victim? His name is Artie Frost. Okay. He was taking part in the contest. Mr. Frost was a wonderful confectioner. His creations were things of real beauty. I just don't understand. Why did he have to die? I'm sorry. He seems genuinely upset over the victim's death. A little baby edgy. I think I have a pretty good measure of the man now. I mean, he'd be similarly aged to Eddie, right? It's not really a baby. Mr. Tangaroa, there's just one last thing I need to confirm with you. You didn't kill Mr. Frost, correct? Correct. I swear to you, I didn't do it. Like I told you, I could never take a life, never. He seems quite sincere. Alright, I'm gonna take you at your word. Thank you for being so forthright with me. Likewise, it's good to talk to somebody other than those detectives. We'll head to the scene of the crime and see what we can learn. We'll be in touch when we have something more to tell you. Goodbye, Gregory. Goodbye, Eddie. I'm counting on you both. It's almost Christmas. Yeah, it's pretty cold out there, huh, Mr. E? I never saw so much snow. Yes, and it doesn't seem like it'll be letting up anytime soon. But just look at this place. What a sweet house Samson's got. It's huge. This was Samson's house? And then it later became an art gallery? Yeesh. He was like 8? Oh. Okay. Big enough to... Right, he was pretty young. Big enough to hold an international confectionery contest, no less. Welcome, welcome, everyone. Come on in, we'll have us some fun. Whoa! Oh, no. Are you alright? I'm sorry. Would you happen to be Mr. Gregory Edgeworth by any chance? I would. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Eddie Fender, Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, welcome to our humble abode. Judy Bound, it's an honor to meet you both. I'm the housekeeper here and Mr. Tangaroa's assistant. You're no housekeeper, you're Judy Bound, the Judy Bound. You know a little something of my work? A little? I watch you on TV every chance I get. I'm Bacon Bob's biggest fan. It's very kind of you to say so. We'd be nothing without our fans. Catherine Hall in the fan translation. Don't spoil stuff. What might Bacon Bob be? It's only the biggest show on TV. Every kid on the planet loves it. The dynamic duo of Samson and Judy make delicious sweet stuff, all while singing and dancing. Like this, check it out. What shall we make today, kids? Oh my god, how many times are they gonna do the bit? Oh god, cookie dough, caramel too, fluffy, shoe cream, tiramisu, everyone. God, look at Eddie go. Bacon treats with a smile and a song. There, ooh, where who? There, it's true. The oven's got something special for you. Just take a bite and you will see. Favorite bits. That was a wonderful performance, Mr. Fender. Bravo. The Food Channel. I dance along every time I watch the show. Yeah, Food Network. Perhaps Miles might enjoy it too. I'll suggest it later. But all this dancing really takes it out of a guy. I'm so sorry. I'm the world's worst hostess. Here, nothing relaxes the body and mind quite like a cup of tea. Mm-hmm. Clink, clink, clatter, clatter. Those are big mugs. Yeah. Chug. Ah, this is Ceylon, correct? It's delicious. That looks like a nightmare to drink out of. How would you... I guess you just go off of one of the points. God, that looks terrible. Looks like a terrible time. It's citrus. I'm just like, delicious. It's just pouring out the sides. Ah. Ow. Tea getting everywhere. Its citrus aroma is said to improve one's ability to concentrate, as I recall. Interesting. So this is what Ceylon tea tastes like, huh? Out of my way, about to sippy. Like a spout. The saucer's cold. How odd. Hospital. Fully metal, hot and burning. It's so that the tea cools down more quickly, I'm afraid. Some of our guests don't like it too hot. I see. These teacups are very unique, too. The design is really something. You think so? Thank you so much. I ordered them all the way from France. They're my absolute favorite. They were designed by a marvelous sculptor named Paul Halleck. Have you heard of him? Or Halleck? He makes the most amazing tableware in the world. You're clearly a big fan of his work. Oh, I am. These teacups are my greatest treasure. She's certainly not afraid to show when she's passionate about something. If you don't mind, Miss Bound, I'd like to move on to the reason we're here. Yeah, I wish France was real. Can you tell us everything you know about the unfortunate incident that occurred earlier? Of course, I'm sorry for getting so distracted. I guess I'm still in shock. Because I'm the one who found the body, you see. You discovered the victim? Is it true that the body was recovered from inside one of Mr. Tangaroa's creations? It is. We were in the middle of the contest's final judgment phase when I heard the sound of something big collapsing coming from Samson's room. Samson, are you in here? I opened the door and went inside, and there was Mr. Frost's body. Thank you. I'm sorry to make you relive such a traumatic experience. Think nothing of it, please. I only wish I had more to tell you. Now, if you don't mind, Miss Bound, I'd like to begin our investigation of the crime scene. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, you have to save Samson. He's no murderer. He could never do something like that. Of course. Leave it to us, Miss Bound. I feel like I have to ask, was there a specific reason other than just this is a flashback that chat wanted me to use the crunchy graphics? Because here's the thing. I love the pixel art. It's very charming. It drives me insane that the pixels aren't, like, pixel aligned properly. Because every time it cuts too wide, all I notice are, like, the pixels being offset from each other. And it just bothers me. the inconsistent pixel sizes. They have, like, these really sharp edges on it. We have to go back. I think I'm gonna go back. I do like the pixel. I'm glad that that's an option, but I'm like, I don't know if there was like a specific bit of pixel art that people really wanted me to see or something. Also, yeah, the backgrounds being more or less the same. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'm glad. That's why I saved right there. I was like, I want to see like some of these poses in the pixel art. All right, cool. Thanks, chat. I can switch to arranged. More like deranged. Because it's the... That's what I was thinking, like it's the flashback case. But if the whole game looked like it was running in like a DS emulator, I would like it way more than like... It's this, just... It looks worse, like, but not in a good way. As someone who deliberately hunted down and played the original games on a DS for the pixels, believe me, I'm the target audience for that. But just the way it's presented in this, I'm like, eh. Yeah, it would look better with actual proper pixel scaling and stuff. So we can stop. Oh yeah, I'm not here to name and shame. Just I wanted to know because like there were people who wanted to see it. So we're good. Leave it to us, Miss Bound. Thank you so much. I'll go serve the others their tea then. Come Eddie to the scene of the crime. Yes, sir, Mr. E. Is that a timpani drum? There's a lot of stuff here. Oh my god. Holy shit, it's Detective Bad. Where's Katie? Katie, get back here. It's December 24th, still is. Should replace all sprites with Celeste sprites. Ooh. No way, everything in this room is made of chocolate. Oh. I can't believe I'm getting to see so many of Samson's creations this up close and personal. A young, 2% less gruff. I might be more excited myself if the room wasn't a murder scene. I'm back. Who needs leering at? Detective Bad. Next to oh fuck my god. Shudder, just hearing you say that sends a shiver down my spine. That might just be the temperature in here. It's rather cold. Are the cops made of chocolate too? Everything in here is made of chocolate. Now you mention it is pretty chew. Oh god. Defense on the scene already? That was fast. Time to start biting the door handles. Those are not made of chocolate. A pleasure to meet you, Gregory Edgeworth. I'm representing Mr. Tangaroa. This is my assistant, Eddie Fender. Nice to meet you. Bad. Detective Tyrell Bad. The detective in charge is named Bad, a man of few words. Sorry about this doesn't taste right. I'm glad he worked himself out of this phase. But okay. Oh shit, I forgot about his theme song. Shit. Thank you, Trumpet. Well, you mentioned that Eddie might have eaten his defense badge. This is what I thought of. Good. Thanks for not spoiling it. Wow. Yeah, he's a growing boy. He needs to eat. This tastes funny. Ugh, it's not just that he's eating it, it's that he's trying to, divine the truth from eating his notes. And he swallowed it. Good. You can't do that and spit it out. You're eating your note paper. He likes to chew over his thoughts rather literally, I'm afraid. It helps him digest and remember them. Okay. It's a little quirk of his. Please try to ignore it. Although I'd be the first to admit it's easier said than done. With introductions out of the way, anime synesthesia. It can't be good for him. Maybe it's like edible. Don't they make like soy paper and like stuff? Like maybe it's actually an edible. I don't think it is, but it could be. He's insane. Rice paper, yeah, sugar paper. There's stuff like that, right? It definitely isn't, but it could be. Detective Bad, would you mind if we joined you in investigating the scene? Sorry, not gonna happen. But what? How come? Mr. Edgeworth is Mr. Tangaroa's attorney. Yeah, and attorneys will do anything to get him off the hook, even put words in their clients' mouths. You think I need that on my crime scene? Mr. Edgeworth would never do something like that. Thank you, Albrecht. Gift us up to Tyrell Badass. I don't trust attorneys, okay, kid? Detective, you established my client's supposed guilt based on investigation of the crime scene, correct? That's usually how it works, yeah. What of it? Then extend me the same courtesy. I believe he is innocent, and I would like the chance to prove it. You believe he's innocent, and you didn't even see the scene yet. That's some flimsy lawyering. That's exactly why I wish to see the scene for myself. I need to ensure that my belief is based on solid evidence and sound reasoning. You about to tell me you're not leaving until I let you look over the scene? I am. Tisk. Fine. Knock yourselves out. Thank you, Detective. That's all it took. But I'm coming around with you. Like I said, I don't trust attorneys. I was wondering if it was a lollipop. Like maybe he actually was a smoker when he was younger. Nope. It's a lollipop. I don't trust attorneys. If you're good with that, then go ahead and get to it. That was a lollipop this whole time? I must admit, I didn't see that coming either. Gotta love the Chupa Chups. Gotta love the Chupa Chups. We better get started then. Well, I'll need you to take notes, Eddie. And don't eat them. I shouldn't have to tell you that. Let's get this over with. Didn't What's-Her-Face say that she heard a noise from his room? This is not his room. This is just a room in the manor. The Red Rover and the Crimson Tide. It looks like this title is the inspiration for everything on display here in this room. The ship and the treasure chest, of course, but also all the other nautical objects on display. It's certainly a suitably grand theme with which to showcase Mr. Tangaroa's talents. I guess? This is a fine selection of nautical paraphernalia. You think one of them could be the murder weapon? No, they're all made out of chocolate. You'd have a hard time bludgeoning somebody to death with one of them. Can't tell what's real in here. They really do look genuine. I can hardly tell the difference myself. A true testament to Tangaroa's skills. My god, he's good. What are you investigating, officer? Sir, I was just taking the temperature of the water here. And what have you learned? It's warm, sir. The stream in each room flows into the main fountain, and then the water is circulated back to the rooms. Unusual to say the least. I've never seen a house quite like this one. Rich folks, they're all crazy. This is gonna be important. So they put the evidence in like a little chocolate boat, and it went down the river to the fountain, and then the chocolate dissolved, and they left the evidence somewhere else. That's not crazy. That's what happened. How's it looking over here, officer? Nothing of interest in that cupboard, or? Yes, sir. So there is? Oh, no, there isn't. Just the blowtorch used for cooking and some tableware, sir. Show bad my badge. You heard the man, Mr. Attorney. Nothing to add, am I right? No. So you do have something to add. Oh, no. Can't get a straight answer out of anybody. Perhaps you should ask a straight question. My answers are gay, Your Honor. My question's even gayer. There he is. What is it? Here's my badge. Attorneys are bad luck. Nothing good ever happens with you guys around. You trample the scene, jump to conclusions. You really think that of all of us, me included? Not a yes, but not a no either. Notice anything? You stop saying stupid things? It's all I do is say stupid things. I click start stream. And the button should just be relabeled to start saying stupid shit. You're doing this all wrong. An investigation's like a popsicle. You walk around the scene, look at stuff, talk to witnesses. Everything you do, it's like a lick of that popsicle. Slowly, you eat away at it. Numb. Until all that's left is the stick. And written on that stick is the truth. Then I suppose I better hope it doesn't say guilty. Guilty popsicles. Yep. Nope. Nope. No. Yes. No. No. Yes. Yes. No. Uh-huh. You. We'll get back to you. That's a very realistic statue. I am not a statue. A well-equipped kitchen, as one might expect. Sadly, it doesn't look like there's much to be found in the way of clues. Nothing of interest in the fridge either. We checked. There's some very tasteful tableware here, along with some kitchen utensils. This tea set is of the same design as the one Miss Bounds served us with earlier. You think Samson could have been drinking tea out of that? The pot and cup were destined for Prince. His were the only ones they found. And was that the case for the utensils too? How many looks does it take to get the center of a Tootsie Pop? A 1? A 2? A 3? Crunch. The answer was 3. Everything else has been washed, so there weren't any prints to find. And if Tangaroa was wearing gloves while he was working on his confectionaries, that would explain why prints were only found on the teapot and cup. Is that some peepus back there? You know it is. A Paul Halik? Do we think it's Halik or Haliku or what? Is there a pun I'm missing? Piece with Tangaroa's fingerprints on it. Yeah, you got a couple little peepus there. Mystery peepus. Yeah, up, huh? Oh, there we go. Gloves. It's whatever you want it to be. Where did the tea come from? Plants and water, usually. Tangaroa wore them when he was working on his masterpiece over there. They're conveniently good at hiding fingerprints, too. I suppose it's possible to employ them in such a manner. But is it really all that suspicious to find a pair of gloves in a kitchen like this? I'm a detective. Everything's suspicious. That's the job. That's the job. You wouldn't handle... You wouldn't last a day. Where I am. A real crime scene. This is exciting. This isn't a game, Eddie. I need you to take it seriously. Don't worry, Mystery. I'm taking notes on everything. Oh. What kind of notes? Notes about how all this delicious stuff is made. Can't wait to try it for myself. I'm not playing around, Edward. Take this seriously. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. Voyage of the Red Rover? This is where the body was discovered. Yeah, they took it away already, but everything else is just how we found it. Let's see. Voyage of the Red Rover, after sailing the 7 seas, the legendary ship happens upon a great treasure at last. This piece is a tribute to the adventurous spirit of our ancestors. Sure. Yeah, that's anyway. So they sailed 6 whole seas before they found anything. Not exactly the luckiest crew out there. Which, as we learned yesterday, the 7 seas involve separations of North and South, Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. So if you ever do bar trivia, and they ask you for the 7 seas, don't just say Pacific Ocean. That's wrong. North Pacific, South Pacific are 2 different ones. Sometimes you gotta take a bunch of wrong turns before you find the truth. That's what being a real detective is all about. Did they even have detectives back in those days? Sure they did. Detective is the oldest profession. Is it? It could be. The ship collapsed because one of its stands broke. Cooking recipe where the 1,500-word story is the proceeds of ingredients besides a horrid murder that happened in the kitchen. Or it's just a 1,500-word story about a ship in pirate times and a murder mystery. Honestly, if I looked up a recipe and it was just a Sherlock Holmes story, I wouldn't be mad. I'd be like, oh shit, let me just keep reading this thing. And then what happened? The ship must have collapsed onto the treasure chest and smashed it open. Obra Dinn cake for my birthday. Wait, do you think? Could that be how the victim died? Was he crushed by the ship? If he was, this becomes an accidental death, not a murder. You too serious? Don't worry, detective. For the moment, we're simply discussing a possibility. I was being serious, though. It's really rather impressive making an entire ship out of chocolate. That's Samson Tangaroa for you. Don't you want to just take a big bite out of it? Which part to bite first, though? That's the real head-scratcher, you know? Bite any part of it, kid, and you'll be off this crime scene so fast your head will spin. It was a joke. Stop staring at me like that. I do sometimes wish Eddie would keep his cool head could keep his cool a little better. Those waves are rad. Alright. Eat the sail. Would you start with the sail? If it was like this big, not room big, like a little model ship, not like a ship in a bottle, like tiny, normal, like you could eat it and not hate life afterwards. Which part of the ship would you eat first? I think snapping off the mast and then eating the mast and the sail. That might be. I want to chop with that anchor. Oh, anchor. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be kind of fun. Carrot milk, and that's too rich for me. Eat it in one bite. Just down the hatch. I bet at the bottom pretend it's sinking. Oh. Ah. Clever. Hey, Mercanius. 44 months. Thank you. Still on vacay. Have a good vacay. What's that? Let's look at the body. It appears the body was inside the treasure chest. Yeah. Would the sails be white chocolate? Never mind. I'm not eating them. Fuck white chocolate. Garbage. Waste of the word chocolate. Woman by the name of Bound found it. Yep. Start with the bowsprit. Bold take, correct. Samson, are you in here? Eat the poop deck first. Ah. Seems she heard something breaking and came in to see what it was. White sugar paste. White chocolate's peak. More for you. If only we had just a little more information. There's something else in here. Gregory also used logic? My god. It looks like a seal of some kind with somebody's initials and an intricate shape carved into it. Looks like PH? Or a flag and an H? It's for making those fancy wax things on documents, thinking it belonged to the victim? No idea, but it's gotta get logged anyway, so I'll take that. Yeah, I'll take that. I want to pull white chocolate, yes or no? Detective, can you tell us a little more about the state of the victim's body? Let me see. Got a picture here somewhere. You can see it for yourselves. Yeah, Philippines. Blunt force trauma. Piles Hedgeworth. What about the weapon? Has it been found yet? You can ask the prosecutor in charge about that. The detective's not one for sharing much, I see. Would you mind if we borrowed this? No skin off my nose. It's not like it's official. Bound took it with an instant camera when she found the body. An instant camera? Like it's disposable or something? No, it means that it develops the pictures right there and then when you take them. No way. Sounds pretty convenient. Okay, but this is like mid-2000s. So there's no excuse. He should know what an instant camera is. White chocolate? Yes? No. Poll's already active. Oh, shit. Mod beat me to it. Thank you, Mod. All right, well, there's your poll. And Pizza King, this is LeBron. Now then, I better get my facts straight and take down some notes of my own. There's something in this picture that contradicts with the current crime scene. I need to call on my powers of deduction to figure out why. He's hit on the back of the head. What was the sound he heard? The broken stand? I mean, probably that. Right? Favorite kind of chocolate? Dark chocolate. I'd say the darker the better, but there is, like, above 80%, it just becomes more bitter than anything else. But I feel like 70 to 80% is kind of like sweet spot for dark chocolate. The stand broke and the ship collapsed with it. And the loud sound it made brought Miss Bound running. Yeah. Said the ship had already keeled over by the time she got in here. 70% is usually pretty solid. Why did the chocolate stand supporting the ship break? Correct opinions on chocolate. Maybe the whole thing was off balance from the get-go. I would eat any kind of chocolate. I mean, have you eaten like 90% dark? It gets pretty bitter. Could that really have been the case? I mean, some people do like it. I'm just like, it's a little too much for me. But to the point now where if I eat milk chocolate, I'm just like, there's no chocolate flavor. There's nothing here. All right. So he was knocked on the head and then put inside the chest? And then it fell over? Maybe I should talk to the super ominous man in the corner. I was like, what have I not done? Right, the extremely conspicuous man. And you are? Why the scar that has a cut in his hat is extremely inspired character design. Ooh. Sorry, meditating. Did you want something, detective? Oh, I'm an attorney, not a detective. Gregory Edgeworth, a pleasure to meet you. Yeah, Street Fighter character. I'm his assistant, Eddie Fender. My favorite Ace Attorney characters are the ones that could be copy-pasted into Street Fighter. 100%. My name's Carmelo Gusto. Gusto to meet you. I'm a confectioner. Here for the contest. You are? What's your specialty, Mr. Gusto? Is his, Whoa! The art of air and sugar. No way, look at that, it's a little baby seahorse. It's a dragon, a noble, soaring creature of the skies. That's a dragon? It does look more aquatic than airborne. No need to sugarcoat it, my design sense is weak. I know that better than anybody. 57% of chat said white chocolate yes. So a slight majority is wrong. Damn, chat. I thought you were better than that. Is his, like, I don't know, cravat, neckerchief, whatever the fuck thing around his neck, is that like a pipette? Like if you squeeze it, it's full of frosting? Because that's what it looks. It looks like full of something. It doesn't look like fabric. It's a piping bag? Great. That's where I'm heading to Zhangfa when this is all over. I need to train hard. Traditional Japanese candy making, gotcha. Perhaps we should get off the subject of his design sense for now. So what are you doing here Mr. Gusto? I didn't think they were allowing civilians on the scene yet. Detective wanted to know more about one of the pieces in here. Makes sense, seeing as he's a contestant. Hey, perhaps I should ask him a few questions of my own. Here's my badge. Interesting design. Yes, I could do something with this. Can I borrow it? I'm afraid not. It's rather important. I can't bear the thought of it coming into any harm in Mr. Gusto's hands. He sneaks a squeeze when he gets hungry. Oh god. Teapot? Sorry, meditating. Did you want something, detective? As I told you, I'm an attorney, and I was hoping you'd take a look at this. There's a very small X on his palm, and I'm inclined to think that that's important, because that's a very specific detail. Is he meditating again? He's sleeping. Perhaps I better present him with something more meaningful. This? You don't know what that means? Okay. Why is he dressed like a noir novel detective? Because he is. I walked into the room. Everything was chocolate. Next chapter. Alright. He doesn't care about anything I have. Cool. Tell me about yourself. Those are some interesting implements you use, Mr. Gusto. Whoa! Sugar blowing pumps. They put air into the sugar. Stardew Valley chicken. They're so cool, it's like watching a sword master do his thing. I'm no master. Not a day goes by I don't hurt myself one way or another. That's why I wear red. That way it doesn't matter when I make a mess. Wait, what? What is he doing wrong? How is he that bad? Are the air pumps spikes? Is that how he's got a scar? Holy shit. Oh, he's awesome. I guess? From the sugar? Burns? No, I think he's just bleeding constantly from putting air into sugar. Okay. Does he need an ambulance right now? There's about to be another dead body at the scene. The way of the confectioner is a lonely one. You never stop learning, not until you die. The way of the confectioner sounds like a long one, too, if he's still injuring himself on a daily basis. This was white when I bought it. What can you tell us about the contest? Based on what we've seen so far, flavor doesn't seem to be the only criteria at play. The contest was Tangaroa's idea. It's about art. Confectionery as art. Confectionery as art. Art you can eat, every part of it. Every single item in this room is edible. The whole place does kind of smell like chocolate. Tangaroa is a genius, a once-in-a-generation talent. Flavor and flair, he has it all. And if you can't outdo the god of confections himself, you can't win. What are the god of confections and the goddess of justice, you know, seeing each other? I don't know, man. Beating out the greatest in the world seems kind of hard, yeah? Maybe. They're exes? Oof. Chocolate is not to blame. Thank you for gifting that. As this should be. Whoever beats him becomes the greatest in turn. That's the real prize here. Nothing else matters. You're competing for a title, effectively. And a treasure. The ultimate cookbook. Tangaroa's most prized possession. If you want to know more, it's all written down here. Oh, thank you. It's the list of rules that was given out to contestants. Great. Let me take a little look at that real quick. Rules. 1. Judging will proceed clockwise from the leftmost room. All contestants to gather in Tangaroa's room when judging ends. That's what she meant by Tangaroa's room. This isn't like his bedroom. This was the room where he put all the shit in there. Non-confectionery items may not be used as decorations. Stands and display materials will be provided. Huh. Contestants may not enter another contestant's room until judging has been completed. Uh-oh. No. Definitely that rule was broken. Sorry, I don't know much about what happened. I only heard about it after the judging was over. How was the judging organized? It started at 3 p.m. Tangaroa began making the rounds right around then. Wait, was he the judge but also in the contest? Doesn't seem right. He left his own room, then worked his way around the venue clockwise. Gusto, Scone, and Frost. My creations were the first to be judged. Meow. After that, he went to Scone's room. She's another one of the contestants. What can you tell us about her? Ruthless, brutal. There's nothing she wouldn't do to win. She was working with cream, some kind of dreamscape. A creamscape? Never mind. Then, last of all, Frost's room. His thing was flavored ice. Sculptures this time, or so I heard. Bound found the body while Tangaroa was still making the rounds. The entire room is a clock. She panicked, ran to call the cops. Tangaroa went right on judging, claims he didn't know a thing about it until afterward. Went ahead and looked over the victim's work, even though the guy was nowhere to be seen. Pretty sus behavior in anyone's book. I don't have enough information to challenge him on that yet. By the way, Detective Bad, what were you and Mr. Gusto talking about earlier? I was gonna ask about the piece on the wall here, the one in the frame. Seemed like something was off. Angel's Cookbook. Angel beset by thorns. A diary of despair. The light of life. Missing a light. Thought I'd better ask somebody who knows about this stuff. But then you bozos showed up and pulled me away from my very important work. Perhaps we can take a closer look at it together. Can't take a hint, can you? Mr. Gusto, would you mind helping us out? Of course. Confectionery is my life. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you. That's very kind of you. A candelabra made of chocolate. There's a title here, The Light of Life. Well, this particular light seems to be missing one of its life-giving flames. Does it have some sort of symbolic meaning, or could it be? It's a journal belonging to the captain of the chocolate ship, also made of chocolate. A diary of despair, that's some title. Come, hearken, see how we crossed the sea and rode the red tide to misery. Quite a jaunty rhyme for such a tragic-sounding tale. Who knew you could make a picture this pretty out of chocolate? Samson really is a god among men. Is it really made of chocolate, though? It looks far too much like a regular illustration to me. You have a good eye. I'm impressed. That's no piece of candy. That's the ultimate cookbook. The ultimate cookbook. The grand prize. What? It's not made of chocolate after all? No. The book is simply unframed in some. Tangaroa showed it to all of us when we gathered here to explain the rules. Participants knew the grand prize was in this room the whole time. Anyway, you see it too, right? The frame. Something's missing. The oddity Bad was gonna ask Mr. Gusto about earlier. You're right, Detective. Something is missing from this frame. It's not just me. What's missing? I better show Eddie which part of the frame is missing some chocolate. Right now.
Take that.
Also the ominous handprint, but look at the decorative work in the corner here. Something's missing, you know? Cream crop distance? Oh yeah, it's different from the other side. That's not like Tangaroa, the balance is all wrong. But that's not all. Take a look around. No, I don't want to. Every confection in this room is missing some small bit. Greg's voiced by ProZD. Excellent. You're right, the candle holder, the nautical stuff, they're all like that. Did somebody deliberately damage them? That's a very good question. That's a good question. Did Tangaroa just want it to look like somebody messed with his work? He'd never do that to his own creations, never. Could this have some deeper meaning for the case? I must scour the scene. That ominous handprint. Are these finger marks? Yep. But we don't know whose yet. Still haven't figured it out. No fingerprints, no ID. Finger marks without prints. Could they certainly be important? They could be important to the case. It's a real head scratcher, all right? Not really. I'm guessing whoever it was wore gloves. You know, where's your sense of romance, of adventure? There doesn't tend to be much of either at a crime scene, Eddie. Achoo! Are you all right, Eddie? Yeah, but it sure is chilly in here. Yes, it wasn't exactly warm out in the fountain room either. But it's even colder in here. Would you like to borrow my jacket? No, I'm fine. And besides, you said you'd give it to me when I finally got my attorney's badge. Did he? I did, didn't I? Okay. Why do they have the heat down so low? Chocolate needs to be kept at the right temperature. Take a look behind that panel on the wall. What panel? Oh, there. Look at that. It was here this whole time. 59 degrees. There's one in each of the contestants' rooms. Tangaroa hid them so they wouldn't spoil the aesthetic of our works. And what do the controls do? They adjust the temperature and the lighting. Goes all the way down to negative 22 degrees? Cold enough to keep any confectionery from melting. That's pretty cold. So in effect, each room is a giant freezer. Yeah. It's 59 degrees in here. No wonder I'm cold. Hey, Detective Bat, you mind if we turn it up a little? Preservation of the crime scene is the foundation of detective work. I'm not a detective. The same goes for attorneys, Eddie. We must never disturb the scene of the crime. Just temper your chocolate, bro. How's that in Celsius? Cold. I don't know. Get used to the cold. It's all part of your training. Like, not freezing, but... Well, negative 22 is below freezing. 59 is... I don't know. Negative 22 is negative 30. What's 59 in Celsius? It's 60... No, it's freezing. 59 is 20 C. It's chilly. 15 C? Alright, so thereabouts. Chocolate needs to be kept between 59 and 65 degrees Fahrenheit. There's no way around it. Negative 22 is very cold. This time in fridge cold. No, but it'd be a chilly room. You know the temperatures by heart, huh? Guess it's your job. It's the very least I should know. Any real confectioner should be able to tell you that and more. I mean, I think it's dramatic for Fender to be sneezing and being like, I'm gonna have a cold. But it's fine. It's also Christmas. Or it's almost Christmas. What about lollipops and cream? If it's not too hot or too humid, a lollipop should be fine just about anywhere. Cream needs to be kept around 50 degrees. Need to watch out for heat and humidity, huh? Duly noted. Detective Bad kind of brightened up when he was talking about lollipops, didn't he? I suppose he must be very fond of them. Gotta love the Chupa Chup. Yeah. The ultimate cookbook. All right. Do I have anything I can put inside of my brain? Is it because everything was damaged? Is that connected? All of Mr. Tangaroa's creations are missing a little piece each, including one of the stands that was holding up the ship. Somebody really went all out. Do you think it could have been the killer? It's certainly a possibility. Either way, I think we can safely say the stand was damaged in our mystery person's tampering spree. And when it broke, the ship fell and smashed open the treasure chest, which would have remained closed otherwise. What have I not looked at yet? Because I just have blunt force trauma. I haven't found anything that might match that. Oh, there's something else here? I said there's nothing else. Oh, I haven't literally inspected that, so. These controls can be used to adjust the room's temperature and lighting. Red, yellow, green, dark blue, light blue, white. That's a huge range. Temperature set to 59 degrees, light color set to white. The pieces in here are made of chocolate, that's why. White light makes them look better. Tangaroa must see the room itself as part of his carefully crafted creations. Looks like a fire alarm. Yep, and before you start prodding it, it's not made of chocolate. Push it and bells will start ringing. People will come running from the security room. Whole bunch of hassle, so don't. I know you want to, but don't. Honestly, the thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Typical attorney. What does being an attorney have to do with anything? No whimsy in your world. I said I didn't want to touch it. Yeah, but you're supposed to want to touch it. This must be the title of this piece. Angel Beset by Thorns. That's mysterious. Really gets you thinking, huh? I think I'm a fan. You have good taste. I'm especially fond of it myself. Simply captivating. Edgeworth, Mr. Gusto praised me. Now, Eddie, don't make this into a thorny issue by bragging about it. You have a bad taste. Was that a dad joke, Mr. Edgeworth? I better make note of this momentous occasion. Where to make a joke, dad or otherwise? I'll make a note of it. Nom nom nom. Okay, great. Now I've looked at that. I've looked at this. Oh, maybe I'm supposed to present a thing. Was that Bad I was talking to? What is it? The scene of the crime. Nothing's been moved since the body was found, correct? Preserve the scene. That's rule number 1 of any investigation. They took the body away, but everything else untouched. Could you tell us a little more about the state of the body before it was taken away? Bound took a picture. You have to make do with that. I get the feeling the good detective is none too fond of defense attorneys. Best not rely on him too much and search the scene for clues and contradictions myself. I mean, maybe I have something to say? No. There's no prints. Contest rules. He's done. You're done. What am I missing? He is a dad. Am I supposed to present something to someone? I guess that might not count for a check mark. Do you know anything about this? No. He's asleep. Do you know anything about the rules you handed me? Oh, yeah. That's what he said before. Photo. Okay. I guess I can try presenting stuff to Bad. Is there just a single square in the room I haven't been to? Something on the bottom right. I already went there? I could double check. Anything about this? The caller made sure to wear gloves. Couldn't lift squat from those finger marks. Perhaps you can extrapolate something about their owner from the size of their fingers, for example? It's not as easy as it sounds. Sorry, these finger marks are pretty worthless as evidence goes. No need to be hasty, detective. After all, even the absence of fingerprints tells us something of interest, don't you think? You lawyers have an answer for everything, don't you? And I'll take that as a compliment. I'd like your opinion on this if you don't mind. I do. If there's one thing I hate, it's small talk. Only cares about things that are directly related to the incident. The photo? This case, it's, well, can't get my head around a few parts of it. If you wouldn't mind, I'd like some more information about the scene of the crime. Sure, you got legs, don't you? Try using them. That's how the pros do it. Our duties may differ, detective. We both want to get to the bottom of what happened, don't we? Wouldn't it be better if we worked together? The detective clearly sees himself as the strong, silent type. I suppose that is also how the pros do it. Okay. Did I get everything on the ship? I mean, I got a check mark. So I'm inclined to say yeah. No, there's a deduce button. What would I deduce about? Oh, the victim's body was found in the same Santangaro's room inside a chocolate treasure chest. The cause of death appears to have been blood loss, followed by blunt force trauma. There's the photo. So he was curled up on his side. Yeah. That tracks. Deduce. Double deduced. Is it about the thing being broken? This thing? I mean, it doesn't really matter to be like, contestants can't enter another room. Is that, do they want me to yell about that? Like, how'd he get here? He wasn't supposed to be here. He's dead. None of this was supposed to happen. He's not wearing gloves, so I can say that wasn't him, but...
Eureka!
Eureka! Consider the relationship. There's a contradiction. Yeah. No. Something missing ought to be here. There's something missing that ought to be here? Is it the blood? Oh, they took out the chunk of floor where the blood was? Maybe, like, literally point to right there? Because is that... Yeah, there sure is a section with blood on it. Okay, great.
Eureka!
Okay. I'm observant. You said the only thing that had been removed from the scene is the body? Yeah, that and the piece of cloth it was wrapped in. Then something here doesn't quite add up. It doesn't. Take another look at the scene in front of us, detective. A very conspicuous pool of blood that should be here is clearly missing. You're right. Don't remember anybody mentioning they'd removed the blood along with the body. Let me check with forensics. What is it, Mr. E? What'd you figure out? Compare the treasure chest in the photograph to the real thing. In the picture, the solid chocolate bottom continues underneath the deceased's head. And yet, that part of the chest is now gone. The part with the blood all over it. Exactly. So did the police remove it, or perhaps the killer? It wasn't forensics. They're saying nobody took anything like that away. Interesting. Somebody deliberately removed the blood from the scene. Could be. Alright, that's what I was missing. It had a check mark, so I didn't think to go back to it. I think we're about done here for now. Well, if I wasn't convinced before, I am now. Tangaroa did it, no two ways about it. What do you mean? All the rooms in this place lock from the inside. Were they locked into their rooms? That seems like a bad idea. The only way to lock them from the outside is with this key. I see, and who had access to that key? Who do you think? Tangaroa. And it's the only one. There aren't any copies. This seems like a terrible setup for many reasons. Key out of the court record, okay? Yeah, this seems real good. With the mansion key, Tangaroa could slip into anybody else's room anytime he liked. And he could even lock his own room from the outside if he wanted. But Mr. Tangaroa's room wasn't locked, was it? Nope, which is exactly what makes him a suspect. Would you care to explain your thinking? Why he did it? If the door had been locked when the body was found, Tangaroa would have been the obvious suspect. Which is why he deliberately didn't lock his room. You've lost me. If he did this, it would have been suspicious. So he did the opposite, which makes him suspicious. Okay. And why he smashed into the lid of the treasure chest so the body was on full display. Everyone was supposed to gather in his room when the judging finished up. So he made it look like the murder happened while he wasn't there. Uh-huh. If he didn't do it, he did it, so he didn't. So he did it. The one thing he didn't plan on was Bound finding the body. Anyway, that's my thinking on this whole thing. Good enough for you, Mr. Attorney. Do you also believe it was Mr. Tangaroa who damaged the other pieces in this room? Yep. I know you have to believe your client, that's your job, but I'm a detective, and I serve the law. And no matter how squeaky clean somebody might seem, a suspect is still a suspect. I fully understand your reasoning, Detective. Now, would you mind if I applied a little critical thinking of my own? Yeah, do your worst. Just as the detective won't compromise his devotion to the law, I won't compromise my beliefs either. And I'm not about to just accept his version of events. In fact, I'm going to show him the piece of evidence that highlights the contradiction in his claims. I'm gonna butt that toll. If the door had been locked, then it would be obvious.
Hold it.
Hold it. That's hardly solid grounds on which to base your suspicion, Detective. And that's hardly solid grounds to start shouting objections left and right on, Mr. Attorney. Maybe quit interrupting and let me finish. Which is why he deliberately didn't lock his room. Uh-huh. Why would he deliberately not lock his door? Because if he'd locked it, he might as well have held up a sign saying he did it, since he had the only key. But maybe it was just a coincidence? Maybe he just left it unlocked without meaning to? He just happened to leave it unlocked, and somebody just happened to find a body inside? Come on, kid, you'll never make detective thinking like that. I don't want to be a detective. I want to be an attorney. I'd be grateful if you stopped trying to steal my apprentice. Look, there's a reason why Tangaroa left his door unlocked. Why he smashed in the lid of the treasure chest so the body was on full display. You're saying Mr. Tangaroa himself deliberately smashed the treasure chest open? Yep. If he hadn't, the body would have never been found. I struggle to see how he managed to destroy his creation while judging the contest at the same time. Exactly, and besides, there's no way he would have disrespected his sweets. He eats every last crumb on Bacon Bop while dancing. That's the only way his stuff gets destroyed. This isn't about what happens on TV, kid. You know about Bacon Bop, Detective? Am I the only one who isn't familiar with this show? I never would have guessed. Can you sing the theme song too? Never mind that now. Focus. The point is this. Tangaroa was responsible for breaking that lid. Everyone was supposed to gather in his room, when the judging finished up.
Hold it.
You'll never make detective at this rate. The judging began in Mr. Gusto's room, correct? Yeah. Kinda wanted to check his hard candy stuff out myself. Wait, the judging did start in Gusto's room. Judging will proceed clockwise from the leftmost room, which would be Tangaroa's room. So it didn't start there, where it should have. Kinda wanted to check his hard candy stuff out. In that case, how about a demonstration? Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Whoa! Well, it's you, detective. Are you calling him a dirty dog? It's a wolf. A lone wolf. I like it. Yeah. I'm starting to enjoy these little displays. Anyhow. So he made it look like the murder happened while he wasn't there. Uh-huh.
Hold it.
Do you have a clear idea of when exactly the murder took place? Not yet. Autopsy report's still pending. And yet you still went ahead and arrested Mr. Tangaroa. We may not know when the murder happened, but we know when the body was discovered. It was while Tangaroa was judging Gusto's room. The perfect alibi if he could set it up just right. But still not grounds for an arrest. Surely you have to agree with that. Do I? Especially when I've got nothing more to say to you. Well, I get the feeling he's hiding something. Detective He seems pretty convinced that Mr. Tangaroa is the culprit. But there's no way he would have vandalized his own creations. No way. Still, the treasure chest did get smashed in. There's no denying that. Gap Moe? Perhaps we should focus more on what led to the body's discovery. Doing so should make it easier to spot the flaw in Bad's theory. Okay. As long as I smashed the lid of this place, the body was on full display. Miro? It was closed until the ship collapsed. Why the treasure chest cover the body's missing? If the lid collapsed, how come he's not just covered in broken lid? Is that meant to be a detail that I should be paying attention to?
Objection.
We've established that the body was hidden inside the chest, and that Miss Bound only came running into this room when she heard a sound. It seems reasonable to infer the sound was that of the chocolate boat collapsing. Sure, seems likely, based on the evidence. I assure you it's very based. And yet you assert that it was Mr. Tangaroa who had smashed the lid of the chest. I believe this photo makes it clear that it was the ship that did the smashing. I guess it fell off to the side, but if it smashed down, it would have crumpled inside. Whatever. Chocolate be like that. Yeah, I guess? Like, chocolate snaps, but like, that's a lot of chocolate. If that had occurred only moments before Miss Bound had entered the room, then it couldn't have been broken by Mr. Tangaroa, who was out judging the contest at that time. Burger's voice should be several octaves deeper. I will lose my voice if everyone has a really deep voice. I never said he did it then and there. The protagonist always kind of gets just my voice. He could have done something to the stand, so it collapsed when he was in the middle of judging.
Objection.
He ate all the evidence. Have you any way of proving that assertion? Nope. But the investigation isn't over yet. There's still time. Oh, they mean his in-game vote. Oh, that's fair. The line they had. Okay. Understandable. I was like, I don't have to justify it, but I can be like, it was, okay. Yeah, his objection was kind of, yeah, I guess. He doesn't have anything conclusive. I don't mind it, but I get you. Have you found any prints in this room besides those of Mr. Tangaroa? You're doing great. How dare you? Don't compliment me, boo! On the door! But we found Tangaroa's and Frost's prints on there too. About 4 octaves down. We were all brought in here for a briefing, right before we started work on our creations. Those prints are probably from then. You're doing awful. Ban this user, chat. I mean, mods. Chat doesn't have that power, nor should they. Chat, ban this ban. I take it you haven't checked any of Tangaroa's works for prints yet? Wait, no. Why would? We know that somebody tampered with them. Therefore, it's possible they left some prints behind when they did so. All of us together. Fine. If we don't find anything, your guy's still top of my list. Got it? You! Check all this chocolate stuff for prints now. All of it. Right away. Chat, invert their axes. Detective Bad. We finished dusting the chocolate and we found prints that don't belong to Tangaroa, sir. Go on. Whose? Delicia Scone, sir. Delicia? She's one of the contestants. Good work. You can go back to whatever you were investigating before. Yes, sir? So it seems we have a suspect besides Tangaroa. Even without your lawyerly input, I wasn't about to wrap up the investigation anyway. Yeah, but you arrested the first guy that seemed like the culprit, and then didn't. Whatever. I'll go speak to Miss Scone and see what she has to say for herself. Delicia Scone. Mr. Gusto mentioned her too. He said that she was ruthless, that she'd do anything to win. This Scone lady sounds like a pretty suspicious character, huh, Mystery? Yeah, it's the thing we better try to speak with her ourselves as well. Detective Bad, would you mind if we accompanied you? Babysitting you is not my job. Yeah, come on. But I guess you did pick up a couple of useful clues already. So if you want to tag along, be my guest. Thank you, Detective. You're too kind. I bow. But Detective Bad, sir. Translation's just left the same. It's just such a good name. I don't think that's such a good idea. The lead prosecutor's still busy in there. It'll be fine. Me and him don't exactly see eye to eye anyhow. Delicia Scone. Who is this him? Who did they assign the case to? Manfred von Karma. What? They gave it to von Karma? He hasn't lost the case in 25 years. And he didn't lose this one either, I would assume. Manfred von Karma, a living legend at the prosecutor's office. We've never faced one another in the courtroom, but I've heard plenty of stories. They say he'll do anything to ensure a guilty verdict. But I can't let that distract me. For now, I need only continue to do what I believe is right. To be continued. Yeah, I mean, I'm not at all surprised. Oh my god, is that her? Oh my god. Pillsbury Doughboy looking fucker. Holy shit. Just the fact that earlier in the game, especially in like case 1 even, they were like talking about Gregory, talking about Von Karma, and just really setting them up to be involved in the game somehow. So, yeah. Holy shit, it's Von Karma. Wow. That's before he went evil. December 24th, 7:30 p.m. Oh my god, it's almost Christmas. More like case P. What the fuck, Shiv? Take it back. Say psych right now. A candy castle? And look, there are even some little elves to go with it. What with the hexagonal bases, though? No psych. Boo! Room's laid out pretty much the same as Tangaroa's. It's not as cold, though. That's something. Let's see. Yeah, looks like there's a temperature control panel in here, too. Also, props to the development team for going, hey, each room has RGB light controls, meaning they got to make a background and just reuse it and swap out the color gradient a little bit, just tint the scene. That's a very smart reuse of all these identical rooms, and to make them distinct. This is not just white room after white room. Very smart job. Over there where the orange light is, right? We better take a closer look at it when we can. It's like a fairy tale storybook in here. And this whipped cream covered construction must be the work of Miss Delicia Scone. Don't make me green. I love a good asset reuse. Where is Miss Scone? Me? Why, I'm just over here, dearie. Yeah, when what's-his-face was like, oh my god, she's cutthroat. She'll do anything to win. I'm like, either she's intense, or she's really sweet and nice, or she's really sweet and nice, but then has an extreme mean streak, which is also 3. So, we're either on 2 or 3. Just look at you lovely boys. Delicia Scone at your service. She's got the same goddamn dog thylacinus. Some cheeky blighters back in Blighty even call me Miss Delicious. Teehee. Blighty? Her hair's gonna unfurl. Yeah, do you think they're little cinnamon rolls? And they're spiky? Called a lovely boy at 34. Unexpected, to say the least. He's 34? What the fuck? He's not in here. Gregory's 34? Fuck this series. Why is everyone like 20 years younger than they should be? Lovely boys, really, even Mr. E? I'm also older than adult man Gregory. Oh yes, dear. You, the detective over there, you're all lovely boys to me. I should get a trench coat. Look at Delicia's age. Do I have her? Question mark? She did it. She did the murder. 16. God, fucking... Alright. 36. Great. Murderer. She did it. Age is a mystery and she's nice to me. Send her into space. I'm nobody's lovely boy lady name's Bad. I'm a bad boy. Wonder how old she is. Okay. Finish this up so we can get out of here, Mr. Attorney. You practice for TGA? Oh god. I don't want to know. Yes, alright. I forgot about that voice line for Von Karma. What's the meaning of this chit-chatting with the defense? He was in the castle. Mr. Edgeworth, some scary guy just stepped out of the castle. At least Bad, it looks his age. Yeah. Von Karma. He's Manfred Von Karma? Sorry, mannequins. Oh my god. Scone is hiding behind the bowl, bashfully. The notorious prosecutor Von Karma himself. Fairy Princess Manfred Von Karma. He lives in a candy castle. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Von Karma. Gregory Edgeworth, attorney at law. I couldn't care less what your name is. Your job is to lose to me and disappear, never to show your sniveling face again. What a thoroughly rude individual. Those piercing eyes, that furrowed brow. You're even scarier than they say. And you might want to keep such rude thoughts to yourself, Eddie. We were hoping you might permit us to carry out some brief inquiries, Mr. Von Karma. And why would I wish to extend you any such courtesy? This clearly isn't going to be easy. Without a bolt in the shoulder? True. But he already has the rubbing his arm tick. So long as your inquiries are limited to this room, I suppose I'll allow it. Why the sudden change of heart? You, the tall fellow. Name's Bad. Too lazy to change it? I mean, I guess. Is that so hard to remember? I didn't ask for your opinion. The thoughts of a lowly detective do not concern me. But I do admire your spirit. Bad, see to it that these worms don't step out of line. Why do I have to? I'm not offering you a choice, detective. I need to go and look over Gusto's room. Good day. Yeah, I had that thought of like, where in the timeline it? Well, Gregory's alive. So definitely before DL6. More babysitting. Why aren't Detective Bad and Mr. Von Karma investigating together? They don't seem to know each other well enough for there to be bad blood between them. Well, looks like we have permission to investigate. Guess we better get to it. They're both doomed by canon. I know. I'm not sure I trust Mr. Von Karma's motives, but at least we can do that much. Hold up. I haven't been over this room yet either. You're not messing it up before I get my chance. You'll have to wait till I'm done. But I thought you were the lead detective. How come you didn't take a look at this room yet? Because I wasn't the first one they assigned. One of Von Karma's pets was on the job before me. Right up until just now, in fact. I got here not long before you did. That answers my question as to why they're working separately, I suppose. Hey, what say we look over the room together, detective? It worked out well enough before. Then you won't have to worry about us messing things up. You can keep an eye on us as we go. What kind of screwball attorney asked to have a detective breathing down his neck? Guess I'm stuck with you for a little while longer. Yes, you're amazing, Mr. E. You have our thanks, Detective Bad. Don't be too grateful. This is my scene. The second you get in my way, you're out of here. Of course, we understand. Now, shall we begin? I'm faster than his rotation. I'm just a little bit slower. Ah, great. Hello. Me hanging out with my cat. What's the matter, Miss Scone? You seem a whole lot less cheerful than you were a minute ago. I played the original Ace Attorney game like a decade. Yeah. And I only played it like A year, 2 years ago, 2 years, something. Not that long ago. However, all the games are a blur together in my brain, so I often misremember details. Yeah, fine. Show him to smack you. Just back. Isn't Mr. Von Karma? Did something happen between you two? Why, yes, nothing happened at all. But you just said yes. Tee-hee, that was a hello, yes, you silly boy. Aren't you just the sweetest little sugar dumpling? Remind me, what was your name again? Eddie. Eddie Lumpkin. Oh, you'll go far, dearie, I can tell. Eddie Lumpkin. It seems our English gentlewoman has taken a liking to you, Eddie. No small accomplishment. She's not exactly what I picture when I think of a gentlewoman, Mr. E. Never mind that for now. We should ask her a few questions while we can. Could you tell us about what you did over the course of the contest? Of course, let's see. It all started about 10 in the morning. That's when we set to work. And, well, I spent most of the time here in my room getting everything ready, as you'd expect. Ooh, and then there was a lovely afternoon tea for an hour or so, from around 1, I think. Afternoon tea? It's an English tradition. A chance to drink tea, enjoy a snack, and make small talk. So, kinda like recess? I suppose you could say that. Oh, you really know your onions, don't you, Greggy Pegleg? Such a clever boy. When did I become Greggy? Greggy Pegleg. Where was this afternoon tea served? Out in the garden, of course. There's a lovely little one just outside. They do it at the same hour every break time during the contest. Lay on a nice little spread, you know. But today, only me, Samson Sillypants, and Moody Judy were there for it. Sammy Poople had already finished his big creation, so he was there the whole time. But poor old Chillywinks and Gusty Pants had to miss out because they hadn't finished yet, bless them. You're saying everybody except Frost and Gusto was present. That's right, dear. To tell you the truth, I hadn't finished yet either. But I wasn't about to miss out on tea and cake served by our 2 TV superstars. I went right back to work when I'd finished, though. Tootled off while the others were still nattering away. At any point during the contest, did you visit any of the other competitors' rooms? No, don't be silly. Press X to doubt? That's strange. Your fingerprints were found in Mr. Tangaroa's room. Caught red-handed. Wait, so you admit you were there? That was easy. Oh, well, I can hardly deny it now, can I? Well, I didn't kill anybody, I swear. I suppose I better tell you what really happened. Just promise me you'll believe me, won't you, dear? That never happens, which makes me more suspicious of her. What exactly were you doing in Mr. Tangaroa's room? She must be a cold-blooded killer. The way that she's being all sweet and innocent and helping us out and being quick to confess, I suppose you'd call it research. Bow wow thylacinus, am I right? To like 2 tests, it took more than, it was like an hour and a half. Research. Sammy Poople's a dab hand when it comes to the old sweet making. Everybody knows that. Anyone British in the chat able to translate? So when I noticed there was no one in there, I just popped in for a quick bit of research, like I say. Which is explicitly against the rules. Cool. He good at sweets, thank you. You're on your own. What kind of research leaves fingerprints? Yes, well, it stands to reason I'd leave fingerprints, doesn't it? After all, it's hardly research if you don't have a little nibble now, is it? What? You ate little pieces of them? So, the traces of tampering in Mr. Tangaroa's room, that was all you? I'm ever so sorry, sweeties. I didn't mean to make a mess. I just had to take a little bite here and there, didn't I? No. I didn't want poor Sammy Poople getting upset, so it was just the teensiest bits and pieces. You ate one of the flames off a candelabra. It's very obvious. And the stand holding up the ship, you took a bite out of that too, I suppose. Oh, yes, dear. Of course I did. Ma'am, I mean, thanks to you, we found the body. So, like, sure, but, like, ugh. That was structural chocolate, ma'am. That was a support column you took a bite out of. Those load-bearing sweets. It was you. You brought this whole thing crashing down. You eagle. Thanks for 3. Holy attorneys, Batman. Enjoy your silver key. I'm sorry, my lovely, truly I am. Your Honor, in my defense, hungry. You're in a room filled with sweets of your own making. You could have just had a snack. Hold on. Is that why you left the afternoon tea early? You were heading off for a second helping of sweets? Look, just please believe me. I never killed anybody, I promise. Her actions were certainly suspicious, but that's all we can say for now. About all we can say for now. You know anything about the key? Look at that. Don't you have the loveliest toys? But that color, that won't do. Let me put a lovely splodge of cream on it. Please stop that. What about my badge? What's this when it's at home? It's a badge that proves I'm a qualified attorney. Is that a saying? Gosh, well done you. Shall I show you something lovely in return? See this big pink hat I'm wearing? It proves I'm a qualified pastry chef. Is that so? I thought you could buy those in stores. Oh, you can. Anyway, it's not that hat that matters. It's the head underneath. So then, can anyone call themselves a pastry chef? Is that a Britishism? Look at that. No? Okay. Same apron as a convict dog room in 20 years in the future? That's what I'd like to know. Look at that. Needs to know what something is. I inferred as such. I've just never heard that phrase before in my life. It was neat. Like the ominous elves. It's a cute little elf made of candy, and it's sitting on a little tree stump. Minish cap. The whipped cream decorations around it are beginning to lose their shape. But the elf seems completely fine. Strange. Is it? What if they're just made of different materials? The 4 adorable elves and the sweetest little castle made of sweets. That's the theme behind Miss Scone's creations, huh? Unlucky for her, things aren't quite as sweet around here as she's trying to make out. Very good, detective. What's good? There's a blowtorch, some chemicals here. I guess it's all for cooking with. I wonder what these chemicals are. Let's take a look at the labels. Mango Down 911, Homicyanide 247. Wait, they're all poisons? No, sir, they're common colorings and flavorings used in candies and desserts. The first is concentrated mango, boiled down to its purest essence, hence Mango Down. Or Mango Down. Mango Down. Homocyanide, they're asking for trouble with a name like that. I'm curious what homicyanide might be. It's, you know, flavoring. Don't turn around, don't turn around. If you turn around, you'll eat it. You can't eat the castle, don't eat the castle. I guess he's watching a sugar intake. Yep. There's a small door on the wall here, just like Mr. Tangaroa's room. Here, I'll open it. Temperature 68 degrees. Boo. Light set to green. Didn't Gusto say cream needs to be kept at 50 degrees? Temperature in here's too high. That is odd. I wonder why. How about the castle? It's an incredible piece of work. Hard to believe this whole castle's made out of sugar and cream. I know, right? It's like we're inside a magical medieval story or something. I didn't know you were so into such fantastical things. Sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get so carried away there. No need to apologize. I admire your enthusiasm. I sometimes wish my own son was as animated as you. You have a son, Mr. E? I do. He's still in elementary school, and yet he'd rather read a statute book than a fairy tale. I can't help but worry that his interests will make it hard for him to make friends. Don't say that. He sounds super interesting. He'll make a ton of friends, me included, I'm sure. I like to think you'd be more of a big brother to him than a friend. Not mid-conversation. A big brother, huh? Guess I have some growing up to do. Better take this more seriously. Indeed. Then with that in mind, should we continue our investigation? I must scour the scene and inspect anything that trashes my... Okay. What's the deal with the hexagons? These pillars, they have hexagonal indentations. Looks like something's supposed to go in there. Well, whatever they were, they're long gone. Hexagonal indentations, I wonder. And there's little hexagonal guys inside the castle. Castle's covered in whipped cream, so maybe a giant strawberry? A giant strawberry with a hexagonal bottom? Look, I like strawberries, okay? I can't blame a guy for wishing. I prefer bananas. Blueberries for me. The doors of the castle have been left wide open. Yeah, was the guy born in a barn? He could have at least closed them behind him. I'd like to see you say that to Mr. Von Karma's face, Eddie. There's a bunch of stuff inside. Let's see. Hold it, kid. If anybody's gonna be handling evidence, it'll be me. Cream's going all runny. He's melting will lose its shape at the slightest touch. Yeah, it's all over the detective's shoes. Like footprints? Like evidence? Why are all these items being stored inside a candy castle? All right, tell me what you want me to look at first. Look at that. 2 big rock crystals. Looks like somebody was using the castle for storage. Kinda expected something a little more exciting behind these doors. Oh, I know. Maybe they're giant uncut gemstones. Maybe this whole thing is based on a story about a castle with a princess treasure hidden inside. I think I treat my priceless treasures with a little more care. There's something on the bottom of them. Looks like a little stand or something. I was right. They are gemstones. The stands must be so they can be put on display. Whatever they are, it seems they're not just a large set of paperweights. There's a bunch of blue cloth back there. 1, 2, 3, 4 rolls all together. They certainly aren't made of candy. No idea what this stuff is for. Almost looks like somebody hid it in here. And I think I've seen fabric of the same color somewhere else before. I don't remember. Blue cloth? Don't remember. Alright. What can I do inside of my brain? Big fruit roll-ups! Oh god. Okay, hexagonal with the rock crystal stands. To start. Was it out in the lobby with the fountain, or was it actually in Tangaroa's room? I don't remember. The rock crystal stands and the pillars in front of the castle feature the same hexagonal shape. I believe the crystals are meant to be placed on top of the pillars. Oh yeah, hexagon to hexagon. It makes sense. But if that's the case, then why were they being hidden inside the castle? The rolls of blue cloth and the rock crystals inside the castle. I imagine both must belong to Miss Scone. Miss Scone? What were you using the items inside the castle for? Oh, those? Sorry, Lambkin, but I'm not allowed to say. Let me guess. Von Karma? How did you know? Please don't make me, please don't ask me to tell you. He'll have my guts for garters. Seems the prosecution really has no intention of sharing anything with the defense. Man, thought we were onto something with those giant rock crystals, but... What's that, dearie? You're interested in my little trinkets? Your trinkets? Yes, my sweet. I use them to make people all lovely and relaxed. You use rock crystals and cloth? I do. It's wonderful. You should see it. And they're not just any old rock crystals either. They're great big lumps of salt with lights inside them. Wow, those things are lamps? Oh, that's not even the half of it. Those cloths hold an even more exciting secret. It's really opened up at the moment we started talking about her trinkets. Since you're here, why don't I give you lovely boys a taste of my relaxation magic, Oh, Batty Bumpkin, can you get it all out and set it up for me? The name is Bad. Is that a no? Why are you being so selfish, Batty Bumpkin? You, have you finished taking photos of this room yet? Yes, sir, we have, sir. Then help Miss Scone here with something, will you? Yes, sir, right away, sir. Oh, you're a sweetie at heart, aren't you, Batty Bee? That's amazing, Miss Scone. You got him to do exactly what you wanted. That's some talent. Except the poor guy who was trying not to eat the castle has to go inside of the castle. Thank you ever so much, Battykins, and you, Officer Lovely. She's even giving nicknames to the forensics guys. I guess it's her way of showing that she cares. So, what about this is supposed to be relaxing, exactly? Don't be a big sourpuss. The fun's only just beginning. Officer, you can switch it on now. Yes, ma'am. Huh. Wow, it's beautiful. It is. I wish my son were here to see it. But he's such a goddamn nerd. Isn't it, though? Isn't it just wonderful? The 4 adorable elves in the sweetest little castle made of sweets. That's my theme. The bisexual lighting. I thought it would be extra lovely if it was all lit up. Isn't it the nicest thing you've ever seen? One of the elves must be feeling a little left out. This is how it was supposed to look for the contest. But I'm glad you lovely boys got to see it at least. Shouldn't the lamps be lit up too? Oh, what's happened there, I wonder? I think we better take a look at the lamps and the elves one more time. What's that right there? Do I have to go here? I'm gonna scour the... I always love stuff like this when, like, at least one person had to handle very blatant important evidence and then leave it for me to go, wait a minute. Why is there some blood on it? It's just so, yeah, good. The lamps appear to be broken. Bulbs are smashed. Both of them. Maybe they fell and broke on the floor. Look, there's a red stain on the one on the left. That's not just a stain. Yep, it's blood, all right. I can smell it. Salty blood. Blood? Why is there blood on this lamp? Could have something to do with why its bulb is broken. Better take a closer look at the other one, too. The deuce. Miss Scone had actually intended to use these lamps in her display. Then why were they stashed inside the castle? Maybe because they're broken? Except there's plenty of other places she could have put them. The best place to hide some salt is in some sugar. Isn't that how it goes? Or perhaps the best place to hide a tree is in a forest. Anyway, if her intention was to put these salt lamps in her final display, that contradicts a certain piece of evidence in my possession. Let me point out by making a deduction. That contradicts something? About the rules? Stands and display materials will be provided. So she wasn't supposed to bring her own stuff in? And this is clearly her own stuff? I guess? It must be that. Okay. My shoes are already covered in cream. I wouldn't go any closer unless he wants the same thing to happen to you. You've seen what's behind those doors. There's no need to look again. So I just deduce on the lamp. I guess we'll try it. The urethra. Take a look at the list of rules for the contest, detective. Cheater, chocolate eater. I don't think salt is a confectionery. It can be. Non-confectionery items may not be used as decoration. Oh, that's the, getting it right for the wrong reason. That means the salt lamps and the luminous cloths would both have been against the rules. She just broke every rule in the book. Is that why they were stashed away inside the castle? I think we need to dig a little further into this with Miss Scone before we can say for sure. There's more? There's more. I don't believe there's any more to be found here. But then look at this. The doors look nicely decorated now thanks to the beautiful cloth around it. A cloth which we found inside the castle. A welcoming doorway makes a welcoming home. That's just common sense for us detectives. Says the man who just trampled all over the castle's entranceway. But I'll hold my tongue for now. We told him to go, well, volunteer, whatever. Okay. Light bulbs are not confectionery. They can be. Didn't you see me make a light bulb cookie yesterday in Jackbox? What's inside my brain? The runny cream because of the high temperature. The whipped cream in this room is collapsing because the temperature's too high. It's 68 degrees. My messed up shoes can vouch for that. And yet, when you open the doors to the castle, the handles themselves were just fine. Yep, they were sturdier than expected. Sturdy? That's not the way I would describe most things made of confectionaries. I think we better take another look at those handles, don't you? Are they not made of chocolate or sugar or whatever? I think it's safe to say those handles aren't made of candy. Well, she just broke every rule. It's not just the handles, the whole castle, the little elves. They're all just plastic bottles with whipped cream smeared on top. What? None of this is confectionery art after all? How did she sneak all this in here? When they see her trucking in boxes of plastic goods, they'd be like, wait. It's made to look like candy with the cream having been added to lend it an air of authenticity. Did she make anything? She smeared whipped cream on top. Her rule breaking. There were fakes. She's decorations. I mean, is that connected? It just is in line with her cheating. Okay. Not only did she use decorations that were against the rules, she didn't even make any real sweets. Miss Scone made a mockery of the rules. Yeah, guess she's not gonna get crowned world's greatest now. Why is it so warm in here? Do you think it's got something to do with all this? That's a good question. I think we'd better go ask Miss Scone herself. Blunt force trauma and the bloody lamp. Perchance. This isn't a marshmallow, it's a gun! Yes, I knew you would find me out. We know that the victim was struck and killed with something blunt. And we found blood on one of the lamps, which has a smashed bulb inside. And attached to the lamp is a picture of Rouse holding a blunt. Which was the blunt object in question. Could the lamp not have been the murder weapon? For sure. It could definitely do enough damage to kill someone. You, science guy. Did you finish analyzing the blood from the lamp yet? Yes, sir. Just got done a minute ago, sir. The blood is the victim's, no doubt about it. Show compassion to scones. There you have it. Bill. Bill guy, the forensics guy. Salt lamp. Bill guy. Nailed it in one. So the murder weapon was hidden in Miss Scone's room. I'm beginning to think we may need to add her to our list of suspects. Just now? I mean, I'm the one who was suspicious the moment she was nice. So, I guess that reflects better on old Gregory here. Old Gregory, who I'm older than, somehow. It's a cute little elf made of candy, and it's sitting on a little tree stump. The fabric above it and the other decorations around it really add to the dreamlike atmosphere. Stare at it for too long, we might get swept up in the fantasy ourselves. Yeah, well, our job is to stay right here in reality and get to the bottom of all this. Nobody's getting swept up in any flights of fancy on my watch. Going through midlife crisis at 35. Alright. So you want to talk about anything? The thick, sweet scent of delicious whipped cream is in the air. It's like a fairy tale, but real life. And yet there he was, standing in the middle of it all, with that evil look on his face. This whole experience is wasted on the scary old creep. Come now, Eddie. You can't call people names like that. It's rude. Sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll try to be more careful. It's just he reminds me of this teacher I once had who was always super angry with me. A stern school's teacher, huh? Now that you mention it, Von Karma does have the look of one. I shudder to think what it would be like for Miles to study under him. Oh, no. Chad, he doesn't know the future. This elf doesn't have an illuminated cloth over it like the others. It's not fair to leave the poor guy out, Miss Scone. I didn't want to, did I, dear? But one of my cloths and one of my little machines went missing. A cloth and what sort of machine, exactly? Oh, you'll never guess how it all works. Those luminous cloths are connected to these little thingamajigs. They're called full-spectrum light-emitting devices. They send light down the main cable and into each optical fiber strand. That's what makes the cloth glow. With a little bit of fiddling, you can change the light to any color in the whole wide world. Bright red like ferocious fiery flames. Cold blue like clinking crystals of ice. They have these special batteries that last for donkey's years, and they don't mind the cold at all. Forgive me, so these machines, they're what makes the special luminous cloth light up in these beautiful colors, Mr. E. I see. So much new technology, I can barely keep up. So these light-emitting devices, you lost one of them, and a piece of luminous cloth. That's right, Lambkin. Heaven only knows where they could have got to. This cloth, it could have something to do with the case. Donkey's ears is a real saying, and it's really good. It's a really good one. She'll have to roll it along with the device that powers it. She got that RGB. Confectionaries for gamers. Why are you so small? Miss Stone, why is the temperature of your room set to 68 degrees? Because I hate the cold, don't I, dearie? And besides, being chilly's no good for a girl. If I want to keep my fresh-faced complexion, I've got to be careful about these things. We ladies have to stay young, don't you know? How old is she really, though? That's what I'd like to know. Is it gonna... It feels like they're setting up, she's gonna be the murderer, she did it, and she's gonna go, it's you, and she's gonna get all droopy and really old. And it'll be like, updated report, she's 500 years old. Not polite to speculate on a person's age, Eddie. Why else would her age be a mystery and they keep calling attention to it? Most of your work is made out of whipped cream. And whipped cream needs to be kept at 50 degrees or it starts to deflate. Is that so? Well, silly me, eh? I've gone and made a whoopsie. Wait, she really didn't know that? Doesn't know the basic facts about confectionaries. Because being old is funny. World-class confectioner, my foot. Not only did she break the rules by using fake candy, she's ignorant of basic facts about her supposed craft. Oh god, don't be old bag. Just like the president of Case 1. Don't remind me. Diplomatic immunity. Miss Scone grows more mysterious by the minute. She doesn't know. She doesn't know. Put it inside of my brain. She visited for research and she doesn't know anything. Hiya! Perhaps she's an imposter. She appears to lack basic knowledge about how confectionery is created, and she says she snuck into another entrance room for research. Hardly the actions of a world-class confectioner competing for a major prize. Yeah, not how I'd picture a top pro acting. Does she maybe just lack a little confidence, or is she not actually a confectioner at all? Perhaps she had another agenda altogether. After all, we only have her word for it that she went into that room to do some research. Wait, you mean maybe she went in there to commit a murder? There's no way of saying so for certain just yet. But she is hiding something, that much I'm certain of. Well, we learned nothing. That's enough investigating for now, don't you think? Yes, we've certainly found plenty of interest. Something's been bothering me for a while now. Mr. Von Karma would have surely found the murder weapon when he searched this room, and yet he didn't arrest Miss Scone. He didn't even seem interested in questioning her. I think our first priority should be to find out what he's really up to. Slugworm for the everlasting gobstoppers. Yeah, probably. Detective Bad, I have a few things I'd like to ask Mr. Von Karma. Me too. Him and Scone. Eek, how could you, Batty Bumpkin? Stop staring at me like that. When your sprite is flipped backwards, your text is backwards too. That's pretty suspicious. It appears Detective Bad is just as suspicious of Von Karma and Scone as I am. Miss Scone, would you be so kind as to accompany us? Of course, dear. Where are we off to? To find Von Karma. I don't see a blue fabric out here either. Santa? Oh my god, look at that Santa. Mr. Von Karma, I'd like to speak with you if that's alright. Bow wow wow, wow wow wow. Judging by your faces, I'm guessing you found the murder weapon? We did. It was in Miss Scone's room. Which means that Mr. Tangaroa should no longer be the only person of interest. Nonsense. It doesn't matter where the weapon was found, Tangaroa is guilty. And as long as this is my case, guilty he shall remain. How can he be so sure of his guilt? You have an explanation, I assume, for why the murder weapon was in Miss Scone's room? Of course I do. And I'll be delighted to share it with you. Really? That seems out of character, but okay. He killed Frost with one of his Scone's salt lamps in order to frame her for the murder. To complete the deception, he took it back to her room once the deed was done. But then hid the body in his own room? After all, if it had been found near the victim's body, Tangaroa would have been seemed doubly suspicious. A body may be hard to move, but a murder weapon, considerably less so. And that is why there was no piece of evidence on the scene that pointed to a particular suspect. Why didn't he clean the blood, though? So it's your assertion Tangaroa took the salt lamp back to Miss Scone's room? It is indeed. But it is more than an assertion, it is a fact based on my own investigation. You have proof he did so. I don't need any such thing. But, huh? Tisk tisk. If you have a rebuttal, I'll be happy to hear it. But I highly doubt you'll be able to fault my logic. Alright. He's so sure of himself that he's just going by figuring out first. Also, he's just like, it doesn't matter. Because I'll show up in court with the perfect evidence. So nothing matters. I might as well just talk about it. Tangaroa killed Frost with one of Scone's salt lamps in order to frame her for the murder.
Hold it.
What happened to Von Karma after Ace Attorney, after one Ace was in jail? Probably got death sentence. I think, yeah. I think that was implied. He took one of the salt lamps from Miss Scone's room back to his own. In Ace Attorney 2. Gotcha. Yeah, Gregory's death to deal 6, but then what was the consequence for Von Karma? He took one of the salt lamps from Miss Scone's room back to his own. Indeed. It's leaning to one more Gregory shot. I mean, seems likely that that's where it's going. He prepared it beforehand, knowing that it would be the perfect weapon with which to kill Frost. We found the lamp in Miss Scone's room. Surely this casts Scone herself in a suspicious light? The suspicious salt lamp light? Perhaps if you would let me finish. To complete the deception, he took it back to her room.
Hold it.
You're talking about the lamp made of rock salt that was hidden inside the candy castle, correct? Precisely. I was the one who found it. So be grateful. It's thanks to me you even have such a vital piece of evidence. What made you go inside the castle in the first place, if you don't mind me asking? Good point. Maybe you just wanted to see what it was like in there. Fools, you think I went in there on a whim? I went in there because detectives are an incompetent lot, so I investigated it myself. But I had nothing to do with the initial investigation. That's right. Detective Bad wasn't a part of this investigation until very recently. If you want my trust, detective, you'll have to earn it. And a good first step would be to stop wasting my time. Now, if you'll allow me to continue. After all, if it had been found near the body, it would have been double sus. Sus. But he came under suspicion anyway due to the body being in his room. So, why? Would you like to hear a favorite expression of mine? Even a dog can hold still and stay. Now let me finish. If only I could say the same to you. What does that have to do with anything? A body may be hard to move, but a murder weapon less so. Knife dog? Did they reuse the old one? It sounds like it, which is good. Why would they re-record it? It just wouldn't hit as hard as that GBA crunch. You think we hid the body in the chest? You think he hid the body in the chest but removed the murder weapon from the crime scene? Yes. He foolishly believed his own creation to be the perfect hiding place. I'm sorry, I had to help myself. I think you mean you couldn't help yourself, no? She doesn't seem very sorry to me. In any case, the weapon was taken away while the body remained at the scene of the crime. And that is why there was no piece of evidence on the scene. No piece.
Hold it.
Yeah. But if there's no proof, how can you say for certain Tangaroa is the culprit? Is that the best you can do at pressing me? Listen here, the presence of the body in Tangaroa's room is in itself proof enough of his guilt.
Objection.
And you didn't find evidence pointing to any other possible suspects? Perhaps you should take another look. You might. You really don't give up, do you? There's no need to take another look. Tangaroa is guilty, end of story. If you insist on asserting otherwise, show me some proof to back up your ridiculous claims. You have to think back over the scene of the crime. If Tangaroa really isn't guilty, there must be something that points to somebody else. Pressing Mr. Von Karma on any of his statements won't have much of an effect, I fear. My hope is to find a piece of evidence that contradicts his claims. Okay. In the frame for the murder. I don't know many things was done. If I found near the body was why, yeah, sure. But murder wasn't less so. As well as no piece of evidence listed that pointed to a particular suspect. Was there anything that pointed to a particular suspect? There was this. I don't know who it points at though. Was there anything else? I can look at it. Whoa. A roll of cloth of navy blue. It's a very calming hue. I like it. Yeah, that was real deep and all, Mr. E. But let's get to the main event already and light it up. All right. Wasn't trying to be deep or anything, though. Yep. Whoa, look at all these buttons. I believe they're for changing the color of the light. Try pressing one, Eddie. Wait a minute. There, now the cloth is all lit up. It's so pretty no matter how many times I see it. The cloth is now glowing with a pale blue hue thanks to the light-emitting device. Didn't Miss Scone say one of these cloths and its machine are missing? Who do you think could have taken them? I have no idea, but I suspect it might have something to do with our case somehow. I think I know how. At least I have a theory. It's just a theory. But what if...
Objection.
I didn't mean to hit that button. Did I accidentally do the right thing? That's amazing. I was actually just trying to look at it. The photo. Could that be a cloth? It does kind of look like blood. Oh, but the blue cloth is what he's underneath. Great. Once again, failing in the success. I was thinking that maybe the blood that was removed was actually like a light-emitting cloth. Which at first glance, you'd be like, it's red, it's blood. And then you run out of the room and then you come back and it's gone. He's just underneath a blue cloak. So it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's fine. Great. It's true the murder weapon and the bloodstained chocolate were removed from the scene of the crime. But something else remained that does point to one person in particular. Take another look at the photograph of the body, if you will. But if I looked at the photo for slightly longer, I would have realized the cloth is there and then that, okay. The cloth covering the victim's lower half. Not usually, sometimes I'm ahead of the game. This time the game was ahead of me accidentally. Is that not one of the same luminous cloths we found in Miss Scone's room? Yes, his blankie. What's that, dearie? One of my lovely colorful cloths at the scene of the crime, you say? Luminous cloth? Nonsense, I see no light to speak of. This This game's just that easy. Yeah, just mash buttons and it's done. I guess he doesn't know how it works. It may look like ordinary fabric at first glance, but attach one of these light-emitting devices, and the difference soon becomes apparent. Oh, he's sweating. That was easy. Look at his face. I don't think he was expecting that. But the fact that the cloth can be lit up is neither here nor there. We have to show why it's important. One of the rolls of cloth from Miss Scone's room went missing. And if you look closely at the blue cloth in the picture, wouldn't you say it's clearly made of the same material, Mr. Von Karma? The salt lamp and the luminous cloth both belong to Miss Scone. And seeing as the body were wrapped in said cloth, surely even you have to admit that's sus. Mr. Von Karma, I think it's time to accept that a number of factors point to Miss Scone as a person of interest. With her foot. Greggy Pegleg, how could you? You're accusing me of all people. I'm not accusing you of anything just yet, but I do think you're hiding something. That's not... Just to clarify, your assertion is that both the murder weapon and the cloth were in Miss Scone's room prior to the murder? Exactly. Tisk, 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 tisk. Is something funny? This is how I laugh, tisk, tisk, tisk. Only that you've walked so carelessly into my trap. Did I know? Neither the cloth nor the murder weapon were in fact in her room. So sorry to break it to you. Huh? What does he mean? Didn't she literally say that she lost one? She has a lost roll of it. I guess that doesn't prove it was in her room beforehand. Just that she knew it wasn't, I don't know. Tangaroa spotted them before the contest began and noted the lamps and cloths contravened the rules. He subsequently confiscated them and took them to his own room for safekeeping. What? Then, after the contest began, nobody saw hide nor hair of Frost, and he had secluded himself in his room. And the only person capable of entering his locked room was Tangaroa, possessing as he did the only key. And as you now know, he was also in possession of the lamp used to commit the murder. So you see, I have had everything I need to get Tangaroa convicted all along. How does it feel to have lost to me before even setting foot in the courtroom? Don't cry, don't cry. Don't let him see you cry. This can't be happening. Wait, all our hard work was for nothing? Miss Scone, why didn't you tell us your stuff was confiscated by Mr. Tangaroa? Well, dear, Mannequin said if I spilled the beans, I'd end up being the one under suspicion. Von Karma said that. And he wasn't wrong now, was he? You two accused me yourselves just a second ago. Tisk tisk. Pathetic. Curse you, Von Karma. You led us to the murder weapon knowing we'd make certain assumptions as a result. One more thing, my pathetic friend. There are 2, and only 2, sets of fingerprints on the murder weapon. 2? Yes, those of Delicious Scone and Samson Tangaroa. No others were found. Tampering with suspects again. Leading witnesses. Tampering with the scene of the crime and the evidence. Who, him? Tangaroa used the lamp he had confiscated to murder Frost, and was foolish enough to hide it in Scone's room without first removing his fingerprints. At this rate, no one will even need to testify. My perfect evidence will do all the talking for me as I secure his guilty verdict.
Objection!
But wait! What about the luminous cloth that was left behind in Mr. Tangaroa's room? What about it? He probably meant to return it after disposing of the body. Yeah, I don't have enough to disprove any of what he's saying. No more pitiful objections? Then get out of my sight and close the door behind you. Mr. E! I'm not about to just give up. I see you mean to waste more of my time. Bad, escort them off the premises now. This investigation is not over yet. Detective Bad. What is the meaning of this? Sorry, but I'm not in the habit of leaving cases half solved. There's still one last thing from the crime scene we haven't identified. He's right. We still have the evidence of somebody's activities to account for. We can discuss your lingering doubts at our leisure, Detective. Whatever they might be, they're no business of the defense's.
Objection!
I beg to differ. There's a piece of evidence I'm still not satisfied about either. And I suspect it might be the same thing that's bothering Detective Bad. What? This is the yet unidentified something that was left in Tangaroa's room. It's gotta be
Take that.
gotta be the hand. There are finger marks on one of Mr. Tangaroa's creations. Supposing they belong to the murderer, it could certainly explain how their prints didn't end up on the murder weapon. Hiya! How do you know so much about the crime scene? Because I let them look around. You let the defense examine the scene, Bad? Are you out of your mind? I don't remember you telling me not to. Insolent worm. You would do well to remember this then, detective. That the results of your next salary review are up to me. Oof. Detective Bad's in trouble now, too. I'm sure glad you're my boss, Mr. Edgeworth. You do well to remember that the results of your salary review are up to your performance here. A mere attorney uncovering such a fact based on a cursory investigation. I'm almost impressed. Salary cutting noises. But it's entirely possible those finger marks belong to Tangaroa. After all, he wore gloves while preparing his creations.
Objection.
Can you prove conclusively the finger marks are his? Furthermore, there's still something about Miss Scone that doesn't add up. Is there? Or are you simply not prepared to admit defeat? Oh, stop it, Greggy. Stop it. Why are you being so mean to your poor old pal Delicia? I owned up to nibbling poor Sammy Poople sweeties. What more do you want? I don't want to have to make you a suspect. That much is certain. But you lied to us. And you're still not telling us everything. Oh, Greggy, stop bullying me. I'm sorry, but you don't even know the temperature whipped cream should be kept at. What kind of professional confectioner doesn't know something as fundamental as that? I'm sorry, all right? I'm sorry. I'm just a silly, muddle-headed girl. What more do you want me to say? I don't think you're muddle-headed at all. I think you were never a confectioner in the first place. Enough. I'll thank you to keep your baseless accusations to yourself. Evidence is everything in a courtroom, in case you've forgotten. Yeah, we're not in court. If you're going to accuse a witness of perjury, I demand you present something to back it up. It's not perjury, we're just talking, but okay. This isn't a courtroom, is it? Nevertheless. What proof do I have Scone doesn't know the first thing about making desserts? Evidence? She broke every single rule? That's not proof she doesn't know. Or is it? Oh, the creations are all fake. There you go. Every single one of Miss Scone's creations break the rules of the contest. The offending items, the cloths, and the lamps were duly confiscated as we have established, and the witness did not go and bring them back to her room herself.
Objection.
Present everything. But those weren't the only rule-breaking items in her room. What? The entire fantastical world Miss Scone created, every last bit of it. It's all just a collection of plastic models slathered in whipped cream. That cream is the only authentic confectionery in the room. Also, there was cyanide in her room. No real world title contender would ever stoop so low. Is this true, Bad? Yep. Saw it with my own eyes. Stepped in it with my own shoes. Did we finally convince him? With her lies exposed like this, surely you can't continue to deny the facts. Miss Scone, your actions place you firmly on our list of suspects. But no, dear, I'm no killer. Then why don't you finally start telling us the truth? Who are you really, and why were you tampering with your rival's work? Oh, all right. Finally, some answers. We're not gonna get any answers. The truth is, I'm not the adorable little cook you see before you. I'm actually a pharmacist, if you can believe it. A pharmacist? I can't blame him for being so surprised. This couldn't be further from what we'd imagined. What's somebody in your line of work doing entering a contest like this one? Well, I just love eating sweeties, if you must know. And Sammy Poople sweets are the best, or so they say. I just had to enter. I didn't mean to end up making it all the way to the final. Even Mr. Von Karm is lost for words. That's it? That's the only reason you're here? Yes, dearie, and it was worth it. Samson's silly pants sweeties are the tastiest treats I ever did eat. And the finger marks? Were you the one wearing the gloves? No, that wasn't me. I don't even wear gloves. Remember, Miss Scone's fingerprints were found elsewhere on Tangaroa's other creations. I'd say that points to her not having worn any gloves. Exactly. Greggy Peg Legs got the right end of the stick. I'm an innocent woman. Is her mixing bowl actually a mortar and pestle? Oh my god, you're probably right. Is your head filled with cream too? Sorry, mannequins. Her head may not be filled with cream, but she's certainly no master subterfuge. Master of subterfuge. What, Miss Scone, were Mr. Tangaroa's works the only ones you sampled? Is this why, what's his face? This guy, Gusto, he was like, she's cutthroat. She'd do anything to win. Because he sees someone who's obviously not qualified to be here keep succeeding. So clearly she's like super cutthroat and intense. Is it just a misunderstanding that she's like, I don't know, I keep winning. Don't ask me. I'm here to steal other people's ingredients. It'd be kind of fun if it was like a double red herring. Like, they set me up to not be trustworthy of her being nice, and then make her suspicious, and then it loops back around to like, she actually is innocent, but she was hiding stuff that made her suspicious. I don't know, it's fun. Or maybe she's still the murderer. Were Tangaroa's works the only ones you sampled? The game went and stole my plastic cake idea? Oh my god. You can't out-stupid this franchise. I couldn't help myself. When I'd finished my afternoon tea, I tiptoed over to Chili Winks' room for a little taste too. You were in the victim's room too? Yep, nobody was in there, you see. Were the rooms all unlocked? The occupant was already dead. I could only stomach one little bite. I never tasted anything so salty in all my life. So I had myself one of the tasty star-shaped bits off to the side to cleanse my palate. Did you eat a coaster for one of the star-shaped mugs? You have quite the sweet tooth, don't you, Miss Scone? Indeed. What didn't she sample? That's everything, I promise. Greggy Peggles, mannequins, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make a mess of things. I just can't get over her gnawing on a support beam for the ship like a beaver, and then it collapsing and revealing a dead body. It's just ridiculous. As long as what you've told us is the truth, that's all that matters in the end. She is like a latent character. Do not think for a second that this means I myself believe you. She started eating the corpse too. That's a realistic dead body there. Nom nom nom. I'm going to investigate the victim's room now. We'll see how truthful you've really been after I'm through. Mr. Von Karma, please let us accompany you. It's the scene from the old Simpsons episode where Homer's in a chocolate dreamland and he's running around taking a bite of everything. That's just what Miss Scone was doing in this case in the background. I think it's only fair that we be allowed to investigate the veracity of our conclusions. Is she cooking? What is she cooking? Let her cook. 20 minutes ago. In some kind of store. Accompany me if you like. Don't think for a second you'll be permitted to conduct your own investigation. We'd like to accompany you all the same. Yay, field trip. It's almost Christmas. What is the meaning of this? Oh. Well. When we got to Frost's room, we saw nada. It was all gone. The whole enchilada. Why is Fender, I guess, is this like modern day Fender telling us about, I don't know. The whole enchilada was gone. He was making a dessert enchilada? Damn. Was this the work of the culprit? A dead body hidden in a chocolate chest. A murder weapon moved mysteriously to another room. This case was a real peach, and it was gonna take some serious sleuthing to get to the bottom of it all. Unfrosts your room. Choco tacos, enchiladas? Do we leave it here? Do we leave it here for now? We'll come back on Thursday. It is nice to leave it at a chapter break. 10:15 a.m. It's almost Christmas. April 2nd. We're almost there. Next section's not too long. Yeah, but I'm slow. Chapter break is good. Yeah. Why is it always case 3? It's good time point. The day after your birthday, happy birthday. Case 3. All right, yeah. Sorry, Miles Areno. You ain't been your ear. Yeah. What the? Oh, spring, summer, winter, autumn. Why are they in the wrong order? Security, reception, entrance, front hall. Okay. Don't tell me that the case is gonna turn into, here's this is case 3. There's gonna be some shit where it's like, There's no way they could have moved this from here to here, and then in present day, we solve the case. That'd be neat. That seems like that's probably what they're doing, because we know historically Gregory would have lost the case to Von Karma. Not that we might not be done with that, but yeah. Case 3 indeed. I mean, we didn't get... Case 2 was like basically 2 streams worth. It was so much. So we're not that far into it. This shot break's a little bit awkward. Gotcha. Yeah. Neat. IS7. Body of the victim, Artie Frost, found hidden in a chocolate chest. Victim died with blood loss, being struck on the head with a rock salt lamp. Found guilty of the crime as its main perpetrator and subsequently imprisoned. Okay. So he's been in jail this whole time. Damn. That's rough. Hopefully we can get him out of there. Yeah, defender. Great. Don't spoil Case 3 and 1, Case 4. Too bad. All right. We'll pick this back up on Thursday. Thanks so much for joining. We finally finished Case 2, and I cannot tell you how good that feels. It was a fun case. It just kind of went on too long. I don't know. Bam, bam, bam. It's just, it wasn't the worst example of it, but it's just like, okay, we have all the players here. All signs are pointing to you, and then it just meanders. It like builds up all this momentum, and they play the dramatic music, and then they cut the dramatic music, and they play it again, and they cut it, and you're just kind of at this like emotional state of like high intensity for a very, very, very long time, and that's when the pacing starts to suffer for me. It's nice when it feels like you're building up to a point, and you have this crescendo, and then you have this big dramatic conclusion, and then you have a little bit of denouement afterwards. Like that's like kind of storytelling 101 there. And if you're messing with that, I feel like you need to bring something to it. And a lot of these cases just feel like they introduce too many like ideas, and they can't break them all down in one conversation. So it just turns into, what about this thing? Well, here's that answer, but that doesn't tell you the full story. Okay, what about over here? How about this? Like, it just kind of meanders a bit. I feel like a lot of the cases that I feel that way about just kind of could have been trimmed down a bit to make them a little smoother. But anyway, I'm still enjoying it. Miles needs chest break segments. I know, the mind chest is a fun... that's why I like the logic things, and I like the mind chest. Mind chest is like, okay, here's the activity you're doing. I like the little logic puzzle pieces. It feels different than evidence in the court record, which is like, this is sitting in my pocket. I have to think about it when we're talking about people, when I'm looking at things. Whereas mind chests, or no, not mind chests, the logic puzzle pieces are like, okay, once you find the right piece, you put them together, and now you're good. You don't have to worry about these pieces lingering around. So it has like a different kind of mechanism, even though it's fundamentally the same loop of you find things from exploring and talking to people and investigating, and then you use them. The thing that's funny about them, though, is just it's a lot of times it's like either borderline moon logic until it retroactively makes sense, or it's like 1 and 1 make 2. It's like the most, like, yes, I understood this when I looked at the evidence, but now you have to put it together. It's a little bit silly, but it's fun. Things show up in impossible cases, so we had to look for possible routes to connect. Yeah. 2. Case 2 is the worst, way too long, but you start saying next week. 3 cases about that. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, I even if I disagree, I just appreciate hearing from chat when people are like, this is the roughest case or whatever, whenever it happens in whichever game. Because so far this is a very silly case, and I like the. Again, I'm also glad they didn't save Gregory Von Karma stuff for like final case of the game, because from case 1 I was like, it feels like they're setting up for something with them. So I'm glad that we got that in case 3. It just feels like this game is structured to not do what some games fall into the trap of, which is like, case 1 is tutorial, case 2 is kind of a side story that starts to set up some meta-narrative stuff, and then case 3 tends to be a giant explosive mess. Case 4 then is like more about plot things, and then case 5 is like 30 hours long. Just kind of cutting to the chase and be like, well, we're doing the interesting stuff immediately, we're not just building it up. They're expecting you already to be familiar with a lot of stuff, so we dodged case 3 syndrome. Yeah. And they build each other, which a lot of good Ace Attorney games do. So, thanks for the hydrate. Let me wrap up over here, though. But thanks again. I'll be back on Thursday. Mr. Maxim, thanks for 28 months. Kilometers is so back. He's kilometers away from the truth. Shattered Shamrock, thanks for 8. We debuted the gameplay trailer for the game I work on today. I'm gonna celebrate one more barrel. Congrats. I hope the response is going well. Small Truth, thanks for 11 bits. This game does better than the first, giving the cases stakes. Yeah. Shino Do Good, thanks for 6.5 years. Tina, thanks for 38 bits. I do not recommend Danganronpa for you personally. It's just not for you. I do genuinely think it's a good series outside the third-person shooter spin-off, compelling fun mysteries wrapped up with several puberty-written dumbasses. Plus, Monokuma is one of my favorite video game antagonists ever. Enjoy your ace. Hi, VOD me. Thank you. Yeah, you're not the first person. Notably, Gam has very vocally, many times reaffirmed over the years, he does not think I should touch that franchise, which is fair. I still maintain that, like, if the curiosity overwhelms me, it's like, I could see myself doing a one-off, where it's like, I'm not gonna, I mean, I don't know. Knowing me, if I did do a stream of just like, this is just for today, we're not doing the whole game. I just want to dip my toe in and be like, I'm good. If I find any reason of like ending on a cliffhanger, be like, well, now I want to come back. Yeah, oh, there we go. I'll do a charity stream. We'll just make that an incentive. If we raise $800 million for charity, I'll stream Danganronpa. By the way, can we do next case with range soundtrack? Yeah, thank you for the bits. Messed with it a little bit. Apparently I have a range soundtrack, even though I didn't buy the DLC, but I don't know. Tracker gifted a sub to The Jiddler. That's, you know, it's been hours since I had to think about that, and it hasn't gotten any better in the interim. Toaster Posey gifted a sub to Roker Al. Brock with 61 months. Katie with 37. Ozzel, thanks for 50 bits. Trump Wings, thanks for 100 bits. Well, you mentioned Eddie might have eaten his defense badge. That's what I thought of. What a good bit. And then to have him do it again mid-conversation was just beautiful. Alan Bradis gifted a sub to Tyrell Badass. Mercanuous, thanks for 44 months. Some time off from releasing a product and getting my Vault badge. Haven't been around as much, but hope you're well. I'm doing great. Hope you're having a good vacay. Pizza King, thanks for 4 months. Thanks for the Prime. Alan Bryce gifted a sub to Chocolate is not to blame. Eagle Eins, thanks for 3. Holy Attorneys Batman. And Uzzle, thanks for 50 bits. Danganronpa was originally a more traditional murder mystery called Distrust and became weird and horny. Really uncomfortably horny. Understood. I'll stick with my video game, which is not horny and never has been. And you can't point at a single character's design or anything that's happened in any of these games and think that that's horny. I just rejected the notion. Let's go raid somebody. Thanks so much for hanging. As I said before, I will be back on Thursday and then no stream on Friday or Sunday. I'll be back the following Tuesday, which if we're still on case 3, sorry, there's going to be a bit of a break. I don't know if we'll be able to finish case 3 next time, that's what I'm saying, but we can try. Who should we raid? Who should we raid? A lot of people streaming. The God indecision. When I see like 8 people streaming that I want to raid, and I'm just like, who the fuck? The Excentric was with a bit less of the raid. Checking out Akudama Drive anime series. Really good instead of nice. Is beefy. This seems like this whole game in general is just like, what if every case was twice as long as it felt like it was gonna be from the get-go? Fuck it, let's raid Dan. Why not? I was like, I feel like I raid Dan a lot, but also I feel like raiding Dan. He's playing the FF Tactics re-release that I think just came out. Must have. The Ivalice Chronicles. It's his first playthrough. I've also never played FF Tactics. FF Tic Tacs. Riddle me jiddles. You know, we could raid with that. And I think, I don't think I could come up with anything better. Or worse. So, he's playing on the hardest difficulty first time. Oof. That's my Dan. I hope he enjoys it. Yeah, go look at some tactics. Have a good one. Go. Give Dan your favorite quote from the Jiddler. I need to stop with words. No more words for me. All right, thanks. Yep, I'll be back Thursday. See you then. If not, have a good one, good weekend and stuff. I'll be back on next Tuesday, and then who knows? But case 3, am I right? I'll have to update the meme again. We're actually on case 3. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna stop the raid. Thanks again. Appreciate it. Always a blast with y'all for Ace Attorney. Take care. Get the hell out of here. Get out of here. Thanks for watching, Bob Watchers. Hope you're enjoying Ace Attorney Investigations 2. The Proctologist's Gambit, I think is the name of the game. Thanks for watching. Have a good one. Bye.